singing of O Canada, led by our wonderful pages. An outstanding rendition. Que l'on ouvre les portes, let the doors be opened. Well, that would mean me singing. You don't want that. Vous voulez pas que je chante, je pense. Alors, order. Alors. Alors, statements by members, déclaration des députés, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. This week is Canadian Environment Week, and so I'm sure you know, Mr. Speaker, that climate change is one of the issues that the Prime Minister will raise during the G7 summit. He will be taking serious official photos with other leaders and celebrating the historic progress of his leadership, as always. And yet, this week is also the week he chose to visit Alberta and the new pipeline that he just bought with Quebecers' money. Thanks to this new acquisition, Canada will triple the amount of bitumen for sale in Western and Asian markets. The unique ecosystems of the Pacific Coast will see at least 350 more oil tankers every year, and the Prime Minister has the nerve to talk about pollution in oceans of the G7. This hypocrisy, carried out right in front of his world partners, truly shows the role that Canada wants to play in the fight against climate change, the role of destroying the environment. The Honourable Member for Miramichi Grand Lakes. For the first time, Miramichi will be welcomed the 39th edition of the Jeux de l'Acadie. Since 1979, Francophone communities from all across the country have gathered here, and over 3,000 athletes have participated in 11 sports and cultural disciplines. But these are not just athletes who participate. There are also over 3,500 volunteers who give more than 600,000 hours of their time. With a budget of over $350,000 and thousands of visitors, this is an event that creates huge economic spin-offs for the region.
First, the Acadian community of Miramichi, as well as all Miramichiers, will proudly roll out the red carpet and welcome everyone from across Atlantic Canada. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, in 2018, the big event is happening here.
Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Last year, I had the honor and privilege to honor 150 worthy individuals across Stormont, Dundas, and South Glengarry by awarding them the SDSG Canada 150 Service Award. These individuals have demonstrated commitment and dedication to our community through volunteerism in public service. The response across the riding was overwhelming. Because there are so many quality volunteers in our riding, many deserving constituents did not receive the award. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to announce that the SDSG Service Award will return on an annual basis. The SDSG Service Award is awarded in recognition of residents in Stormont, Dundas and South Glengarry who have made outstanding contributions to their community. I'm asking everyone across Canada who knows a deserving constituent living in SD and SG to please nominate them for the 2018 award. Nomination forms and details can be found on my website at guylozon.ca. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I should point out there's no problem with members saying their own names. L'honorable député d'Argent.
The Honourable Member for Argenté-la-Petite-Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, we have the privilege to have representatives from the Canadian Paralympic Foundation with us on the Hill. This is part of the Imagination campaign.
Canada launched Imagination in 2017, a 4-year to ensure that more Canadians with a disability are given the opportunity to choose sport and become athletes that excel on the world stage. Imagination will increase access to coaching equipment and training environment and thousands of Canadians with a disability, as well as invest in individuals with the drive and the talent to compete at the world stage.
Our government is honoured to work with and support the Canadian Paralympic Foundation and the Canadian Paralympic Committee to allow Canadians with disabilities to integrate sports into their lives, be it on the local field or on the Paralympic podium. We are working to create a healthier and more accessible Canada for everyone. On May 1st, around 7:15 p.m., Carmen Moreau, a firefighter from Témiscouata-sur-le-Lac, was finishing supper when he got a call saying there was an alarm at the Cascade factory. At 8 p.m., he texted his spouse to say not to wait up for him because there was a fire. 15 minutes later, she got a call from the fire chief saying that Carmen had had an accident. A ventilation duct had filled with water from the sprinklers and collapsed on him. Carmen Moreau didn't survive. He's the first firefighter from his town to die in the line of duty. At his funeral on May 5th, I witnessed the enormous love that his community had for him and the solidarity of his colleagues. Nearly 250 firefighters from Quebec and New Brunswick were there to pay tribute to him. To his family, and particularly his partner Sylvie, his children, and the mother of his children, and his mother Lucienne, and also his colleagues from Fire Halls 35 and 36, I would like to offer once again my deepest condolences. This is only a small tribute compared to the enormous sacrifice that Carmel made for his community.
So, member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, from St. Thomas Parish to Logie Bay is a breathtaking and treacherous area of my riding, known locally as the Killick Coast. The brave and hardy inhabitants are well known for their history, camaraderie, and competitive spirit. This August, Torbay plays host to athletes aged 11 to 17 from the communities of Portugal Cove, St. Phillips, Flat Rock, Balleen, Pooch Cove, and Logie Bay Middle Cove, Outer Cove in a variety of team sports as part of the 13th annual Killick Coast Games. A hallmark of the Games are the honorary patrons, community leaders who have contributed to sport and youth mentorship and whose accomplishments are to be celebrated. Most importantly, the athletes foster lifelong friendships that preserve community attachment. Organizations like the Killick Coast Games, who build communities, deserve our support. And Mr. Speaker, I invite the House to rise with me and show the support for the Killick Coast and their commitment to lifelong support for sport, friendship, and community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians do not like to be told what to think or how to behave by their government. This is what the Liberals are doing with their carbon tax, shaping behaviours through taxes to force compliance with Liberal agenda. The problem with the carbon tax is that it takes the market out of the equation and undervalues innovators and entrepreneurs. The Liberal one-size-fits-all solution of taxing Canadians to bend their behaviour is demeaning and counterproductive. In Saskatchewan, we value our environment and our economy through renewable energy, crop diversification, zero tillage, forestry management, and infrastructure planning, just to name a few. Saskatchewan's full of innovative people. Look at the modern farm equipment, all invented by farmers solving problems without government interference. Innovations like catalytic converters, carbon scrubbers, electric cars, solar panels were neither invented by government nor inspired by taxes. Entrepreneurs and researchers are our best resource to create solutions that everyday Canadians are motivated to embrace and implement. This misguided Liberal government needs to scrap this tax and get out of the way.
Honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate two educators from my riding of Don Valley East on receiving the 2018 Prime Minister's Award. This award recognizes exceptional teaching practices and commitment to inspiring students. The first recipient is Hafiz Printer, who teaches grades 10 to 12 at the Ismaili Tariqa and Religious Education Board, Canada. Mr. Printer is admired by his students for engaging them in their learning. He fosters a safe classroom environment for students to openly debate and learn. The second recipient is Miss Isabel Wong, a kindergarten teacher at St. Ignatius of Loyola Catholic School. Ms. Wong focuses on character development to ensure that her students become responsible citizens and lifelong learners. I am proud to honor these two educators for their remarkable achievements and their excellence in teaching. I hope their students are inspired to do better. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the delightful privileges of this job is the joy of meeting and working with people so accomplished as to make one wonder what one has done with one's life. Bruce Kidd is one such person. He recently retired from the University of Toronto Scarborough campus as principal and vice president. Those of us of a certain age will know Bruce as an Olympic athlete and Commonwealth champion. Others will know him as a scholar, and still others as a university administrator, and still others as a human rights advocate. The Bruce Kidd I know, however, is a gentle, wise, and skilled man who represented the very best at UTSC. As with many great people, he listened before he spoke. He thought before he acted, and attributed to others the credit that was rightly his. He was very modest about his accomplishments. No one could begrudge Bruce a long and comfortable retirement. However, I doubt that he will actually retire. I look forward to seeing Bruce in his next reincarnation after his so-called retirement. Thank you.
Honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, I look around this chamber and I don't see anyone who hasn't been affected by cancer. A loved one, a friend, a colleague, no one is immune. This weekend I'll be participating in the 26th annual Canadian Cancer Society's Prince George version Relay for Life. Mr. Speaker, it will mark my 19th year of participating in the Relay for Life. The last 3 years I've walked the full 24 hours, and this year I have set my goal to also walk the full 24 hours. Mr. Speaker, I walk for those who we have lost. I walk for those who have beaten cancer, like my brother Trent, who is my hero. He's not beaten it once, but he's beaten it twice. Mr. Speaker, I also walk for those who are in the fight for their lives as we speak. And Mr. Speaker, I walk because I know cancer can be beaten. Today I issue a challenge to the member from York Centre, and indeed all members. Join me in this fight, participate this weekend, and walk in your area or donate to thecancer.ca, and let's end this deadly disease now.
The honourable member for Niagara Centre.
We're with you, Josh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Welland, Ontario has been known as the Rose City since 1921. Since it began in June 1961, the Welland Rose Festival has brought together people from across Niagara to celebrate the heritage and traditions of this city for which the world-famous canal is named. Beginning with the Coronation Ball. The month-long Rose Festival includes family events across the city, such as an art show, a fishing derby, concerts, and a grand parade. Please join me, Mr. Speaker, in congratulating and expressing our sincere appreciation to all the staff, the sponsors, and volunteers who present this year's 57th annual Welland Rose Festival. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Canada Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, I stand today to welcome the amazing women who have come to the House from across the country representing the Grandmothers Advocacy Network, or GRAN. GRAN is a phenomenal organization that is actively involved in advocating for the human rights of grandmothers and their children. Their campaigns support the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, health, education, gender equality, working to increase access to life-saving medication, improve access to quality education, and end violence against women and girls. This afternoon, GRAN is holding an event, room 330, Wellington, from 4 to 5:30, or maybe just a little bit later. And Mr. Speaker, I invite all of my colleagues to join me at the event this afternoon to participate in a dialogue about the need for inclusion of African grandmothers in a feminist international agenda. Welcome, everyone from GRAN. Keep up your incredible work.
Hear, hear. Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, 74 years ago today, in 1944, more than 150,000 Allied soldiers assaulted, occupied Europe from the air, sea and land, turning the tide of the Second World War on D-Day. Over 14,000 Canadians would participate in this historic battle on the shores of Normandy. Canadian troops bravely stormed Juno Beach and decisively defeated the entrenched Nazis. Our heroic soldiers captured more enemy territory on that day than any of our allies. This serves as a testament to the true strength of character and resolve that existed with the members of the Canadian Armed Forces then, as it does today. 359 Canadians paid the ultimate price to liberate others from the perilous oppression of Nazi occupation. We must never forget their sacrifice, their courage, and their sheer determination in the face of overwhelming odds. As Canadians, we thank those who came before us and sacrificed their lives so that we may live peacefully in the greatest nation on earth, our home and native land, Canada.
Honourable Member for Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, boa tarde. Last month, during the state visit of the Portuguese Prime Minister Antonio Costa, both he and our Prime Minister paid tribute to the Portuguese community and their contributions to Canada. They both expressed pride that this year, for the first time ever at the national level, Canada will be celebrating June as Portugal Heritage Month and June 10th as Portugal Day in Canada. I'd like to thank all the Portuguese leaders, clubs, associations, and media, not only in my riding of Davenport, but also across the country, who have tirelessly promoted the Portuguese culture, language, and community. They serve as an inspiration for this national recognition. It is to honor them and their aspiration for the Portuguese to be recognized at the highest level of our nation and be celebrated for its many contributions to Canada. So whether you're cheering on Ronaldo during the World Cup, singing along to Shawn Mendes tune, or eating a pastéis de nata, Portugal's famous custard tart, take the time to celebrate Portugal this month. Viva Portugal e viva Canada. Obrigada, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for North Island Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, I am so proud to serve the people of North Island Powell River. It is the Hero Awards that happen in several communities in my riding, the fact that the community of Wass was awarded the Courage and Bravery Award, recognizing the incredible power of a community that faced the worst of tragedies with courage and bravery. It's the totem pole raised at North Island Secondary School in Port McNeill. Over 1,000 community members came together, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, to celebrate reconciliation. The tears of the elders who watched, many residential school survivors who never thought the day would come when their grandchildren would dance around a totem pole which stands in front of their school. It's all the cadets in my riding who support their communities so well, most recently the Powell River Royal Canadian Army Cadets, who recognized their cadets and shared the challenges of rural and remote community cadets programs. What an honor it is to represent people who work so hard, who care about their communities so much, and remember one another during the hardest of times. I am proud and humbled to serve you. Thank you.
The
Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. June 6, 1944, D-Day, the longest day, is a key turning point in the history of humanity. On that day, 132,000 American, British, French, and Canadian soldiers stormed the Atlantic Wall in Normandy to liberate Europe from Nazi occupation. 14,000 Canadian heroes from all across the country participated in the landing, and 355 of them lost their lives. It was the first day of an operation that would take more than 3 months to complete. It was an extremely grueling campaign. Canadian efforts helped open up the road to Caen, which led to the liberation of France and Western Europe. As a former commander of the Chaudière Regiment, the only French-Canadian unit to have landed at Juno Beach, I am especially honored to commemorate this historic day. In memory of all those who fell in battle, protecting our freedom, let us show our eternal gratitude to these heroes with the words, "Never again."
Bravo!
Honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the 74th anniversary of the D-Day invasion. We pause to reflect on what took place on the shores of Normandy and pay our respects to the fallen. Alongside Allied forces, thousands of Canadian soldiers played a crucial part in the D-Day offensive to liberate France.
We must never forget the over 340 Canadians who lost their lives on Juno Beach on that day. Many more lost their lives as the assault continued. Their courage will forever remain ingrained in our memories. We must never forget the opportunities for which these men and women fought. The events of that day shaped who we are as a nation.
Sacrifices made by Canadian veterans on D-Day. Our veterans, Mr. Speaker, represent the very best of Canada, having put their lives on the line in the defence of democracy, freedom and justice, lest we forget.
Oral questions, questions orales, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in an interview on American TV this weekend, the Prime Minister talked about NAFTA talks when it came to supply management. He said that we are moving forward. We have some flexibility in those areas, and I believe it's very, very promising. Which concessions did the Prime Minister make on supply management? Mr. Speaker, we are the party that created supply management. We're the party that will always defend it unequivocally and always have, and we will continue to do that. Dairy producers in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada know how much we're willing to stand up for them. We will always defend the supply management system. But if the Conservatives want to talk about supply management, I would ask the Leader of the Opposition why he appointed as critic for economic development and innovation someone who's against supply management.
Mr. Speaker, we've known for a long time that under this U.S. administration, our trade relationship has been volatile and under grave risk. Given this, can the Prime Minister tell us how much money was set aside in his budget and where we might find any mention of a contingency plan to deal with the trade disruption between Canada and the United States?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as we've said from the very beginning, with this particular American administration, we have to be ready for everything, and we are. That is why, as soon as the U.S. put forward punitive, unacceptable tariffs on steel and aluminum in Canada, we were right away ready with a list of retaliatory measures that target American companies, American producers, for which there are alternatives available to Canadian citizens. We know that tariffs end up hurting citizens of the country that brings them in. We want to avoid hurting Canadians. That's why we are consulting with Canadians on those retaliatory.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's own officials have confirmed that the deficit for this year will be over $18 billion. Can the Prime Minister tell us if he has any idea how much higher the deficit will be as a result of any support that may be necessary for industries and workers affected by the trade disruption between the United States and Canada?
Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite well knows that this government will be there for workers and industries affected by these punitive American measures. That's what I told steel and aluminum workers over the past months as I've traveled across the country to engage with them. But it's interesting that the member opposite speaks about deficits. In the last elections, Canadians had a very clear choice. Their choice, their option was actually austerity and cuts. Our proposal to Canadians was investing in the middle class and people working hard to join it, investing in our communities and growing the economy the way they weren't able to for 10 years.
Order. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, their budget has in fact turned out to be built on borrowing and tax cuts on those very same middle-class Canadians they pretend to want to help. Now, Mr. Speaker, tax hikes. Tax hikes.
Order, order. We all like applause most of the time, but not necessarily always. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition has the floor.
Fine. Sorry, Conservatives are always thinking about tax cuts, but I'll correct the Blues after this and make sure. Now, Mr. Speaker, on the subject of tariffs, we know that tariffs collected by this government will raise revenue for the Government of Canada. Will the Prime Minister assure the House and Canadians that any new revenue for the government will be used to lower taxes for affected workers and the businesses that employ them?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the member opposite pointed out that he thinks about tax cuts. The issue is they think about tax cuts for the wealthiest Canadians. The first thing we did was we brought in a tax cut for the middle class and we raised taxes on the wealthiest 1%. For 10 years, Mr. Speaker, they tried to put forward an agenda for growth that was focused on giving benefits and boutique tax cuts to the wealthiest Canadians and hoping that somehow it would trickle down to everyone else. Well, it didn't, which is why they had terrible growth for 10 years. We're investing in the middle class and those working hard to join them and giving them more money.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, now more than ever, Canada needs to open up new markets and diversify our trading relationships. Now, the Trans-Pacific Partnership will achieve just that. And despite the Prime Minister's delay and jeopardization of that deal, it is essential that this bill, implementing the deal, is passed quickly. When will the Prime Minister commit to introducing the legislation for this trade agreement, and can he commit that it will be passed before the House rises?
Hear, hear. Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are proud of the work that we've done in diversifying Canada's trades. Under this government, we signed the CETA deal with Europe, and we actually moved forward on a CPTPP, which highlights that a progressive trade deal can work for our workers and for the growing economies of Asia. We are pleased with our record on trade and growth, and we're happy to announce that we will be introducing into the House the bill for the ratification of the new CPTPP before the House rises for the summer.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised Canadians he would be a climate change leader, and he committed to eliminate public subsidies for oil and gas companies. But climate change leaders don't buy pipelines with public money. And climate change leaders don't allow $3 million bonuses to be given to top oil executives. Climate change leaders do use public money to build long-term job creation in renewable energies. Can the government explain why it makes sense for a climate change leader to buy a pipeline?
Hear, hear.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we made a commitment to Canadians that said that we understood that you need to grow the economy and protect the environment together. Now, those on the other side of the House would have Canadians believe that there's still a choice to be made between what's good for the economy or what's good for the environment. And we on this side of the House know that they must go together. That's why we're moving forward with a world-class oceans protection plan, a national price on carbon pollution, and getting our resources to new markets other than in the United States for our oil. That's what we know we need to do. That's what we're going to keep doing, despite the false choice proposed by the members opposite.
Now, member for Rimouski-Nejet.
Dollars in renewable energies, but they spent it on the pipeline.
Last week, the majority of members had the good sense to pass my colleague from Abitibi-Bay James Nunavik AU's bill to enshrine UNDRIP in Canadian law. The Prime Minister himself voted against this bill. How can he now claim he respects the rights of Indigenous peoples and at the same time force through a pipeline many First Nations oppose? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege yesterday of sitting down with representatives of Indigenous communities who will be affected by this new pipeline, and we talked about the impact on their communities. This is a committee we struck to consult First Nations, to listen to them, and to make sure the impacts of the pipeline will be good impacts and they'll be minimized when they're adverse impacts. I'm looking forward to furthering our reconciliation work. We will keep working with all First Nations and respect all points of view by listening to them. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. In 2015, the Prime Minister was a superstar, a breath of fresh air, a new environment champion. 3 years later, the entire world can't believe it. What has happened to Canada? What happened to Mr. Selfie, the new darling of Perry Match? After adopting Harper's targets, he buys a pipeline. Today we learned that when it comes to handouts to oil companies, Canada has the worst record of the G7, 7th out of 7. Will the Prime Minister ultimately keep his word, do the right thing, and eliminate subsidies to the oil patch? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, there was a clear choice for Canadians. The NDP was proposing a choice between what's good for the environment and what's good for the economy. But we, in the Liberal Party, we told Canadians that we understood that in order to build a strong economy and protect the environment, you had to do both at the same time. And that's precisely what we're doing. We've put a national price on carbon. We're setting up Oceans Protection Plan, which will be historic, and we are seeking new markets for our resources. That's what Canadians expect.
You know, as the Prime Minister prepares to play host to the G7, Canadians and many around the world are asking themselves, what happened to this guy? We all remember that great defender of the planet who promised to end fossil fuel subsidies, but a new report shows that when it comes to the G7 and those same subsidies, Canada, out of 7, ranks 7th. That would be last. That would be after Donald Trump's America. So rather than eliminate the subsidies, this Prime Minister went out and bought a pipeline, a 65-year-old pipeline. When will he end this circle of hypocrisy and finally come clean with Canadians and keep his promise to them and to the world?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to have the opportunity to reinforce that we have indeed committed and are on track to phase out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies by the year 2025. To do this, we announced in our very first budget the expiration of the tax write-offs on capital investments in LNG facilities. In Budget 2017, we announced the elimination of certain tax credits for exploration expenses in the oil and gas sector. We are developing our resources while protecting our environment, including safeguarding our oceans and combating climate change. Our government understands that a clean environment and a strong economy go hand in hand.
Allard.
Order. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government every day proves that it's completely out of touch with Canadian farmers. They called farmers tax cheats. They impose a carbon tax on them that they don't want. They want to change the food guide and impose labeling that makes no sense on our agricultural products. All of these were unexpected by farmers. My question is simple. Can the Prime Minister tell us whether he also believes that yogurt, cheese, and fruit juice are health hazards? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we're very proud of our support for our farmers. The Conservatives cut $700 million to agriculture But we've reinvested since taking office in our hardworking farmers. We've entered into agreements that will allow our farmers to export $1.5 billion more to other countries. And we have entered into a comprehensive trade deal that will allow farmers to have access to $1 billion more in exports. We will always support Canadian farmers.
Trail Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, farmers are struggling to survive and the Liberal imposed taxes aren't helping. And now the Agriculture Minister is claiming that farmers support the Liberal carbon tax. The chair of the Western Canadian Wheat Growers said, and I quote, "I'm not sure who's been briefing the minister, but he's dead wrong if he thinks most farmers support a carbon tax." Does the Prime Minister agree with this minister that farmers like his carbon tax, or will he listen to farmers and recognize that the carbon tax is crippling our farm families?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives like to talk a good game on farmers, but the reality is different. While the previous government cut nearly $700 million from agriculture and agri-food, we have invested in hardworking Canadian farmers. Our government signed CETA, which will boost our agricultural exports by $1.5 billion a year, and the CPTPP, which will boost our agriculture exports by over $1 billion a year. We've secured our $2 billion canola trade with China. We've invested $100 million in agricultural science and innovation. We've invested $350 million to help dairy farmers and processors modernize. We'll always support our Canadian.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
The Prime Minister has a budget bill before the House of Commons right now that Finance Canada admits will raise the price of gas, home heating, and most other consumer goods that Canadians buy. How much will the Prime Minister's carbon tax cost the average Canadian family?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, Stephen Harper and his Conservatives did nothing on protecting the environment. However, over those years, a number of provinces stepped up and put forward price on carbon pollution. And actually, we have now, presently, a situation in which 80% of our economy, 80% of our citizens live in jurisdictions where there is a carbon price in effect. So we are continuing to move forward to demonstrate that a national price on carbon will be fair for those provinces who already have it and grow the economy for everyone.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if the provinces were already doing it, the Prime Minister would not have to introduce a budget bill forcing them to do it. Clearly, this is a federally imposed tax. And clearly, he would have read the briefing notes that his departments have given him about the cost of that tax. He knows the cost, so I ask again, how much will this Liberal carbon tax imposed by this Prime Minister cost the average Canadian family?
Simple. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I hate to have to correct the member opposite, but in fact, it is during his government that many provinces moved forward on pricing carbon pollution. We have a situation in which British Columbia, Alberta, Quebec, and Ontario have all moved forward with pricing of carbon pollution, and we know that it has to be done right across the country. That's exactly what we are ensuring, but we're working with the provinces to ensure that they can put forward a model that works for them, as long as it is fairly stringent and impactful right across the country.
I'm having difficulty hearing the answers I'd like to ask. With St. Albert, Edmonton, and others not to be yelling when someone else has the floor. It's very straightforward. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, the Prime Minister uses the word stringent. There's no doubt that it will have a stringent effect on household budgets. There's also no doubt the Prime Minister supports high gas prices. He said so when he was out in Vancouver celebrating $1.60 a litre gas prices. There's also no doubt that his carbon tax will raise the price of consumer goods that middle-class Canadians rely upon. It's his bill. So how much will his carbon tax cost the average Canadian family?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the years of the Harper Conservatives, we work with provinces as we move forward on pan-Canadian issues and projects. That's why we are working with provinces like Manitoba, Nova Scotia, and others to establish how they want to move forward on putting a price on pollution. We know we need a price on pollution across the country. It needs to be equivalent and effective right across the country, but every jurisdiction will get to determine how that money comes in and how they return that money to the people who need it.
The honourable member for Carleton.
We have no doubt that this Prime Minister will work with any politician as part of his plan to raise taxes on Canadians. It's his form of trickle-down economics. He scoops up money from working-class consumers, gives it to the federal government, trickles it down to provincial politicians, and then expects us to believe that a few drops will go back to the people who originally paid for it in the first place. If that's true, then why can't he tell us how much will his carbon tax cost the average Canadian family?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the member opposite's expertise in trickle-down economics. That's what they specialized in for 10 years. They gave boutique tax credits to wealthy Canadians, delivered child benefit checks to millionaire families, and then when we move forward with lowering taxes for the middle class and raising them in the wealthiest 1%, they voted against it. Then we move forward on account of the child benefit that gives us more money to 9 out of 10 Canadian families and doesn't send child benefit checks to millionaires while lifting hundreds of thousands of kids out of poverty, and they voted against it. Mr. Speaker, their positions are clear.
The honourable member for Disnethi, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals voted against the NDP motion to implement the rights of the Indigenous people in their pipeline project, but just a few days ago voted to put those same rights into Canadian law. The Prime Minister can't pretend that Indigenous voices are all the same and ignore the clear opposition to his pipeline. They're denying the rights of First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people. Does the government really not see that, or they just don't care?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I very much respect the member opposite's voice, but I do need to highlight that there are a range of voices in Indigenous communities that we need to listen to all of them. There are people in the Indigenous communities who are opposed to this pipeline and to other economic development projects. There are some who are in favor of it, and we are working with all of them, including through entities like the Indigenous Advisory and Monitoring Council committee that we put together exactly for the Trans Mountain Pipeline expansion. We're going to continue to work in the spirit of reconciliation on a nation-to-nation relationship that respects UNDRIP.
No, member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, yet another example of a government that talks a good talk, but when it comes time to make major decisions affecting the lives of all Indigenous communities, poof, they vanish into thin air. Last week, they voted to support the rights of Indigenous peoples. This week, they voted against our motion, which was a concrete way of supporting those rights. When it comes to Indigenous people's rights, can the Liberals do anything other than just talk, talk, talk? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would submit that it's the NDP that just talks, talks, and talks. We are delivering to First Nations. We have eliminated a lot of the boil water advisories. We have built schools. We have entered into partnerships for treaties. We're working hand in hand with Indigenous communities all across the country to deliver on our promised reconciliation on a nation-to-nation basis, which we have committed to. We will continue working with First Nations with respect, and we won't claim to speak for them like the NDP does.
Mr. Speaker, in March, the President of the United States announced that he would be introducing tariffs on steel and aluminum. In May, he announced after that there would be an exemption for Canada and Mexico until May 1st. He announced a further extension of that exemption until June 1st, and most recently he indicated that, of course, the exemption was going to be lifted. All through that time, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister had the opportunity to consult on the tariffs that he is now proposing to counter the steel and aluminum tariffs. My question is simple. Why did he wait so long and put us in a position where we can't react right away?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I want to pause to thank Canadians. Over the past months and indeed over a year now, Canadians have been united in our approach on dealing with the U.S. administration. Across political lines, across provincial capitals, across industries, Canadians have been speaking with a clear and united voice that we stand together and we stand against punitive measures by the United States, that we will support our neighbours, that we will support our workers, and that we will remain united and proud Canadians. I want to thank all members in this House and all Canadians for the solidarity they continue to show on this issue.
The honourable member for Milton.
So, Mr. Speaker, Canadians really are watching what's going on because they're quite concerned. They see an economy that's going to be put at risk, and they're looking for answers from the Prime Minister. And unfortunately, today, we haven't received any answers from the Prime Minister. He was asked 4 times about how much a carbon tax would cost a Canadian family. He didn't tell us the answer. Nope. He was asked how much more deficit was going to be accumulated because of the trade war we're in. He didn't give us an answer. These are things that Canadians care about. He did give us one answer. He told us that he's going to introduce the legislation to affirm the CTPP, well, the free trade deal that we negotiated. So my question is, will he guarantee that it's going to pass?
Right, honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I very much respect the laundry list the member put forward, but we can list the concrete results we've delivered for Canadians over the past 2.5 years, whether it be signing the CPTPP that they weren't moving forward on, whether it was concretizing a CETA that was in dire straits when we came into office, or whether it's delivering an energy infrastructure that will get our oil resources to new markets, which they failed to do for 10 years. Whether it's actually investing in infrastructure in our communities, lowering taxes for the middle class, raising on the wealthiest 1%. These are the things that...
The honourable member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, when the Prime Minister announced the G7 would be held in Charlevoix, his government also said local workers would have a role to play. Unfortunately, that's not what's happening. Workers are finding themselves on forced unemployment. Can the Prime Minister tell the people of Charlevoix if compensation will be forthcoming? What's he going to do for hotel, inn, and restaurant owners who have no work for their employees before and during the G7? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, last week I had the opportunity to visit the Malbaie, that beautiful part of Charlevoix, to meet with people, and they talked about how proud they were to be hosting people in their area and how beautiful the region is and how they wanted to encourage people to come visit and discover this magnificent region. Obviously, they know there's going to be some disruptions, some problems because of all the visitors flooding into the area, and we're working with them, with elected officials, to try to make sure that it all goes smoothly. The honourable member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, holding an event like a G7 summit obviously has a big impact on locals. On one hand, we have honest workers who are being shut out of work. On the other, there will be consequences for local businesses and individuals affected by the usual vandals. So it's to be expected that government would step up and take care of people affected by vandals and provide compensation. So my question is, will the Prime Minister officially undertake to provide compensation to all those affected by vandals during the G7? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as I said, I'm proud to be hosting people in the magnificent Charlevoix region. And when I was there, I saw that there was a company in La Baie in the Saguenay area that got the contract to deliver food for all the security staff and Army staff that will be there. A lot of profits will be flowing into those communities, but I'd like to reassure my colleague that the compensation policies for local businesses are precisely the same as those that were in place with the Conservatives in 2010 when they hosted the summit.
The Honourable Member for Salaberry-sur-Roi. Mr. Speaker, this week we heard many traumatic accounts of sexual abuse against Canadian athletes. This situation is unacceptable, and the government must act to protect our athletes. In Canada, national sports organizations are responsible for monitoring themselves for sexual abuse. That can lead to a conflict of interest and jeopardize the safety of our athletes. When will the government take action to ensure the safety of these young people? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, abuse in any shape or form is unacceptable, and the safety of our athletes and our coaches are our priority. All of them must be able to participate in sports in a harassment-free environment, and that is why all sports organizations funded by the federal government have had to implement a discrimination and harassment-free policy. We are currently looking at our funding policies in order to ensure that our organizations will continue to foster healthy and harassment-free environments.
Mr. Speaker, if policies are neglected, they're worthless. And the government has to have zero tolerance for sexual abuse in Canadian sports. Right now, the onus is on sporting organizations to be responsible for policing these complaints. That is not fair to these organizations. Canada needs an independent body to handle cases of sexual abuse in Canadian sport. Under the recent Safe Sports Act in the United States, independent bodies investigate these cases. It's time for Canada to do the same. When is the government going to step up?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government and all Canadians have been very clear. Harassment of any kind is completely unacceptable, and the safety and security of athletes, coaches, and officials is always our top priority. All Canadians deserve the opportunity to participate in a sport environment that is free of discrimination, harassment, and harmful behavior. That is why all federally funded sport organizations must have an anti-discrimination, harassment, and abuse policy in place in order to be eligible for sports support program funding, which Sport Canada reviews to ensure compliance. We are currently reviewing our existing funding policies to ensure that organizations continue to promote harassment-free environments.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the real impacts of climate change cannot be understated. The challenges governments face is striking the right balance between an evolving economy and protection of the environment now and for future generations. The Minister of the Environment and Climate Change repeatedly says we are in this together as a global community. So international collaboration is key to leaving a healthy environment and a strong economy to our kids and grandkids. Can the Prime Minister describe Canada's global plan to meet these global challenges?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Vancouver Centre for her question. Strong action is needed to tackle climate change, all while generating the long-term economic development that will grow the middle class and support a clean economy. Yesterday, on World Environment Day, we appointed Patricia Fuller as Canada's new Ambassador for Climate Change. Working together on climate change, oceans, and clean energy is one of the key themes of our G7 presidency. We're working to ensure we're leaving a healthy environment and a strong economy to our kids and grandkids.
Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Well, we only wish that was true. Canada is a country rich with natural resources, home to innovative businesses, and populated by hardworking Canadians. Our country should be attracting investment, but instead we're repelling it. In fact, we're so opposed to private sector investment in the energy sector that we've killed 3 pipeline projects worth over $100 billion. And now we've taken $4.5 billion and given it to Kinder Morgan to go and take their projects elsewhere. When will the Prime Minister stop attacking Canada's energy sector and start putting the interests of Canadians first?
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on the member's first comment, it is true we did just appoint Patricia Fuller as Canada's new ambassador for climate change. On the issue of pipelines, for 10 years, they tried to move forward on getting our oil resources to new markets, and they failed. They failed because they refused to understand that the only way to grow a strong economy is to protect the environment at the same time. That is what we are demonstrating with a national price on carbon pollution, on a world-class oceans protection plan, on $8 billion worth of investment in clean energy projects and renewable technologies. We know the way.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Mr. Speaker, in Kinder Morgan's 2017 annual report to the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, they valued the Trans Mountain Pipeline at $2.5 billion. Yet this Prime Minister paid $4.5 billion to purchase the pipeline. We now know that a lot of the extra padding went to the executive bonuses. If Kinder Morgan says their pipeline is worth $2.5 billion, why did the Prime Minister pay them $4.5 billion of taxpayer money to leave Canada?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it's a real shame to see the trapped ideology of the Conservatives playing politics with this issue. I can tell them. I was just in Alberta yesterday talking to oil sands workers, talking to pipeline workers who are deeply grateful that we are able to move forward on building this pipeline project after years of the Conservatives being unable to do so. And why were the Conservatives unable to do so? Because they didn't understand that the only way to build a strong economy is to protect the environment at the same time. This government is doing both, and that is why we're getting it done.
The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, $4.5 billion in taxpayer money is going directly to Houston, Texas. That is 6 times as much of the money that Kinder Morgan valued the pipeline at. Mr. Speaker, when Kinder Morgan executives signed this deal...
No, instead they say, Houston, it's party time. $4.5 billion of Canadian tax money thanks to the Liberal Party of Canada.
Mr. Speaker, why is the Liberal government sending $4.5 billion to Texas?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Order.
Mr. Speaker, I understand why the Conservatives are completely lost on this issue. For years, they have wanted us to do what they couldn't do, and that's build a pipeline to new markets outside of the States. They didn't manage to do that, but we did. And now we have finally delivered on what they wanted. Well, they've got to try and find some other way of attacking us and play petty politics. But fortunately, workers throughout Canada understand that we did the right thing for them.
For Barry Innisfil.
Before selling the Trans Mountain Pipeline to the Prime Minister for $4.5 billion, Kinder Morgan valued its Canadian assets at $2.5 billion. That's quite a deal, Mr. Speaker, if you're Kinder Morgan. Yeah. Kinder Morgan didn't ask for any Canadian tax dollars. All they wanted to do was build a pipeline. Why did the Prime Minister pay Kinder Morgan $2 billion more than the pipeline was worth and allow Kinder Morgan to invest and create jobs outside of this country?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, one has to almost feel sorry for the Conservatives. For 10 years, they tried to get this done and were unable to do. Then, for 2.5 years, while we were in government, they've been screaming at us to get this pipeline built. And now, when we're finally getting this pipeline built, they don't know what to do with themselves. So they fall back on their silly attacks, on their playing politics, on their rigid ideology that somehow suddenly doesn't think that public investment has any place in the development of our natural resources, which, of course, the great Peter Lougheed disagreed with them on that. We know, Mr. Speaker, we're doing the right thing.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
A Senate report has just concluded that Canadians who use cannabis after it's legalized and try to cross the border to the United States could be denied entry. But worse, those who don't answer certain questions in pre-clearance could face up to 2 years in prison under Bill C-23, calling it resisting or willfully obstructing an American officer, even on Canadian soil. Can the Prime Minister confirm whether or not Canadians who simply refuse to answer American officers in Canada about their cannabis use could face fines or imprisonment?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Let me be very clear about one thing, Mr. Speaker. The reason we are moving forward on legalization of marijuana is because the current system does not work. It doesn't protect our kids from the harmful impact of marijuana, and it delivers billions of dollars every year to criminal organizations who make profits off of that. We are also highlighting that cannabis isn't somehow a positive health food supplement that we encourage everyone to use. It is a controlled substance. We're trying to make it more difficult for kids to access, and people need to be honest when they cross the border as they choose to enter a different country.
Hello.
Order. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Speaker, Conservatives and Liberals voted for Bill C-23, which gave unprecedented powers to American border officers on Canadian soil. Luckily, the NDP was here raising exactly these concerns, because now what we're seeing through the Senate report is that with the legalization of marijuana, any person on Canadian soil, not crossing the border subject to another country's laws, here in Canada could potentially be fined or imprisoned under that very legislation.
So my question for the Prime Minister is simple. Is that the case, yes or no? And when will he finally address this issue with his American counterparts? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Of course, in ongoing discussions with our American counterparts on a broad range of border issues, and we will continue to. But at the same time, I hope the NDP isn't suggesting that somehow a sovereign country can't make determinations about how it handles people entering on its own borders. Of course, we would never expect or allow any other country to dictate to us who or how we can or cannot let someone into our country. We will ensure that we are also respecting other countries' sovereignty in doing that at the same time as we stand up for Canadians and, of course, for the Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces were ordered to return their sleeping bags and rucksacks because of an equipment shortage. The Prime Minister is failing our Canadian Armed Forces. Already he broke the Liberal promise and cut another $2.3 billion from defence spending. This is unacceptable. How can Canadians trust the Prime Minister to buy Navy ships and fighter jets when he can't even get buying sleeping bags right? And how can we trust him to provide the right equipment to our troops who are about to deploy to Mali?
Mr. Speaker, here we go again. The Conservatives pretend they're friends to our troops, but for 10 years they underinvested, they politicized, they played games with procurement, they nickel and dimed our veterans, and yet are easy to stand up with inflated rhetoric anytime there's a challenge. We are going to continue to work with the men and women of our Canadian forces, ensure they have the equipment, the support they need to do their jobs as they stand up for Canada, put their lives and livelihoods on the line. We continue to support our troops, not just in words like them, but with dollars and cents that go the distance.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Order. Mr. Speaker, on the 6th of June 1944, 14,000 soldiers ended up on the Normandy Beach. And on the 6th of June 1918, in 2018, our soldiers were asked to return their rucksacks and sleeping bags. That makes no sense. But what's happening at the same time? $10 million for Omar Khadr, $4.5 billion on a pipeline. More than $7 million for a temporary skating rink. How can our Prime Minister send our soldiers to Mali under conditions like this? The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles knows that his questions have to be directed through the Speaker. That is how it is done here. The Right Honourable, the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the member wanted to politicize an important event, but we on this side of the House believe that it's important to pay tribute to those who were fallen in these important fights. Their determination to uphold freedom, peace, has been transferred to future generations, and we must show gratitude for their perseverance, and we salute all those men and women who played such an important role. We will never forget them.
Member for Caribou, Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, responding to questions about the Fisheries Minister's surf clam decision, the minister's most senior official confirmed that the Liberal-connected Five Nations had the lowest participation, First Nations participation out of all the applicants. She also confirmed that she had no knowledge of the minister's family connection to the unincorporated entity. She confirmed multiple times that this was the minister's sole personal decision. When did the minister become aware of the minister's family connections, and when did he know that Five Nations had the least amount of Indigenous participation?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our decision to introduce Indigenous participation is consistent with our commitment to developing a renewed relationship between Canada and Indigenous peoples. Enhancing access to the Arctic surf clam fishery broadens the distribution of benefits from this public resource and is a powerful step toward reconciliation. When the Conservatives went through a similar process to increase access to this fishery, they chose to exclude Indigenous peoples. And of course, the member will continue to work with the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner and follow his advice.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel. Mr. Speaker, Montreal Public Transit has the highest public transit use in the country, whether it be the metro, the bus, or bike sharing. Montrealers make green travel choices. I was very pleased when our government announced its contribution to the Blue Line extension to Anjou. I would like to ask the Minister of Infrastructure how the government is contributing to the maintenance of the current network and ensuring that these high-quality services last. Honourable Minister, I would like to thank the member for his question. Public transit is a priority for our government. It allows Canadians to spend less time on the road and more time with their families. And I am proud that this year we announced more than $450 million into public transit so that they could buy buses, buy a new garage, and renovate the new metro system in Montreal. That is what investing in our communities looks like.
Thompson Caribou.
Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, a young Cree girl was suffering chronic pain and taking daily medication for a jaw misalignment. She simply needed $6,000 in dental work. Instead of showing compassion and common sense, they decided to take Josie and her family to court for $110,000 in costs to fight. 7 months ago, we suggested it was time to quit the fight and show some compassion and change the policy. Can the Prime Minister tell us how this represents, using taxpayers' dollars, is reconciliation?
The Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in 2015, Canadians asked our government to step up on reconciliation and build a new relationship, nation to nation, with Indigenous peoples, and that's exactly what we're doing. In partnership with them, in respect with them, we are working with Indigenous communities across this country to respond to their needs, to deliver on the services they need, to build the housing, invest in the schools, create the infrastructure necessary for them to determine their own future, for them to thrive in this country. We are doing this hand in hand, in partnership, in respect, and that is what we will continue to do, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, after 2 years, 1 month, and 14 days of endless consultations, the Minister of Heritage announced, and I can't quite believe it, measures, a reform. No, she announced a new advisory group of experts, the second in 2 years, that will give its recommendations, wait for it, in 2020, after the next elections. That is the height of cynicism. Yet 2 years ago, the minister was boasting about her political courage and new legislative changes in 2017. Isn't doing nothing for 4 years, jeopardizing all culture just to get re-elected on the back of our culture? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are going to continue to protect and promote our culture. The Broadcasting Act has not been modernized since 1991. That dates back to before smartphones. We are reviewing the Act so that it reflects today's reality and so that the system today is fair for all. The principle informing this process is clear. If you're profiting by it, then you have to pay your fair share. There is no free pass. We never want Harper's cuts to happen again.
August Streetsville.
Canada is generally a very safe country, but there has been recent trends in an increase of gun and gang violence. The responsibility of keeping communities safe starts at home, and working with communities to prevent crime will help them stay safe and resilient. Can the Prime Minister tell us what our government is doing to keep Canadian kids away from gangs that will allow them to live full and productive lives? Thank you.
The Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member from Mississauga-Streetsville for his question. Today, we are launching a new call for proposals under the Youth Gang Prevention Program and the Crime Prevention Action Fund. These programs address the impacts of gangs and violence on youth, especially in Indigenous and high-needs communities. This is on top of unprecedented annual funding we announced last year of up to $100 million. We will keep working to enhance public safety by focusing on prevention, effective law enforcement, and strong community partnerships.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister spoke about the CRTC Act. Well, the last time the Official Languages Act was reviewed was under the Conservatives in 1988. With new challenges and issues facing them, Francophones, Acadians, and even Anglophones in Quebec all agree that the Act has to be modernized now, Mr. Speaker. Even the federal court, agreed and has suggested that legislators review the Act. Mr. Speaker, the government is alone in not adding its voice to this. What is the Prime Minister waiting for to begin modernizing the Act? The Right Honourable the Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Official Languages Act is absolutely essential and a priority for our party and for the country. Protecting official languages minority communities throughout the country is at the heart of who we are as a country, and we will continue to defend and to improve the Official Languages Act. And I can confirm that we are about to modernize the Official Languages Act, and we will be working with all Canadians to make sure we do it the right way.
For Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is for the Prime Minister. Two communities in my riding have recently declared they're in crisis. These declarations stem from the fact that there are too few mental health supports and an increased number of suicide attempts. Of the recent $118 million announced for First Nations and Inuit mental health, Nunavut only receives $500,000 annually, despite the fact that the suicide rate is 10 times the national average. This government has sent additional support to First Nation communities in crisis. My question is, will the government do the same for Inuit communities? Thank you.
The Honourable Prime Minister.
I thank the member from Nunavut for his question. We recognize that the mental health challenges facing Indigenous people are deep-rooted and that the need for support is immense. In Nunavut, we are working with our partners and have invested $189 million over 10 years in the community-led Nunavut Wellness Agreement, as well as $8.4 million this year alone for mental health support for Inuit. We are supporting ITK's National Inuit Suicide Prevention Strategy and will continue to work with partners to respond to the mental health needs in the territory.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou is rising on a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my colleague for Beauport-de-Beaupré, Île-d'Orléans-Charlevoix, I would like to table a motion in the House. But first, I'd like to give you a bit of context. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you know that the G7, a big event, will be starting very shortly. And I'm sure you also know that the G7 is the type of event that, unfortunately, sometimes leads to big protests. And I'm sure you also know that many citizens have expressed concerns through the media or in town halls, whether it's from the riding of the Minister of Finance, the member for Louis Saint-Hubert, or the member for Beauport-Limoilou. This is starting to sound more like debate, so I would ask the member to get to the question. I hope that you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that the House wish for the success of the G7 meeting in the Malbaie, defends the right to protest but denounces acts of vandalism and violence, thanks the police forces who will be deployed this week in order to ensure the safety of citizens and visitors, and asks the government to formally commit to compensate residents and owners if there were any vandalism in those areas.
At the House, with the success...
No. We haven't. This member knows very well. But nice try. Hello.
Order.
Hello. L'honorable député.
The honourable member, does the honourable member have unanimous consent?
No, il n'a pas la consent.
No, there is no unanimous consent.
This fellow is rising on a point of order, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order, and in a moment I'll be tabling documents and asking for unanimous consent to table those documents. The documents speak to the issue of Kinder Morgan and the fact that they valued their assets at $2.5 billion, yet the Prime Minister paid $4.5 billion. So what I'd like to do is table this document. It's the SEC filings of Kinder Morgan Canada, and to table these documents to show that those values are in fact, the assets are in fact valued at $2.5 billion in spite of the Prime Minister's assertion, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable member have the unanimous consent of the House to table the document? No, there is no unanimous consent. The honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe is rising on a point of order.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to draw to your attention a matter concerning the notice of time allocation regarding Bill C-59. As you know, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-59 was referred to committee before second reading and is now before this House at report stage. If you read Standing Order 78.3, it allows a time allocation motion to cover both the report and third reading of a bill, provided that the bill is consistent with Standing Order 76.110. Standing Order 76.110, Mr. Speaker, refers to a bill that was sent to committee after second reading, not before second reading. Standing Order 7610 is the standing order that deals with the report stage of a bill that was referred to committee before second reading, and Standing Order 78.3 does not refer to it. Therefore, there is no provision in our standing orders that would allow a time allocation motion to cover both the report and third reading stages of a bill that was sent to committee prior to second reading. I concede time allocation motions have covered both the report and third reading stages of some bills that were referred to committee before second reading. However, no member had ever objected to this practice nor pointed out to the Speaker that it is simply out of order. The fact that the former opposition turned a blind eye to this breach does not make it right. Since Bill C-59 is the first bill in this Parliament that has been referred to committee before second reading, and notice having been given to time allocate, I believe now is the time for you to take a look at this matter and ensure the government begins following the House's rules. Finally, I would add one more point to my submission. Standing Order 7610 deems the report stage of Bill C-59 to be an integral part of second reading. We are actually talking about two stages plus third reading, another situation not anticipated by Standing Order 78.3. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe thank the member for rising his point of order, and I'll come back to the House in due course. The honourable government House leader is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to inform the House that proper notice was in fact given last night. There was a point of clarification, so if the member checks the Hansard and reads just a little bit further on, as a member who is here till midnight, I can assure you clarification was indeed given. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honourable government House leader. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this is not a novel point of order. It relates to Standing Order 16 and 18, but particularly to Standing Order 16. Related to interrupting members when they speak. In this case, particularly the Prime Minister. I can assure other members that I feel like screaming a good deal of the time that I listen to the Prime Minister, but I don't, because it violates the rules of this place. When I cannot hear the Prime Minister deliver a response, I never recall from this seat having trouble hearing Stephen Harper. I don't think he spoke louder than the current Prime Minister, but the noise from this quarter of Conservatives is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. It violates our rules.
Order. Clearly, I encourage members to listen and not to interrupt when someone else has the floor, and I'd appreciate, particularly when the chair is speaking, I'd appreciate that also. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Services arising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent for the following motion. That the House, 1, wish for the success of the G7 meeting in Charlevoix. 2, defend the right to protest, but call out any possible acts of violence. 3, congratulate police forces who will be deployed this week in order to ensure the safety of citizens and visitors. And 4, support the application of the same guidelines for compensating residents and business owners in the region of Charlevoix and Quebec City as those that were applied by the Harper government in Hudsville in 2010. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent? No, there's no unanimous consent.
Alors.
Order.
Alors. Je demande à l'honorable député.
I would ask the honourable member for Louis Sénéral and another member to not to interrupt and to please stop talking. Order.
I would ask the member for Coast Bays, Central Notre Dame as well, of course. Order. The honourable member for Caribou Prince George is rising on a point of order. We can't have unlimited numbers of points of order, by the way. Please go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, in a moment I'll be asking for unanimous consent. Mr. Speaker, there has been a considerable amount of misinformation on that side of the House in regard to the minister's decision to award the lucrative surf clam contract to his colleague's brother and those with close family ties to the Liberal Party of Canada. The minister, and along with the Prime Minister, have repeatedly said this was about reconciliation, and they have indeed misrepresented the previous government's commitment to the Indigenous participation with this fishery. Yesterday at committee, the minister's most senior staff acknowledged that the previous government, their commitment to the Aboriginal participation in this fishery, in order to clear up the government's inaccurate misrepresentation once and for all, I would like to seek unanimous consent to table this Government of Canada 2015 news release, which states, with this increase in the TAC, the Integrated Fisheries Management Plan, provision for new entrants has been triggered, and as such, Fisheries and Oceans Canada is commencing a process to introduce a new entrant or entrants into the fishery. This process includes consultation with current license holder, industry, and First Nations, and will conclude in coming weeks.
Does the honourable member for Caribou Prince George have the unanimous consent of the House to table the document? No, there is no consent. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my privilege to stand today in this House and express my concerns in regards to comments made by our Honourable Prime Minister during answering of his questions in regards to the carbon tax, indicating to this House that he works with all the provinces and that the provinces were working towards this with him. Clearly, the province of Saskatchewan, we all know, is not in agreement on
I thank the honourable member for Yorkton Melville for her additional comments. We try to avoid the continuation of question period after that time has expired. I see the honourable member for Caribou Prince George. Is this on a different point of order? The honourable member for Caribou Prince George.
Mr. Speaker, in a moment I will once again be seeking unanimous support. Unfortunately, it seems this government continues to suppress the facts in the surf clam case. I would like, Mr. Speaker, I would like to seek unanimous consent to table the federal court documents pertaining to the current case against the government in regards to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans awarding of a lucrative surf clam contract to his colleague's brother and his wife's cousin. These documents...
Okay. I think we get the picture. It's a unanimous consent to table a document. We get that. Does the honourable member for Caribou, Prince George, have the unanimous consent of the House? There is no consent. The honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman. Is this on a different point of order?
Different point of order, Mr. Speaker. Today, during question period, I refer to the defence spending shortfall by the government, and this information comes from the document Strong, Secure, Engaged so far by David Perry of the Canadian Global Affairs Institute. And in this, I'm going to ask for consent to actually table this. And the document states that the capital allocations to date are falling well short of the projections contained in SSE. The department's capital allocation for 2017-2018 as a supplementary estimate C for 2018 was $4 billion, the green dot in figure 6. This final year-end allocation represents the maximum the Department of National Defence can spend on capital in 2017-2018. This is well short of the $6.3 billion in capital spending projected in 2017-2018 in Strong, Secure, and Engaged. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to table this report so that Canadians can get all the information they need, as well as from the government about their own shortfalls.
Does the honourable member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman have the unanimous consent of the House to table this document? There appears to be no consent. I see the Honourable Opposition House Leader rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to seek unanimous consent to table some important documents that I believe that the House needs to see so that we can then have everybody have a fulsome discussion. We asked the Prime Minister 4 times today. We've actually been asking for weeks about the price and the cost of the carbon tax. And Mr. Speaker, we have documents here that my honourable colleague, the member from Carleton, has worked very hard to get, which revealed to Canadians, which would reveal the cost of the carbon tax. Unfortunately, they have been redacted, but I think it would be important that I table those documents today, because this is something that has been in dispute. We're getting ready to rise very soon for the summer. Canadians need to know how much the carbon tax is going to cost. Could I have unanimous consent, Mr. Speaker, to table these documents?
The Honourable Opposition House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to table this document. I'm not seeing any interest in unanimous consent there. The
Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable on another point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker. During question period, I asked a question to the Prime Minister about food labelling, and I asked the Prime Minister if he thought it was dangerous to eat yogurt, cheese and fruit juice, and just judging by the Prime Minister's face, it's clear that he didn't have the right answer sheet. So I would like to ask for unanimous consent to table this brief from Quebec farmers about labeling that would stigmatize dairy products. So I ask for unanimous consent of the House to well inform the Prime Minister about the impact on dairy producers of the mandatory labeling requirements. Does the Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable have the unanimous consent of the House to table this document? There is no unanimous consent. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Another point of order? Yes, a point of order, Mr. Speaker. In question period, I talked about historic investments. I was not referring to a historic event with Apollo 13. I was talking about the financial records of Kinder Morgan. And as all Canadians know, they've just been paid $4.5 billion in taxpayer money to purchase the pipeline, the Trans Mountain Pipeline. And in this document, on page 134, it says in black and white that the assessment of the value of that asset was $2.5 billion, and the federal government paid $4.5 billion. So I'd like to ask for unanimous consent of the House, so that Canadians are well aware of the facts, to table this document. Does the Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent have the unanimous consent of the House to table this document? There is no consent.
At this point, we're getting successive points of order on similar requests. I think it's apparent that these documents are. It's not in favor of the House to receive these documents. I do see the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan, on a point of order. We'll hear him now, but I will say we do need to get on to the business of the House. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a moment, I will not seek to table documents. I have a point of order on a totally unrelated standing order that I think is very well grounded. And members who are asking me to sit down should listen, especially members of PROC who know the rules. My good colleague from Red Deer Lacombe gave an important point of order, and in response to it, the government House Leader said something to the effect of, as a member who was here until midnight last night, it is an important convention in this House not to refer to the presence or absence of members during the debate. I don't know if she was referring to herself or to my good friend here from Red Deer Lacombe, but especially during late sittings, it is a grievous violation of the rules of procedure for members to make insinuations about who was or was not here late into the night, and I think the government House Leader should be called to order.
I thank the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Port Saskatchewan, for raising the issue. Of course, this does happen in the course of debate. Members from time to time will make reference to either the absence or presence of members. He's right indeed, that's not acceptable. However, I did note that the honourable government House Leader, I think, was referring to herself in that case, and we do certainly recognize that members can do that as it relates to their own presence in the chamber. So. Okay, it being 3:34 p.m., pursuant to an order made on Tuesday, May 29th, 2018, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-391 under private members' business. Call in the members. Order. Order, just to be clear, the 15-minute bells have now commenced. The individual whip signaling the start of the vote can occur, but only at the end of the 15 minutes. So the 15-minute bells are on. The vote will commence at that time. Juste avant le vote, conformément à l'article.
Pursuant to standing order, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division. The Honourable Member of Chilliwack Hope and the Honourable Member for Sherwood Park on Internal Affairs.
Mr. Casey, Cumberland Colchester, seconded by Mr. Boissonneau, moved that Bill C-391, an act respecting a national strategy for the repatriation of Aboriginal cultural property, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Heritage. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Casey, Cumberland Colchester. Mr. Casey, Cumberland Colchester.
Right.
Mr. Yakino. Mr. Yakino. Mrs. Jordan. Mrs. Jordan. Mr. Johari. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Ms. Khalid. Madame Lapointe. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Maloney. Monsieur Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matipédia. Mr. Massé, Avignon, La Métis, Matin, Matipédia. Mr. May, Cambridge. Mr. May, Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nassif. Madame Nassif. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Oliver. Monsieur Wallet. Mr. Wallet. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Peterson. Monsieur Picard. Monsieur Picard. Monsieur Robillard. Monsieur Robillard. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Rumi. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Saini. Monsieur Sanson. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sarai. Mr. Sarai. Mrs. Schultz. Mr. Schultz. Monsieur Sede. Monsieur Sede. Madame Shanahan. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Cedar Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon. Mr. Cedar Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon. Cedar Brampton South. Mr. Cedar Brampton South. Mr. Secan. Mr. Secan. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Spengeman.
Quatrième rangée en faveur.
Second row at my right.
Oh, yeah. Monsieur Ayoub. Monsieur Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Mr. Badaway. Monsieur Bayless. Mr. Bayless. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Breton. Mr. Breton. Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen. Ms. DeBruzen. Ms. DeBruzen. Ms. DeMoth. Ms. DeMoth. Ms. Dillon. Ms. Dillon. Mr. Diorio. Mr. Diorio. Mr. Biddle. Mr. Biddle. Ms. Tassi. Ms. Tassi. Mr. Drouin. Mr. Drouin. Ms. Zarowitz. Ms. Zarowitz. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Assassi. Mr. Edcouri. Mr. Edcouri. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Elfson. Mr. Elfson. Monsieur Finnegan. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascados. Mr. Fragascados. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fuhrer. Mr. Fuhrer. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Ms. Hutchings.
Third row at my right in
Mr.
favor.
Mr. Sims. Mr. Sims. Ms. Bertanzi. Ms. Bertanzi. Mr. Varani. Mr. Varani. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Algabra. Mr. DeCourcy. Mr. DeCourcy. Mr. Beach. Mr. Beach. Ms. Rudd. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs. Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est Île des Sœurs. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Poisson. Mr. Poisson. Mrs. Lockhart. Mrs. Lockhart. Ms. Young. Ms. Young. Mr. Jesneski. Mr. Jesneski. Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Pescasolido. Mr. Pescasolido. Madame Mendez. Madame Mendez. Monsieur Dubourg. Mr. Dubourg. Mr. Aldag. Mr. Aldag. Ms. Alislev. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Amos. Mr. Amos.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row to my right in favor.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Galno.
Mr. Galno.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
My right in favor.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Que tout ce qui à ma gauche.
All those to my left in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloyd Minster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloyd Minster.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barceau de Duval.
Monsieur Barceau de Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ranger, en faveur.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Miss Malcolmson.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Row at my left, in favor.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Monsieur Libois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Second row at my left, in favor.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Delta.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Strong.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyip.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladu.
Ms. Ladou.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Benny North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Madame Lavardière.
Madame Lavardière.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
J'ai à ma gauche, en faveur.
First row to my left in favor.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, and Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Munkar.
Mr. Mulcair.
Monsieur Caron.
Mr. Carroll.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right. Troisième rangée à ma...
Third row to my right. Second row to my right.
Opposed. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my left. Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row at my left.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row at my left.
First row at my left. Opposed. Just
Yeas pour 279, 279. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. The Honourable Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Heritage. I see the Honourable Member for the Honourable Opposition Whip on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I regret that I was not in the chamber while you were reading the start of the motion, and I still voted. I know that's not in order. I'd ask for unanimous consent of the House to have my vote count in support of this bill.
Is there unanimous consent of the House to record the vote of the Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope in favour? Yes? Yes? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Member for Langley on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, I actually was in the lobby and heard the motion being read by yourself. I was actually with the government whip, and my apologies to the House for missing it. I did vote. I did hear the reading of it, and I believe it was counted, so I will again also ask for unanimous consent that my vote stands. Is that agreed? No, I hear a no. No, there is no consent. Order. Order. It's okay. Okay. Pursuant to an order made on Tuesday, May 29, 2018, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-395 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Poilievre, seconded by Mr. Shipley, moved that Bill C-395, an act to amend the Federal Provincial Fiscal Arrangements Act, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. All those at my left in favour of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Poilievre.
Cinquième rangée à ma gauche.
Fifth row at my left.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Fourth row at my left in favor.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Janis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madam Hughes.
Third row at my left in favor.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwell.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame.
Second row at my left in favor.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Monsieur Detel.
Mr. Detel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abuteyev.
Mr. Abuteyev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Boutin Sweet.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Madame Lavaldière.
Madame Lavaldière.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mr. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Et tous ceux qui, à ma droite,
All those on my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long. Mr. Long.
third row at my right in favor.
Mr. Aria. Mr. Diodio.
Mr. Diodio.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Erskine Smith.
Third row at my right in favor. Deuxième rangée à ma droite en faveur. First row at my right in favor. All those at my left who oppose the motion, please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Mr. Plamondon.
Return to Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Mr. Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Mr. Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Mr. Fortin.
Monsieur Boudria.
Mr. Boudria.
Monsieur Marcel.
Mr. Marcel.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Mr. Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Beaulieu.
My left opposed.
Madame Portier.
Madame Portier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Third row at my left opposed.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Whalen.
Mr. Whalen.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row at my left, opposed.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
First row at my left opposed. All those at my right who are opposed to the motion, please rise. Fifth row.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé Avignon Limitis Matin Matspédia.
Mr. Massé Avignon Limitis Matin Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Park
Mr.
Coquitlam.
McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. City.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Massacre Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Sp
Monsieur,
Fourth row at my right.
Monsieur
Opposed.
Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Edpudi.
Mr. Elcouri.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Elson.
Monsieur Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Third row at my right.
Mr.
Opposed.
Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et l'Essor.
Mr. Miller-Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et l'Essor.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Alaslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row, my right.
Mr. Nault.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin de la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanoff.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
At my right.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. Hare.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame de Boutillier.
Madame Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
See the honourable members for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex, and Chatham, Kent, Leamington. Just one at a time.
One at a time. Well, Mr. Speaker, the burden of the office, the long hours, and it caused momentarily a lapse of judgment. And my vote should have been, in my age, I guess, my vote should read to support this.
The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Mr. Speaker, I remember a little while ago seeing a colleague or a friend of mine on the other side vote twice. Thought I would try it. It's wrong. So I do want to. My vote is yes.
Bravo.
Yeas pour 116, 116. Nays contre 167, 167.
I declare the motion defeated. Conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Pursuant to an order made on Tuesday, May 29th, 2018, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C. 396 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Bernier, seconded by Mr. Kmitch, moved that Bill C-396, an act to amend the Department of Industry Act, Financial Assistance, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Industry, Science, and Technology. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Bernier.
Fifth row on my left.
Stormont Dundao, South Glengarry.
Stormont Dundao, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Diat.
Ms. Leach.
Ms. Leach.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
At my left, in favor.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Troisième rangée à ma gauche.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warawa.
Mr. Morwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Second row at my left, in favor.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Bertud.
Monsieur Berton.
Monsieur Deadted.
Mr. Delta.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyip.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Suite.
Madame Boutin
Ms.
Suite.
Blaney North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Madame Laverdiere.
Madame Laverdiere.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
First row at my left, in favor.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mrs. McLeod, Camus, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Cameron, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Carroll.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Borso.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Que tout ce qui est à ma droite, qui est
All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
fourth row, in favor. Troisième rangée.
Third row in favor.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row in favor. First row in favor.
All those at my left who oppose the motion, please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Rhoda.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Fourth row at my left,
opposed.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Third row at my left.
Ms. Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Premier rangée.
First row at my left.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Matis, Matin, Matipédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Le Bétis, Matin, Matipédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinney, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hoda.
Mr. Hoda.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Sede.
Mr. Sede.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsui Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission, Mascui, Fraser Canyon.
Sidhu Brampton South.
Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Spangaman.
Mr. Spangaman.
Rangée à ma droite s'oppose.
Monsieur
Fourth row opposed.
Yeah.
Mr. Aria.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeBruzen.
Ms. DeMont.
Ms. DeMont.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Ms. Zarowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Edkudi.
Mr. Elkoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Elfson.
Mr. Elson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Hutchings.
Third row at my right opposed.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Vertanzi.
Mr. Vertanzi.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-ouest île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le sud-est île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoda.
Mr. Lamoda.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon, Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. McCrimmon.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alaslev.
Alaslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Second row at my right opposed.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Lozon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lozon, Argentin, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Galno.
Mr. Galno.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Calmier.
Mr. Comey.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Rangée à ma droite.
First row on my right opposed.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Paltrow.
Ms. Paltrow.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland
Ms.
Colchester.
Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Okay.
Yeas pour 119, 119. Nays contre 159, 159.
Je déclare la motion rejetée.
I declare the motion defeated.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the amendment by Mr. Lamoureux to motion M154 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Ms. Ludwig, seconded by Mr. Whalen, moved that the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans be instructed to undertake a study on the situation of endangered whales and be mandated to
de déterminer les mesures.
1. Identify steps that could be taken to better protect and help the recovery of right. May I dispense? Help the recovery of right, beluga, and killer whales.
Les pollards. 2. Identify immediate and longer-term improvements limiting the impact of human activities on each of these species and, by so doing, add to recovery efforts and to recommendations for new or enhanced actions. 3. Call expert witnesses on each of the species, hearing from those who might be impacted by any possible actions and working to find a balance among various competing claims, and that the committee present its final report to the House within 4 months of the adoption of this motion. And
now, an amendment. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. MacDonald. Avalon moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by A. Replacing the words to better protect and help the recovery of right, beluga, and killer whales with the words to continue the efforts to protect and help the recovery of NARW, beluga, and southern resident killer whales.
Call expert witnesses on each of the species, hearing from those who might be impacted by any possible actions, and working with the words call on expert witnesses on each of the species and those who might be impacted by any possible actions to work.
And C, replacing the words within 4 months of the adoption of this motion with the words by the end of the 2018 calendar year. All those at my right in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Yakino. Mrs. Jordan. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Massey Avignon Lamatis Matin Matipédia. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Park Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nassif. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Ouellette. Mr. Peterson. Monsieur Picard. Monsieur Robillard. Mr. Rumi. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sarai. Mrs. Schultz. Mr. Sede. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsku Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar Mission Matsku Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Row at my right.
Monsieur Arsenault. Mr. Aria. Monsieur Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Monsieur Bayless. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Breton. Mr. Chen. Ms. DeBruzen. Ms. DeMoff. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Diorio. Mr. Biddle. Ms. Tassi. Mr. Drouin. Ms. Zarowitz. Mr. Sassi. Mr. Ed Coody. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Elfson. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascatos. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Graham. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings.
Third row on my right in favor.
Mr. Varani. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Algabra. Mr. DeCourcy. Mr. Beach. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Miller Ville-Marie le Sud-Ouest et des Sarres. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mr. Vaughn. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Poisson. Mrs. Lockhart. Ms. Young. Mr. Jesneski. Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Pescasolido. Madame Mendez. Monsieur Dubourg. Mr. Aldag. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Amos.
Second row at my right.
Alt. Monsieur Lauzon, Argentel de la Petite Nation. Mrs. Romanado. Monsieur Rioux. Mr. Blair. Mr. Holland. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Leslie. Ms. Gould. Mr. Carr. Ms. Monsef. Monsieur Rodriguez. Mr. Sohi. Monsieur Garneau. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Monsieur Duclos. Ms. Murray. Ms. Cara. Mrs. Cesar Chavan. Monsieur Cormier. Mr. Wilkinson. Monsieur Lemaitre. Mr. Kusner. Ms. Jones. Mr. Rusnak. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Paradis. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpalegia.
Premier rangé à ma droite.
First row at my right in favor.
O'Regan. Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Mr. Goodale. Madame Joly. Monsieur Champagne. Ms. Chager. Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Bryson. Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Madame Le Boutillier. Mr. Hussain. Ms. McKenna. Mrs. Philpott. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester. Ms. Fry. Mr. McKay.
All those at my left in favor of the amendment will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Rhoda. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yip. Mr. Tutu. Mr. Lozon Stormatunda South Glengarry. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Aglinski. Mr. Yerdega. Mr. Diat. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Shields. Mr. Vierson. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Mr. Benson. Mrs. Kuzi. Mr. Lloyd. Mrs. Falk Battleford's Lloydminster. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Saint-Marie. Monsieur Thériault. Madame Posé. Monsieur Fortin. Mr. Weir. Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Quatrième rangé à ma gauche.
Fourth row at my left in favor.
Madame Lambropoulos. Ms. Ing. Monsieur Hébert. Mr. Trost. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Falk Provencher. Monsieur Généreux. Monsieur Gould. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Macaulay Evington. West. Mr. Lake. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Clark. Mr. Godin. Ms. Benson. Mr. Duval. Mr. Stetsky. Mr. Canning. Mr. Johns. Mr. McGregor. Ms. Malcolmson. Madame Sanssouci. Ms. Hardcastle. Madame Hughes.
Third row at my left in favor.
Ms. Vandenveld. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Warwa. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Reed. Mr. Carey. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Brassard. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Genera. Mr. Anderson. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Soroya. Monsieur Aubin. Monsieur Nantel. Monsieur Dubé. Ms. Jolibois. Madame Quash. Mr. Blakey. Monsieur Choquette. Madame Moore.
Deuxième rangé à ma gauche.
Second row at my left in favor.
Monsieur Vandal. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Doherty. Monsieur Paulus. Mr. Barlow. Monsieur Bertod. Monsieur Deltel. Mr. Chong. Mr. Richards. Mr. Workington. Mr. Strahl. Mrs. Stubbs. Ms. Harder. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Abu Tayyaf. Mr. Kelly. Ms. Gladu. Mr. Garrison. Madame Boutin Suite. Ms. Blaney North Island Powell River. Mr. Rankin. Monsieur Bouleris. Madame Laverdière. Mr. Donnelly.
First row at my left in favor.
Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Finley. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Kent. Ms. Bergen. Mr. Scheer. Monsieur Poliev. Mr. Fast. Monsieur Bernier. Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou. Mrs. Block. Mr. Clement. Mr. Van Loan. Monsieur Caron. Madame Brosseau. Mr. Cullen.
Que tout ce qui est à ma droite qui se...
All those at my right opposed to the motion, to the amendment, will please rise.
Fourth row, opposed. Troisième rangée qui se...
Third row, opposed.
Second row, opposed. First row, opposed. All those at my left who oppose the motion, amendment rather, please rise. Fifth row.
Okay.
Fourth row.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Quatrième rangée qui se...
Fourth row, opposed.
Third row, opposed. Second row, opposed. First row, opposed.
Yeas pour 273, 273. Nays contre 5, 5.
I declare the amendment carried. The next question is therefore on the main motion as amended. And the question is as follows. Ms. Ludwig, seconded by Mr. Whalen, moved, shall I dispense? That the Standing Committee on Fisheries and Oceans be instructed to undertake a study on the situation of endangered whales and be mandated to
1. Identify steps that could be taken to continue the efforts to protect and help the recovery of the North Atlantic right whale, beluga, and southern resident killer whales. 2. Identify immediate and longer-term improvements limiting the impact of human activities on each of these species, and by so doing, add to recovery efforts and to recommendations for new or enhanced actions.
Action nouvelle ou améliorée. 3. Call on expert witnesses on each of the species and those who might be impacted by any possible actions to work to find a balance among various competing claims, and that the committee present its final report to the House by the end of the 2018 calendar year. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion as amended? Yes? All those in favor of the motion as amended will please say yay. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Yay! In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those at my right in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Yakinos. Mr. Jordan. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Massey-Avignon, la Métis Matin Matipédia. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nassif. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Ouellet. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Picard. Mr. Robillard. Mr. Rumi. Ms. Sahota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sarai. Mrs. Schultz. Mr. City. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu Mission Matsqui Fraser Canyon. Sidhu Brampton South. Mr. Seacon. Mr. Spengeman.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row to my right, in favor.
Monsieur Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Monsieur Bayless. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Breton. Mr. Chen. Mr. Brusen. Mr. Moff. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Diorio. Mr. Biddle. Ms. Tassi. Monsieur Drouin. Ms. Zarowitz. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur Edkoudi. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Elfson. Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Ferguson.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West
Mr.
Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central
Mr.
Nova.
Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Third row at my right, in favor.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Ms. Ratanzi.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Miller-Ville-Marie le Sud-Ouest des Sarres.
Mr. Melville-Marie le Sud-Est île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinney-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Jesneski.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Alaslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Second row at my right, in favor.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Monsieur Lozon Argentel, la Petite Nation.
Mr. Lozon Argentel, la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanano.
Mrs. Romanano.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Galno.
Mr. Galno.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mrs. Caesar Chavan.
Mr. Colmier.
Mr. Colmier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Demetti.
Mr. Demetti.
Mr. Kuzner.
Mr. Kuzner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Perezzi.
Mr. Perezzi.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Premier rangé à ma droite.
First row to my right, in favor.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Que tous à ma gauche,
All those to my left in favor of the motion as amended will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Monsieur Lozon Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lozon Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Aglinski.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Yerdega.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Diat.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Wall.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Marcel.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr.
Ms.
Weir.
May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
deuxième rangé à ma gauche.
Portier.
Fourth row to my left, in favor.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Miss Malcolmson.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Troisième rangé à ma gauche.
Third row to my left.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwell.
Mr. Sopuck.
Mr. Sopa.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genera.
Mr. Jenner.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Monsieur Aubin.
Mr. Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Mr. Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Choquette.
Mr. Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Second row at my left, in favor.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Police.
Mr. Police.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Bertod.
Mr. Bertod.
Mr. Deadted.
Mr. Deadted.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Abouteyev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin Sweet.
Madame Boutin
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Bouleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Premier rangé à ma gauche.
First row to my left in favor.
Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Monsieur Poliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod Kamloops Thompson Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Rousseau.
Madame Rousseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
All those at my right who are opposed to the motion as amended, please rise. Fifth row. Fourth row at my right, opposed. Third row at my right. Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Second row at my right.
Premier rang.
First row at my right.
Que tout ce qui
All those at my left opposed to the motion as amended will please rise. Fifth row.
Fourth row at my left, opposed. Third row at my left. Second row. First row.
Yeas pour 278, 278. Nays contre 0, aucun.
I declare the motion as amended carried. See the order. 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 See the honourable member for Richmond Centre rising on a point of order.
Mr. President, I love Wales, and I don't know whether my count was in as supporting it. So could you check, please?
She loves Wales.
We're good. Okay. All right. Order. Pursuant to an order made on Tuesday, May 29, 2018, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion at second reading stage of Bill C-394 under private members' business. The question is as follows. Mr. Scheer, seconded by Mrs. Vecchio, moved that Bill C-394, an act to amend the Income Tax Act, Parenting Tax Credit, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lauzon, Stormont-Dundas, South
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Yurdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Saint-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcel.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Marcel Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row to my left in favor.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Fourth row at my left. We just do that one. Third row at my left. Pardon me.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Wagentall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row to my left in favor.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barrow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Aboutaif.
Mr. Aboutaif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Et rangée à ma gauche. En faveur.
In favor. First row to my left.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fass.
Mr. Fass.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Que tout ce qui est à ma droite.
All those to my right in favor of the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Fourth row at my right. In favor. Third row at my right. Second row at my right. Premier rangée à ma...
First row to my right.
All those at my left who oppose the motion, please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Fourth row at my left.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame
Ms.
Lambropoulos.
Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Troisième rangée.
Third row to my left.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquet.
Mr. Choquet.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Second row on my left.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
First row at my left. Opposed.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Monsieur Yakino.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Limitis, Matan, Matapedia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Limitis, Matan, Matapedia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest
Mr.
Territories.
Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Schultz.
Monsieur Serri.
Mr. Serri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Cedar, Mission, Mascui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row to my right.
Mr. Area. Monsieur Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Monsieur Bayless. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Breton. Mr. Chen. Mr. Brusen. Ms. DeMoff. Ms. Dillon. Mr. Dirio. Mr. Biddle. Ms. Tassi. Mr. Drouin. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Asasi. Mr. El Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Ailfson. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascados. Mr. Fraser West Nova. Mr. Fraser Central Nova. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Graham. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings.
Third row at my right.
Mr. Sims. Mr. Tansey. Mr. Varani. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Corsi. Mr. Beach. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Dogood. Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs. Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Poisson. Mrs. Lockhart. Ms. Young. Mr. Wisniewski. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Pescasolido. Madame Mendez. Mr. Dubourg. Mr. Aldag. Ms. Alislav. Mr. Amos.
Deuxième rangée à ma droite.
Mr. Nault.
Second row at my right.
Mrs. Romanado. Monsieur Rioux. Mr. Blair. Mr. Holland. Mr. Casey Charlottetown. Mr. Leslie. Ms. Gould. Mr. Carr. Ms. Monsef. Monsieur Rodriguez. Mr. Sohi. Monsieur Garneau. Ms. Duncan and Topeka North. Monsieur Duclos. Ms. Murray. Ms. Kara. Mrs. Cesar Chavan. Mr. Cormier. Mr. Wilkinson. Mr. Nemetti. Mr. Cusner. Ms. Jones. Mr. Rusnak. Mr. Iking. Mr. Bagnall. Mr. Paradis. Mr. McGinty. Mr. Scarpalagia.
First row at my right. Opposed.
Mr. O'Regan. Ms. Petitpot-Taylor. Mr. Goodale. Madame Joly. Monsieur Champagne. Ms. Chager. Ms. Qualtrough. Mr. Bryson. Ms. Wilson-Raybould. Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan. Madame Le Boutillier. Mr. Hussein. Ms. McKenna. Mrs. Philpott. Ms. Mahaichuk. Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester. Ms. Fry. Mr. McKay.
Yeas pour, 91, 91. Nays contre, 188, 188.
I declare the motion defeated.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté.
Pursuant to an order made on Tuesday, May 29th, 2018, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in Bill S-228 at report stage under private members' business.
La question est
The question is as follows.
seconded by Mr. MacDonald, moved that Bill S-228, an act to amend the Food and Drug Act prohibiting food and beverage marketing directed at children, as amended by be concurred in at report stage. All those at my right in favor of the motion, please rise.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matan, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matan, Matapédia.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serhi.
Mr. Serhi.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Badaway.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Bossio.
Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Moff.
Mr. Moff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Diorio.
Mr. Diorio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Sorry, back to Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Then Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sables.
Mr. Miller Ville-Marie, le Sud-Est et des
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Zinevsky.
Mr. Pascalito.
Mr. Pascalito.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Alaslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Second row.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentin, la petite nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin, la petite nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan at Topco North.
Ms. Duncan at Coburg North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Mrs. Cesar Chavan.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Demetti.
Mr. Demetti.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Ms. Jones.
Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Three.
First row.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Pettipat Taylor.
Ms. Pettipat Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Jolie.
Madame Jolie.
Mr. Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Those at my left in favor of the motion, please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May, Sandwich
May.
Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf
Quatrième
Islands.
rangée.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Troisième rang.
Third row.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Vandal.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Madame Boutin-Suite.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Rankin.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Première rangée.
First row.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Mulcair.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Que tous ceux...
All those on my right opposed to the motion will please rise.
Cinquième rangée.
Fifth row.
Quatrième rangée.
Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row.
Que tous ceux...
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. Fifth row.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Van Kesteren.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloyd Minster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lord Minster.
À ma gauche.
Fourth row at my left.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Commitch.
Mr. Commitch.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay, Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Mackenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. General.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Wagentall.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Second row at my left.
Mr.
Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abou Taïf.
Mr. Abou Taïf.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gledoux.
Ms. Gledoux.
Première rangée à ma gauche.
First row at my left.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mr. Bernier.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Yeas pour 197, 197. Nays contre 78, 78.
I declare the motion carried. When shall this bill be read a third time? At the next sitting of the House. Agreed. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga is rising on a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker. I think I'm correct in saying that members don't have the right to speak on the telephone while they are in the House. And I think there were certain people on the other side who were doing that. So I might just ask you to remind them. Order. Order. I thank the Honourable Member for Hochelaga for having raised this point. She is correct. Members must not use cell phones for calls in the House. So I would insist that members refrain from doing so.
No hands-free either. Pursuant to order made Tuesday, May 29, 2018, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the sub-amendment of Mr. Berthold on the amendment to the motion at third reading of Bill C-74. The question is as follows. Thank you. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Gould, moved that Bill C-74, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures be now read a third time and do pass. Mr. Lake, seconded by Mr. Berthold, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill C-74, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget, tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and shall I dispense? And other measures be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Finance for the purpose of reconsidering Clause 186 with the view to requiring the government to reveal how much the carbon tax will cost. Mr. Berthold, seconded by Mr. Falk. Provencher moved the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by adding the following, and that the committee report back to the House no later than Friday, June 15, 2018. All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Monsieur Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Deltel.
Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Aboutayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Grey and Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Generou.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Mrs. Lausanne, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Lausanne, Stormont-Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Iglinski.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
All those opposed to the sub-amendment will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms.
Mr.
Wilson-Raybould.
Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Monsieur Lausanne, Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Ms. Duncan and Etobicoke North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest, Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alaslev.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Monsieur Breton.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. DeMoss.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Monsieur Dirio.
Monsieur Dirio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Monsieur Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Khoury.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakino.
Mr. Yakino.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Limited, Smithon, Metapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Mrs. Metal, Metapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Serri.
Mr. Serri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Cedar, Mr. Matsky, Fisher Canyon.
Cedar Mission, Maskey, Fisher Canyon.
Cedar Brampton South.
Cedar Brampton
Mr.
South.
Seacan.
Mr. Seacan.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Sans Souci.
Madame Sans Souci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Martial.
Monsieur Martial.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Order. The honourable member for Provencher is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, when you read the motion of the sub-amendment that we're voting on now, I noticed that you accurately said that I was the seconder to that motion. It wasn't followed by my constituency name, and there being another Falk in the chambers, I wouldn't want some historian to be confused if ever they were to search the records and someone may have made an error between Ms. or Mr.
Thank you, member. I think I did read it, but I thank him for his clarification. There's no doubt at all now, for sure.
Yeas pour 80, 80, nays contre 200, 200.
I declare the supplement defeated. La prochaine mise au voix porte sur l'amendement. La question est la suivante. Sur mon nom, appuyé par Mme Gould, propose que le projet de loi C-74 doit...
An act to amend, to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27th, 2018, and other measures, be now read a third time and do pass. Mr. Lake, seconded by Mr. Berthold, moved the following amendment: that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. Bill C-74, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27th, 2018, and other measures, be not now read a third time, but be referred back to the Standing Committee on Finance for the purpose of reconsidering Clause 186, with the view to requiring the government to reveal how much the carbon tax will cost. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it.
Que tous ceux qui appuient l'amendement.
All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr.
Monsieur
Kent.
Reyes.
Monsieur Reyes.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Monsieur Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Monsieur Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Monsieur Deltel.
Deltel.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Abutayev.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray, Owen Sound.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Broussard.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Generu.
Mr. Generu.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Soroya.
Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Kmitch.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont South Glengarry.
Monsieur Lauzon, Stormont South Glengarry.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Urdega.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Diot.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Benzin.
Mr. Benzin.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk Battleford Lloydminster.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à l'amendement.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Mr. Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Casey Cumberland Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan and Tobago North.
Ms. Duncan and Tobago North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lemaitre.
Monsieur Lemaitre.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Scarpelagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Tansey.
Mr. Brani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Corsi.
Mr. Corsi.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Monsieur Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Monsieur Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alaslev.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Amos. Oh, Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Then
Mr. Aldag. Then Ms.
Alaslev. Then Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Ma.
Mr. Ma.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Dirio.
Mr. Dirio.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Fuhrer.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe. Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Limitis, Matane, Matapédia.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, Limitis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr.
Oliver. Monsieur Ouellet.
Monsieur Ouellet.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Serri.
Mr. Serri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Masque, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbel.
Ms. Vandenbel.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Caron.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Monsieur Mulcair.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame
Ms.
Boutin-Sweet.
Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saniscoff Island.
Mr. Tutu.
Mr. Tutu.
Mississauga Lakeshore is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Chair, I may have been mistakenly counted as the member for Vaughan Woodbridge. I wonder if you could just verify the record.
I can remember that has been checked, and I thank him for raising it. Sonia Lampton is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I was a bit slow getting on my feet. I just wanted to verify that my vote is counting yes.
Yeas pour 79, 79, nays contre 200, 200.
I declare the amendment defeated.
Next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Mr. Morneau, seconded by Ms. Gould, moved that Bill C-74, an act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on February 27, 2018, and other measures be now read a third time and do pass. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Jager.
Ms. Jager.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argenteuil, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey, Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsa.
Ms. Monsa.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Monsieur Garneau.
Ms. Duncan at Tobico North.
Ms. Duncan and Tobico North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier. Cormier. Mr. Wilkinson. Monsieur Lametti. Mr. Cuzner. Ms. Jones. Mr. Rusnak. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Bagnall. Monsieur Paradis. Mr. McGuinty. Mr. Scarpellegia. Mr. Sims. Mr. Tansey. Mr. Varani. Ms. Goldsmith-Jones. Mr. Fillmore. Mr. Algabra. Mr. Corsi. Mr. Beach. Ms. Rudd. Mr. Duguid. Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et l'Essor.
Miller, le Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et l'Essor.
Mr. Lamoureux. Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau. Mrs. McCrimmon. Mr. Vaughan. Mr. Mendocino. Mr. Poisson. Mrs. Lockhart. Ms. Young. Mr. Jesnevsky. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Pesquisolito. Madame Mendez. Mr. Dubourg. Mr. Aldag. Ms. Alislev. Mr. Amos. Monsieur Arsenault. Mr. Area. Monsieur Ayoub. Mr. Badaway. Monsieur Baylis. Mr. Bossio. Mr. Bertina. Mr. Breton. Mr. Chen. Mr. Bruson. Mr. Moff. Ms. Dillon. Monsieur Diorio. Mr. Biddle. Ms. Tassi. Mr. Drouin. Ms. Zerowitz. Mr. Assassi. Monsieur El Khoury. Mr. Ellis. Mr. Erskine Smith. Mr. Ailson. Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Fisher. Mr. Fonseca. Mr. Fragascato. Mr. Fraser, West Nova. Mr. Fraser, Central Nova. Mr. Fuhr. Mr. Gerritsen. Mr. Graham. Mr. Hardy. Mr. Harvey. Mr. Housefather. Ms. Hutchings. Mr. Iacono. Mrs. Jordan. Mr. Johari. Ms. Khalid. Madame Lapointe. Mr. Lefebvre. Mr. Levitt. Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Ms. Ludwig. Mr. Maloney. Mr. Massé, Avignon, la Métis Matin, Matapédia. Mr. May Cambridge. Mr. McDonald. Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam. Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories. Mr. Morrissey. Madame Nassif. Mr. Oliver. Mr. Willett. Mr. Peterson. Mr. Picard. Mr. Rabillard. Mr. Rumi. Mr. Hota. Mr. Saini. Mr. Sanson. Mr. Sanga. Mr. Sarai. Mrs. Schultz. Mr. Sehe. Madame Shanahan. Mr. Sheehan. Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon. Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South. Mr. Secan. Mr. Spengeman. Mr. Tan. Mr. Vandal. Ms. Vandenbeld. Madame Fortier. Madame Lambropoulos. Ms. Ing. Mr. Hébert. Mr. Hogue. Mr. Rogers. Ms. Yip. Mr. Tutu.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen. Mr. Nicholson. Ms. Finley. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Kent. Mr. Reyes. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Fast. Mr. Bernier. Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. Mrs. Bloch. Mr. Clement. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Nuttall. Mr. Doherty. Mr. Paulus. Mr. Barlow. Mr. Berthold. Mr. Deltel. Mr. Chong. Mr. Richards. Mr. Workington. Mr. Strahl. Mrs. Stubbs. Ms. Harder. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Abultayev. Mr. Kelly. Ms. Gladue. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Warwa. Mr. Sofa. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Miller, Bruce Gray Owen Sound. Mr. McKenzie. Mr. Reed. Mr. Carey. Mr. Lukiski. Mr. Broussard. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Generu. Mr. Anderson. Mrs. Wagentall. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Trost. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Falk-Provencher. Monsieur Généreux. Monsieur Gould. Mr. Kmitch. Mr. Macaulay-Edmonton West. Mr. Lake. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Jenness. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Cooper. Mr. Clark. Mr. Godin. Mr. Lausanne, Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Glinsky. Mr. Urdega. Mr. Diot. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Leipert. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Shields. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Mr. Benson. Mrs. Cousy. Mr. Lloyd. Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster. Mr. Caron. Mr. Mulcair. Madame Brosseau. Mr. Cullen. Mr. Garrison. Madame Boutin Street. Ms. Blaney, North Island Power River. Mr. Rankin. Mr. Boulris. Madame Laverdière. Mr. Donnelly. Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Ms. Jolibois.
Ms. Jolibois.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Ms. Benson.
Ms. Benson.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Stetsky.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Madame Sanssouci.
Madame Sanssouci.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Boudria.
Monsieur Marcil.
Monsieur Marcil.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Saniscove Islands.
Yeas pour 159, 159. Nays contre 121, 121.
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, Bracket 8, I have the honor to table in both official languages the government's responses to 5 petitions, and while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, I would move, seconded by the member from Gatineau, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, moved that the House will now proceed to the orders of the day. It's the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Calling the members. question is the following one. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau, moved that the House do now proceed to the orders of the day. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Chager.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussein.
Mr. Hussein.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Ms. Mahaichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation.
Mr. Lauzon, Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsa.
Ms. Monsa.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan at Tobacco North.
Duncan and Tobacco North.
Monsieur Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Monsieur Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Monsieur Schifke.
Mr. Schifke.
Mr. Verani.
Mr. Verani.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Agabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et l'Essor.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie du Sud-Ouest et de l'Est.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Vaughan.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislev.
Ms. Alislev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Monsieur Ayoub.
Mr. Ayoub.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Brettina.
Mr. Brettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Aelfson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Mr. Yakino.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Limitis, Matal, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, Limitis, Matal,
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. May, Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Cloud, Northwest Territory.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mr. Serre.
Mr. Serre.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsui, Fraser Canyon.
Sidhu Mission, Masquerade, Fraser
Ms.
Canyon.
Sidhu, Brampton South.
Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Secan.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Reyes.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Monsieur Bernier.
Bernier.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Mrs. McLeod, Kamloops, Thompson,
Mrs.
Caribou.
Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Nuttall.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Ms. Harder.
Ms. Harder.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Abu Tayyif.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sorensen. Sorensen. Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr.
Mr. Broussard. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Genereux. Mr. Anderson. Mrs. Wagenthal. Mr. Soroya. Mr. Trost. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Falk Provencher. Monsieur Généreux. Monsieur Gourde. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West. Mr. Lake. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Jenness. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Cooper. Monsieur Clark. Monsieur Lausanne Mandanda South Glengarry. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Iglinski. Mr. Yerdega. Mr. Diot. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Schmale. Mr. Shields. Mr. Viersen. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Weber. Mr. Motz. Mr. Benson. Mrs. Cousy. Mr. Lloyd. Mrs. Falk Battlefords Lloydminster. Monsieur Caron. Madame Brosseau. Mr. Cullen. Mr. Garrison. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Ms. Blaney, North Island Powell River. Mr. Rankin. Mr. Davies. Monsieur Bouleris. Madame Laverdière. Mr. Donnelly. Monsieur Aubin. Monsieur Nantel. Monsieur Dubé. Ms. Jolibois. Madame Quash. Mr. Blakey. Monsieur Choquette. Madame Moore. Ms. Benson. Mr. Duval. Mr. Cannings. Mr. McGregor. Ms. Malcolmson. Madame Sansouci. Ms. Hardcastle. Madame Hughes. Monsieur Plamondon. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Madame Posé. Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Beaulieu. Mr. Weir. Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 156, 156. Nays contre 107, 107.
I declare the motion carried. It being 6:13, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, consideration at report stage of Bill S-218, Latin American Heritage Month Act, standing in the name of Mr. Kent.
There is Allah.
Order.
There is one motion amendment standing in the notice paper for the report stage of Bill S-218. Motion number 1 will be debated and voted upon. Je vais maintenant soumettre la motion.
I will now submit motion number 1 to the House. Mr. Nantel, seconded by Mr. Rankin, moves the Bill S-218 be amended by deleting the short title.
Débat. L'honorable.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Very proud to rise to recognize the contribution of Latin Americans and people who have origins in those countries, particularly in my riding of Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank those who wrote the bill, as well as colleagues here in the bill who have made us seize of the bill today. The bill calls on the Parliament of Canada to recognize that members of Latin American communities in Canada have made significant contributions to the social, economic fabric of Canada. By designating a month as Latin American Month would allow people to learn more about this contribution and to remember it. Latin American communities from across Canada would be mobilized during this month in order to share and celebrate their culture and tradition with all Canadians and to promote them. The month of October is particularly important for Latin American communities around the world. So this bill will make October the designated Latin American Heritage Month in Canada. There are many diverse communities, Latin American communities in Quebec and Canada, and they've made significant contributions to the broader communities where they live, including contributions to our economy and our social fabric. Now, Quebecers share many affinities with Latin Americans, including cultural affinities. Excuse me.
Members that are having conversations to please take them out. The House is in session, and we are having a debate here at this point. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. Such solidarity. Thank you. So there's discussion of the diversity of these communities who have all made significant contributions to the communities around them and the social fabric. Many Quebecers share cultural values with these communities, and we recognize that they bring a lot to our communities. That's what this bill recognizes. The sense of community that has been built together is really part of the intercultural project that is so discussed in Quebec. We recognize common cultural values and the contributions that each individual can bring through their culture and experience. This is also why this bill proposes that Quebecers and Canadians learn more about this contribution made by Latino-American Canadians. That is what designating this month would do. It would allow people to take note of the accomplishments of Latin American citizens in various communities, notably in our neighborhoods and in my riding, for example. Communities across the country are enriched by people of various origins. And October is a particularly interesting month that was chosen for a particular reason, because October, as the bill says, is a month that is rich in meaning for Latin Americans, because it is in the fall that they mark many of the independence days of these countries, like Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, Puerto Rico, and Chile, among others. Many of these countries were at the avant-garde of the independence movements, at gaining their independence after being colonies in the 19th century. Racial segregation was also left behind, along with colonialism and economic exploitation. There's a reason why this bill chooses to designate October as a month to celebrate Latin American communities. The reasons of tradition, for example. We know that this is an important time in Latin America and in South America. For example, there is a national day in Costa Rica, Venezuela, the day of respecting cultural diversity in some of these countries. And the 10th month of the year would be dedicated to this in order to mobilize these communities so that they can share their cultural traditions with their neighbors. And the bill also says that such events would undoubtedly mobilize our communities and allow us to better share and celebrate this cultural richness.
L'Actualité published a short while ago a portrait of the Latin American community with its some 10,000 members in Quebec. And the article said that 90% of Latin-speaking immigrants learn French, and so they're very integrated. There was former Minister Facal and the member for Honoré Mercier, who's originally from Argentina. There's Simon Bolivar statue, which is just 5 minutes from here on Rideau Street. And there's a street in Laval that pays tribute to Chileans killed during a coup d'etat. And in Quebec City, there's another place that pays tribute to a famous Cuban author. And there's many other dignitaries who have places that commemorate them here in Canada. But it's primarily people who've made their lives here in Canada, who come from southern countries, from Latin American countries, that mark our reality. I'm thinking of Venezuelans, Peruvians, Cubans, musicians, and all kinds of celebrations at the Sacré-Cœur Cathedral in Montreal. And I should also point out an organization on the South Shore that provides services to the homeless. Marco is a great community worker from a Latin American country, and I'm sure if you ask him what he's most proud of, it's the heritage that he transmits on a daily basis, and that is the Spanish language. And we can always create closer ties to Latin American communities here in Canada and on a broader scale with the Mercosur trade union. And there are many collaborative projects that we can embark upon. These immigrants make a unique contribution to Canadian and Quebec society, so I'm very proud today to support this motion to make 1 month of every year a celebration of Latin American heritage. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The débat. Oh, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a point to the Government House Leader has a point of order.
Just a very quick point of order, Madam Speaker. I rise to respond to a point of order raised earlier today by the Honourable Member for Red Deer Lacombe with respect to the notice of time allocation given on Bill C-59 yesterday evening. I'd like to offer that the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, at page 673 states that, and I quote, Madam Speaker, in the case of a bill referred to a committee before second reading, the motion can pertain to both the report stage and second reading stage, as well as the third reading stage. The amount of time allocated for any stage may not be less than 1 sitting day or its equivalent in hours, end of quote. A good example of this was when the previous Parliament on May the 28th, 2015 adopted a motion for time allocation at report stage and second reading and at the third reading stage, as referenced in the footnote 142 on page 673 of the House of Commons Procedures and Practice. As such, I would argue that the notice is indeed in order. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the additional information and can indicate as well that I was in the House yesterday when the Government House Leader actually did clarify her motion yesterday. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a delight, actually, to speak in this House tonight about S-218, the Latin American Heritage Month bill. I want to honor the memory of the Honourable Senator Tobias Enverga, who first brought this bill forward in the Senate. Now, the Senator, he passed away recently, and it was a real shock to everyone, but he was loved by all, and he was considerate of all. And I think it's important to note that the reason he brought this bill was that he was noticing there were all these other heritage days. There was German Heritage Day, Italian Heritage Day, Asian Heritage Day. Nothing wrong with that. But he felt it was really important, with 500,000 Latin American Canadians living in Canada and contributing richly to our society, that we would honor them as well with a Heritage Day. Now, there are those who get tired of the different days that we have and weeks that we have and months that we have, and they feel that perhaps they all become less special when there's so many of them. But I think that's because we as parliamentarians are more aware of them. We come every day to the House, and there are ribbons to wear for a certain occasion or a flower of some sort or some little thing. And so we're very aware of all the days that we're celebrating different events, and not everybody is aware. I think that people that are in the Latin American community and people that enjoy the Latin American community in Canada will be very happy to share in this day and this month, sorry. So one of the things I thought I'd do is give you a little bit of exposure to Latin American culture through the eyes of myself as I traveled through the world. So obviously my first experience actually with Latin American culture was in Colombia. I decided when I was 25 that I was going to take a trip and experience the world, and so I went to Colombia to a small village there, and I loved the people. Immediately, I was at a resort. I was taught to dance. Now, I will say that the Latin American people are very well known for their excellent dancing, and their dance moves are incredibly stylish, and the men just seem to know how to dance. In fact, it's alleged that the government whip is an incredibly good dancer. This is what I have heard. I haven't seen it myself, but I would not be surprised because certainly the Latin American people are great dancers. And because I learned that dance, when I returned, I used to go to Toronto, and there was a salsa club in Toronto, and the Latin American crowd would be there, and just such a festive environment. So that was my first exposure. Now, I loved more things than that. One of the other things I love is a lot of the food that I've experienced. When I traveled globally for Dow Chemical, I was in Argentina, I was in Chile, I was in Brazil, I was all over the place and got to really experience the different cuisine. Now, I also spent quite a bit of time in Mexico and love Mexican food, absolutely. But some of the rich experiences I had with the way that they put on their meals. When I was in Brazil, they have this tradition called tortulho, where it's a dinner where they bring a lot of meat. The meat comes on all these long swords, and they give you a paddle, a green side and a red side to the paddle. And if you want the meat to keep coming, you keep the green side up. And when you want the meat to stop coming, you turn the red side up. And it's amazing. They will bring all different cuts, and it's a very enjoyable cuisine, but I think also, you know, just the experience and everybody knowing that this is the way it works was very special. The cuisine in Mexico was mostly good, although I did have a couple experiences with the local specialties of ant eggs and crickets, which I did eat, but I wouldn't include that in what I consider to be fine Latin American cuisine. I also experienced the work ethic of the Latin American people, which is excellent. One of the things I did for Dow is I was in charge of quality globally, and I went to do an audit in Brazil. And I had audited all over the world, and of course, you find things that are, you know, amiss, that are not correctly done. But I was amazed when I got to Brazil. Everybody was doing their job, everybody was following the procedures, and there was no defects to be found. And I said in surprise to one of my Brazilian counterparts, like, everybody is doing everything they're supposed to do. And he said, well, of course they are, because if they don't, they'll get fired. So the disciplined nature, the work ethic of the Latin American people, I think is also something to be admired. Their productivity as well. Every plant that we had that was in a Latin American community, they were actually, from an employee satisfaction point of view, the happiest people and the most productive people. So I think that that's something to be said as well. Now, I've had involvement in a number of different other countries in other experiences. I was involved in a mission trip to Nicaragua and was exposed there to see the people, even the ones that are living in a lot of poverty, are so loving and so hospitable, and they have such a passion for life, for family, and for God. And I really embrace those values. And I think when I've seen the people who have come to my community in Sarnia-Lambton that are from the Latin American community, they brought those values with, and they bring that to the community. And so I think across Canada, we know that there are more Latin Americans living in Ontario and Quebec than in the rest of the country, so we are more fortunate. However, I know that you also will be able to experience the culture and the love that these people have for our country. They're fiercely loyal and patriotic. And I think, you know, having a month to celebrate them makes a lot of sense. Now, the reason that this bill picks October is because of the celebrations that go on in different countries during the month of October. Now, there's Dia de las Culturas, the Day of Cultures in Costa Rica. There's Dia de la Resistencia Indígena, the Day of Indigenous Resistance in Venezuela. The Dia del Respeto a la Diversidad Cultura, the Day of Respect for Cultural Diversity in Argentina, and Dia de las Americas, Day of the Americas in Uruguay. And in Brazil, I can't say it because it's Portuguese, the Feast Day of Our Lady of Aparecida. And then there's the Dia das Crianças, Children's Day. So Puerto Rico and Chile also wrap up their independence celebrations in October, and many countries like Mexico end October with a 3-day celebration, the Dia de Muertos, the Day of the Dead, a celebration of their ancestors. So that's why we're picking October for this month. I'm not exactly sure why the party to the left decided that they wanted to remove the short title because I think the short title is fine. Latin American Heritage Month describes exactly what it is. So that said, the other thing I want to talk about is some of the information about different countries that make up the Latin American public, just in case people don't know. So we talked about Mexico already and Colombia. El Salvador is on the list, Peru, Brazil, Chile, Venezuela, Argentina, Cuba, Guatemala, Ecuador, Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, Honduras, Paraguay, Uruguay, Bolivia, Costa Rica, Panama, and Puerto Rico. So there are a lot of those countries that I haven't yet been to. So there are a lot of Latin American experiences that I can have globally, and I still have years to do that. But meanwhile, I think everybody should embrace the Latin Americans who have come to Canada. I think everyone in the House should support this bill. I think that we will have a lot of fun celebrating Latin American Heritage Month. I'm sure the food will be good. I'm sure the dancing will be good. I'm not sure that I will be dancing very well. There are YouTube videos out there that show me trying to do a tango to Madonna's Material Girl, but I'll leave that for you to find. And I think that we could honor the people by recognizing the contribution that they've made in helping to build our country, in helping to build our communities, and in bringing that passion for love and life and family and God to our country. So I'm just going to wrap up, Madam Speaker, by saying again that I appreciate the Senator, the Honourable Tobias Mverga, bringing this bill forward from the Senate. I appreciate the member as well from York being the sponsor here in the House and paying this the attention that it deserves. And I'm pleased that this will join the many other Heritage Days that we have, German Heritage Day, Asian Heritage Day, Italian Heritage Day, and all the other days, months, and weeks that we are celebrating in the House, because it's something that is worth celebrating and something that I'm going to be very proud to enjoy all of the cuisine, the dancing, and the passion on those days. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'll also say gracias and obrigado. I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill S-218, Latin American Heritage Month. This bill recognizes the contributions of the Latin American community to Canada and seeks to establish the month of October as Latin American Heritage Month. Canadians of Latin American origin have been foundational in communities across our country going back to the early 1970s, Madam Speaker. The government supports Bill S-218 as a meaningful way to reflect on and celebrate the significant contributions the Latin American Canadians have made and continue to make to the social, economic, and political fabric of this country. It also gives us a unique opportunity for all Canadians to celebrate Latin American culture and its traditions. Madame la Présidente, avant de décrire plus en détail.
Madam Speaker, before getting into more detail about the important contribution of the Latin American community, let me just explain the importance of the contribution to the social fabric of Canada.
As a country, we are strengthened in many ways by our shared experiences, by the diversity that inspires both Canada and the world, and by the way that we treat each other. Given the strong and growing presence of individuals of Latin American ancestry, formal recognition of Latin American Heritage Month will provide us with a terrific opportunity to recognize the contribution of this community in celebration of our diversity and of our inclusive society here in Canada. Madam Speaker, I think it's important to note that the term Latin American can be used to refer to communities from the parts of the Americas where Spanish or Portuguese is the main language, and refers to all people originating from the geographic area of Latin America. This includes Spanish and Portuguese-speaking communities, as well as Francophone communities and Indigenous peoples of the region. The Latin American reference, Madam Speaker, is the one preferred by the late Senator Tobias Mverga, who introduced Bill S-218 in the Senate in 2016, and we thank him for that contribution to Canadian parliamentary business and for the legacy he's leaving with this bill. The late Senator Mverga explained that he consulted members of the communities and the public and gave consideration to taking on a more inclusive framing or terminology to the commemoration. That is why the bill refers to, quote, Latin America, which includes Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, the Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, Guatemala, Haiti, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, Venezuela, as well as Puerto Rico, the French West Indies, and other islands. Nous le savons, Madame la Présidente.
We know, Madam Speaker, that immigration has played and continues to play a major role in our country's evolution. Every year, the way of living in Canada attracts thousands of new arrivals.
Immigrants arrived in Canada in the early 1970s, with the arrival of about 68,000 people. Madam Speaker, here I'll digress for a moment to say that I personally had the privilege to work with dozens of persons of Latin American heritage as a young student in 1995 in my first year of law school at the University of Toronto. When I did, I was working as a law student with an entity called the Centre for Spanish-Speaking People on Bathurst Street, just south of DuPont in downtown Toronto. The CSSP was a small clinic, but it was vital for Latin Americans, primarily refugee applicants, who were confronting challenges with navigating the legal system and our immigration laws. That experience was extremely formative for me in many ways, not just in terms of my development and training as a young lawyer, but also in terms of my knowledge, understanding, and exposure to Latino culture. Madam Speaker, Canadians of Latin American heritage continue to make major contributions to Canadian society in ways that build a strong and prosperous nation. Madam Speaker, noting this continued credit to Canada, let me say a few words about some prominent Canadians of Latin American heritage. Parmi les universitaires, le professeur...
Among academics, Professor Adams, a Canadian of Mexican origin, contributed significantly to math. Professor Adams teaches at the University of BC in Vancouver and has done since 2005, and he's the research chair and head of MITAX Canada's Research Council. In sports, Madam Speaker, Oviedo, born in Montreal to Latin American parents, for 8 years was the head trainer of the Montreal Impact, the professional soccer team in Montreal. Before being hired by Impact, he was a professional player for 19 years, 16 of which in Montreal. Out of 389 matches, he played for Impact with a record of 76 goals and the same number of assists for 221 points in total in the regular season matches and the finals.
In this fine chamber, Madam Speaker, that I've actually had the pleasure of observing the passion of the Latino American community for football in the city of Montreal personally, when I had the ability to actually watch a match with a colleague, the member from LaSalle, Aymar Verdun, when we watched the Toronto team, TFC, take on the Montreal Impact 2 years ago during the elimination matches. And what was extremely impressive to me, although of course as a member from Parkdale Park, I was cheering for my local squad, was the impressive engagement when 60,000 people filled the Big O in Montreal for that match. And the passion they showed for those players, many of whom are Latino American, was palpable. We can go on and on in terms of the contributions of Latino Americans to the sport and to the beautiful game, Madam Speaker. One can only think of the Spaniards and their European Championships in 2008 and 2012, their victory in the Mundial in 2010. We can think of Cristiano Ronaldo and the Portuguese victory in 2016. The contributions of Latino Americans in terms of athleticism, in terms of culture, in terms of academics, the list goes on and on and on. I'm being told about Argentina and Lionel Messi. Of course, the list is vast. And as a specific fan of number 10 for the Argentinian squad and for FC Barcelona, of course, we need to recognize the significant contributions of Messi. Over the years, Madam Speaker, Latin American communities have brought their rich and vibrant culture to our country. Several Spanish-language newspapers, magazines, and newsletters are published in Canada, such as the Toronto-based El Popular. Theatre presentations, poetry recitals, art exhibitions are common in larger communities like those across the city of Toronto, including in my riding of Parkdale High Park, where we have a strong and vibrant Latin American community. Indeed, dance and music groups are active throughout Canada and throughout our urban centres. Latin American writers, poets, painters, singers, chefs, and journalists have become well known in Canada. Madam Speaker, I'd be remiss not to mention the reference that was made to the Chief Government Whip and the contributions of Latino American culture to the fine art of dance. And what I will say to you in all sincerity in this House is that I too appreciate the finer aspects of Latino American dance, and it is with great pride that I declare that I in fact met my wife for the first time at a salsa class. So clearly Latino American culture brings people together, and we've been married for 13 years this August. Gracias. Different groups, associations, or festivals promote and share Latin American culture in major Canadian cities like Toronto, which has been recognized as the most multicultural city on the planet. For example, the Latin American Canadian Arts Project is a Toronto-based not-for-profit arts organization dedicated to the implementation of arts projects, promoting Latin American art in Canada with an emphasis on artistic excellence. La Confédération des
The Confédération des Associations Latino-Américaines de Québec, a not-for-profit organization that supports members of the Latin American community in the Quebec City area, carries out various cultural activities. Madam Speaker, there are many other examples in other parts of the country. Canada is recognized worldwide for its successful approach to multiculturalism. We are succeeding culturally, politically, economically because of our diversity.
Let me reinforce the fact that Canada's multicultural heritage in this final minute of my remarks and identity is more than just a commitment to welcoming diverse people from around the world. It is a commitment to the principles of equality and freedom grounded in human rights and enshrined in the Canadian Constitution and the Multiculturalism Act. An act whose predecessor was the adoption of multiculturalism policy by Pierre Elliott Trudeau in 1971, and it's a gesture whose statutory manifestation in terms of the Multiculturalism Act is celebrating its 30th anniversary this year. What better year then, Madam Speaker, to declare October Latin American Heritage Month here in Canada to celebrate that community in terms of its vast contributions here in Canada to our diversity, which is truly our greatest strength. Obrigado, gracias, merci beaucoup.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, aquí hay otra oportunidad para hablar sobre el mes de herencia de Latina America. Yet another opportunity, Madam Speaker, to talk about Latin American Heritage Month and Bill S-218. And let me acknowledge again the support that this bill has received from all sides of the House since it arrived here from the Senate. Madam Speaker, this legislation essentially recognizes the many significant contributions to Canada's social, economic, and political fabric, cultural fabric as well, by Canada's dynamic Latin American community. And as on every occasion I've had to speak to this bill, I'd like to again remind colleagues and those watching on CPAC tonight that this legislation, carefully fashioned by our late colleague, Senator the Honourable Tobias Verga, will stand, I'm sure, as a notable element of his political legacy. Madam Speaker, I'll speak in a moment of my admiration and unrestrained support for this bill, but first I'd like to read just a couple of paragraphs from the speech delivered by Senator Verga when he spoke at second reading in the other place. He reminded his colleagues that he came to Canada from the Philippines and that he is one of many now in the Senate who have been fortunate to have been welcomed to Parliament and to be able to contribute to society. Tobias, Senator Verga, pointed out that few countries in the world are as open and as accepting of people who come from other countries to settle and to make a new life for themselves. He said the Canadian policy of multiculturalism is a great success when it comes to allowing for and celebrating, Madam Speaker, the various cultural backgrounds and the languages that we have and share. The Senator referenced other heritage months that moved him to propose one for Canadians of Latin American descent. He talked about the importance of Black History Month, proclaimed in 1995, about Asian Heritage Month, and he anticipated Italian and Portuguese Heritage Month, both passed into law just last year, and this year, of course, just celebrated Jewish Heritage Month. Now, before I get to the bill he created, the process and the legislation before us today, a little background on this great Canadian. Tobias Jun Inverga was respected by all for his kindness, for his warm sense of humor, and his unparalleled work ethic. He was a family man, self-described as surrounded by 4 lovely women, his daughters Riza, Rosal, and Ristal, and his wife Rosemere. He was a tireless advocate for people with disabilities. And Tobias served as a Catholic school board trustee in Toronto for years and became known in the Toronto region for launching the Philippine-Canadian Charitable Foundation and the Foundation's spectacular annual Pinoy Festival and Trade Show. By the way, on next Saturday in Toronto at the Toronto Convention Centre. Senator Inverga was co-chair of the Canada-Philippine Interparliamentary Group, and he inaugurated the annual Filipino Independence Day flag raising here on Parliament Hill, which, Madam Speaker, I'm sure many members of this House will attend on Monday morning. During his years at the Senate, Senator Inverga was a member of several standing committees. He participated in a variety of important studies on issues ranging from First Nations northern housing to maritime search and rescue operations. As well, and this is very important to remember, Madam Speaker, Senator Inverga was an executive member of the Parliamericas Group, and he invested his energy in forging closer ties with parliamentarians from across Latin America, helping them to strengthen democracy and governance in their countries through political dialogue and parliamentary cooperation. And it was his work with Parliamericas that moved him to propose the bill before us today. As we know all too well, Senator Inverga passed away Thursday, November 16th, while on parliamentary business in Colombia. But despite his tragic and untimely passing, Senator Inverga's Latin American Heritage Month bill lives on, and it was passed in the other place a couple of weeks later and sent to us in this House. Now, some of my colleagues in the House may remember that Senator Inverga introduced a bill in the 41st Parliament, Bill S-228, to create an Hispanic Heritage Month, matching such designation by the province of Ontario and the City of Toronto. But that bill was lost on the order paper in the election of 2015, and Senator Inverga, again after further consultation with members of the public, reconsidered introduction of that legislation and decided instead to change the focus in this bill to Latin American as a geographic and linguistic community which add not only to the Lusophone and Francophone communities, but also those of the indigenous people of the Latin American region. This was not a snap decision, Madam Speaker. Senator Inverga pondered long and deeply the issues of self-identification of the diverse Latin American community in Canada, and he became convinced that a Latin American Heritage Month would better enhance our understanding of the complexities involved, and he believed that this act would better respect the spirit of the Canadian Multiculturalism Act of 1988. Madam Speaker, Latin America is of our hemisphere. The region is generally understood to consist of the entire continent of South America, all of Central America, Mexico, and the islands of the Caribbean whose people speak a Romance language or have a Romance language among their various official languages. For the purposes of this bill, Senator Inverga envisaged the widest possible interpretation so that Bill S-218 would cover those who identify as Spanish and Portuguese speakers from South and Central America, as well as those whose heritage is of the Francophone and Hispanic Caribbean islands. Now, using that broad and inclusive measure, you can see, Madam Speaker, that Canadians of Latin American origin can be found far and wide across our great country, from coast to coast to coast. And in the absence of absolute census numbers covering that broad and I think you would agree, Madam Speaker, somewhat imprecise measure, we might estimate a possible demographic well above 500,000 men, women, and children. What we do know, Madam Speaker, is that the Latin American community is one of the fastest growing cultural groups in Canada today. Statistics Canada reports that between 1996 and 2001, for example, the number of individuals reporting Latin American origins rose by 32%, at a time when the overall Canadian population grew by only 4%. Again, in terms of actual numbers, demographers can only estimate that between 600,000 and 1.2 million Latin Americans, again from the broadest possible measure, live among us. These numbers are particularly interesting given there are, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I see
Just a
little over 2 minutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. These numbers, Madam Speaker, are particularly interesting given that there was only a small Latin American population in Canada before the 1960s, and it was in the 60s and 70s that we recorded the first significant migration of Latin Americans to Canada. Their motivation in too many cases, unfortunately, was to escape social and economic turmoil, dictatorships, conflict, most recently another wave fleeing Venezuela's corrupt and repressive regimes under first Hugo Chavez and now the brutal Nicolas Maduro. These Latin Americans represented significant loss to the countries they left, but they've been a boon to our Canada. And Madam Speaker, I could speak to the virtues of supporting Bill S-218, a bill to bring Latin American Heritage Month to Canada, but I must stop there, and Madam Speaker, I move, seconded by the member from Calgary-Shepherd, that when the order for consideration of Bill S-218, an act respecting Latin American Heritage Month, is next called, the time provided for the consideration of any remaining stage of the bill be extended pursuant to Standing Order 98-3 by a period not exceeding 5 consecutive hours. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Mr. Kent, seconded by Mr. Kamick, moves that when the order for consideration of Bill S-218, an act respecting Latin American Heritage Month, is next called, the time provided for the consideration of any remaining stage of the bill be extended pursuant to Standing Order 98-3 by a period not exceeding 5 consecutive hours.
All those in favor of the motion will rise.
More than 20 members have risen. The motion is adopted. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has a point of order.
No, I'd like to respond to the bill itself.
Yeah. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
It's a pleasure to be able to talk on the legislation that we have before us, and for me, for two reasons. One is because I understand and I truly appreciate one of the strong messages that our Prime Minister gives out in all regions of our country, and that is just how proud we are in terms of Canada's diversity and all the benefits that are derived from that. And we see, Madam Speaker, that no matter where we go in Canada, that we do see a great number of people with such diversity and appreciation for what we are as a nation, a multicultural nation that takes a great sense of pride in our diversity. And I wanted to comment specifically on the legislation, but before I do that, Madam Speaker, I also want to pick up on Senator Enverga. I've had the opportunity to know Senator Enverga in my capacity as a co-chair. Him and I were both co-chairs of the Philippine Friendship Group, Philippine-Canada Friendship Group, and we were able to accomplish, I believe, a great deal. In fact, Madam Speaker, shortly after the Friendship Group was formed, Senator Enverga was appointed to the Senate. Shortly after being appointed to the Senate, him and I had the opportunity to meet and talk about the Philippines. He was a man that many of us share in common. We have a passion and love for Philippines, and we want to see a healthier and relationship between Canada and Philippines. My friend across the way made reference to another issue that Senator Enverga was behind, and that was the flag-raising ceremony. We are, in fact, this Monday at 11 o'clock on the steps of the Parliament having a flag-raising ceremony. And I suspect that we'll get a few tributes to Senator Enverga. As the current chair of the Canada-Philippine Friendship Group, I would be wrong for me not also to mention, Madam Speaker, that all members of the House, as we will see members from the Filipino community and others participating in that activity. And then at 1 o'clock in the Commonwealth Room, we're going to have some special guests, some special greetings, again, talking about the importance of that very special and unique relationship between Canada and the Philippines, and I look forward and invite all members to participate in that. Well, having said that, Madam Speaker, you know, what a wonderful debate we're having on a very important community. No one more so than the government whip I know, who is full of passion, anything Latino. You will see the government whip as a very proud individual, and he wears those colors on his shoulders on many, many different occasions, Madam Speaker, and I've seen others inside this chamber make reference to that Latino factor that the government whip carries with him wherever he goes, Madam Speaker. I want to get back now to the issue of diversity. We should value, as the Prime Minister has often said, diversity is what is one of Canada's greatest strengths, and we need to celebrate that. Recognizing Latin America Heritage Month in the month of October, I think does all sorts of wonderful things. It provides members of this House, members in the other place, but more specifically, Madam Speaker, anyone that has an interest in promoting the contributions of Latin America and the countries that make up the Latin America area, Madam Speaker, the opportunity to share that wealth of culture, whether it's of festivities, clothing, foods, and of course that very hard-working attitude and the many different contributions that are made by our Latin American community. A community that continues to grow in great numbers here in Canada today, and I believe we'll see that community continue to grow. To focus in on Winnipeg, you know, I'm a big advocate for Folklorama. Folklorama in Winnipeg is a two-week celebration of Canada's diversity, where we have a number of pavilions that will perform. And I think it's worthy of noting that it's not an easy job to put on a pavilion, Madam Speaker, because it's open 7 days in a week, and it's ran by volunteers, and what you will see is demonstration of all sorts of cultural displays, dance, food, and just an overall super fantastic time. You get to explore the world by, in fact, participating in Folklorama. Now, I did my quick Folklorama guide tour while I was listening to my colleagues across the way, and people would be very happy to hear that there's actually 4 different pavilions that I was very easily to identify. And I wanted to just share some of the comments. So, for example, we have the Brazilian embassy pavilion, and it says, "Come out and see our high-energy show." And it is high energy, I must say, Madam Speaker. Live music coupled with live entertainment will take you on a tour of Brazil. Relax in air-conditioned comfort as you sample the tasty cuisine and the cultural beverages of Brazil. a word that I have a tough time pronouncing, Madam Speaker, C-A-C-H-A-C-A. I know the government whip would have no problem pronouncing that. Cocktails and Brazilian beer will have you feeling like you are the heartbeat away from some amazing Brazilian beaches, while our non-alcoholic drinks will refresh your taste buds. The fun never stops, and you can enjoy yourself late into the night. During our Friday late night party, for Saturday, there might not be a late night party, but don't worry, we'll be holding a late night show. Madam Speaker, this is not the only pavilion in Latin America. We have 2 solid weeks. You'll find the 2 of those weeks will in fact have 2 pavilions from Latin America, and the following week we'll have, again, 2 demonstrations of Latin America. I could go to the Chilean pavilion, for example. It says, head into the warm, embrace the Chilean people as you experience food, drink, and dances from various regions of Chile, including the north, central, south, and Easter Island. Enjoy the lively Latin styling of our own Cudal dance group, as well as the longtime performance, Chile Lucha Ya Canta. Be sure to try the Chilean favorites, Borgoña, a drink made with cold red wine and strawberries. Then dance the night away at our late night parties on Friday and Saturday, complete again with live music from a local band, Descarga Latina. Madam Speaker, it continues to go on. Folkorama is a celebration that takes place every year in Winnipeg, where we will get 200,000 visits. It encompasses a large number of volunteers. And this is why I think it's important that we have these heritage months, Madam Speaker. People should be proud of their heritage and their the countries in which their homeland is, Madam Speaker. Because when we see that celebration that takes place from countries from all over the world, we all, I believe, are better for it, Madam Speaker. I mentioned 2 of the 4. Think in terms of the hours that are involved in putting together a pavilion. And that doesn't mean it's just during Folkorama. It is virtually year-round, where you'll have young people being engaged in their culture and their heritage of their homeland, and they're sharing it with others year-round. And this is why, when I think of having a Latin America Heritage Month, it's more than just an opportunity for MPs and senators to go out and promote, but most importantly, it's for all individuals to have the opportunity to be able to explore things that they could do in the month of October. And let me give you a specific example. If you are a school teacher in a school, a high school, junior high, middle years, whatever it might be, Madam Speaker, there's an opportunity to recognize the contributions by Latin America by saying October is the month in which has been recognized by the House of Commons or by Parliament. Let's take advantage of that and emphasize, maybe it's a program, could be a lunch type of program, an after-school program, invite community members out. It's a wonderful thing that can really promote what makes Canada great, and it is our diversity. We need to be proud of our heritage. Our Canadian heritage is made up of countries from around the world, Madam Speaker, and I, for one, am a very proud Canadian. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
And thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to rise today in support of this bill. As we say on Espanol, del mes de herencia de América Latina. Entonces, buenas noches. It's great to be here tonight. I am certainly very much a lover of Latin America, having spent much time in Latin America and really having grown a love for not only the region, but the Latin American people as well. And it is very much a rich culture that I enjoy very much. I'm very fortunate that I was able to have the opportunity to travel to Latin America with my family growing up to different countries there. But really how I got to know Latin America was as a diplomat in the Canadian Foreign Service. I was very, very fortunate to have postings across Latin America. I had a posting in Buenos Aires, a very beautiful city in Argentina. It is truly like the Paris of the South. And during that time, I had just a lovely apartment in a region called Ricolita, and I had the lovely opportunity to take tango lessons and to view the beautiful museums there. I should add that I am a fan of Evita Perón. So it was very good to get to know one of my political idols during that period of time as well. And then I went on, Madam Speaker, to become the Chargé des Affaires in El Salvador, San Salvador, for 2 years. And what a beautiful nation this was in terms of the volcanoes, the beaches, the ruins. I very much got to know and love the people. Despite the many challenges there, the gang violence, of course, the drug trafficking, these are very challenging things, but I felt very proud of the work that I was doing as a Canadian diplomat in an effort to combat these things. And of course, I sat through many temblores, earthquakes, 4 on the Richter scale, 6 on the Richter scale, very, very uncomfortable, very unnerving, but something that you become accustomed to living in Latin America. I was also very fortunate to serve for 1 year as a policy advisor to the member for Thornhill, who, of course, is a major part of this bill here today. And we just had an incredible experience as a team working with Canadians in regards to the Latin American region. And we have some very fond memories together. I remember in 2009 going to Honduras in an effort to negotiate the coup with the Organization of American States at the time. And I remember just flying on the plane and just sort of being whisked through what was a very high security environment at the time there. And we really, were in lockdown as we worked for on behalf of Canada, but for the Latin American people in an effort to help them go down the path of democracy, which is something that I've always welcomed with the previous Harper government. I, of course, followed Jason Kenney in my riding, but certainly there were others, John Baird, Prime Minister Harper himself, who were very big supporters of democracy in the Americas, and I was very pleased to serve under the former Minister of State for the Americas in this capacity. It truly was an honor and a privilege, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll say that I've always enjoyed the warmth of the Latin American people. They are incredibly chaleureux. They will always welcome you into their home, be it with a pupusa in El Salvador or a wonderful steak and a nice Malbec in Argentina. But they are very warm people, and I also appreciate the formality around Latin America. Latin America is a place where history, culture is very important, and sort of referring to institutions that are very important for conservatives, such as the family, the iglesia, the church, these things. So I've always felt a very strong affinity for this region and for these people as well. But of course, Madam Speaker, I'm very sad to say that there are certainly some challenges faced in the Americas. They are no stranger to oppressive regimes, having lived under several dictators. And I, of course, must think of, for example, Pinochet in Chile for these years. As well, in El Salvador, where I served, they struggled with a civil war. And of course, the FARC. I was very fortunate to be there in 2007, celebrating the 15-year end of the Salvadoran Civil War. So that was something very special during my time there. So, I'm very fortunate to have had these incredible experiences. And unfortunately, we're still seeing lingering problems with democracy in Latin America to this day. Certainly, I remember during my time in the Minister of State of the Americas office sort of monitoring ALBA and the Bolivarians during this time. But, very recently, of course, we've seen the terrible happenings going on in Venezuela in terms of the oppressive regime there, the elections, which of course are not valid at all by our democratic standards, and they certainly are something which cause concern for us as Canadians. And more recently, Madam Speaker, for example, Nicaragua is getting to a point which is very concerning, and something that I hope that the government will speak out on as they have Venezuela. Because certainly as Canadians, and I think that's a big part of what this bill is about, Madam Speaker, is about supporting the ideas of la democracia, democracy, justice, free markets, all of these principles which we in the Harper government supported so very strongly and will continue to support and promote, not only in Latin America, but around the world as well. I certainly must say I do have some concerns in regards to the historic actions of the government. In particular, the words of condolence that were said by the Prime Minister at the death of Castro, which to me, unfortunately, seems to speak of support for communist regime. I know that as a conservative government, we always were in absolute support of the dissidents. I myself, as a policy advisor, continuously looked for ways for us to be a mediator. 2008, 2009 was a very exciting time to work with the Minister of State for the Americas, in that it was the Obama era. We were looking at the Helms-Burton Act being reopened. We were looking at both remissions being reevaluated. We were looking at visitation rights for the Latin American people in America being revisited. So the relationship between Canada and the Americas is something that has always been very dear to me, and is something that is very, very much in my heart. And I will say again that the principles for which conservatives stand, for which the official opposition stands, are those of democracy, justice, the rule of law, free markets, and these are things that we will continue to support in Latin America, and we would encourage the government to do the same as well. I would be remiss if I did not recognize all of the wonderful new Canadians that Latin American has given to us, and I'm very fortunate to have many, both in my riding of Calgary-Minnecore as well as the city of Calgary. These new Canadians from Latin America have been a major energy force in the oil and gas sector. Latin America really has given us some of their best and their brightest in terms of engineers, geophysicists, these types of things. And I have a statistic here, Mr. Speaker, that as of 2016, we actually had Latin Americans in Canada were numbered at close to 500,000, 447,000. So, in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to say I love Latin America, I love Canada, and I see no reason why we should all not support a Latin American Heritage Month del mes de la herencia de América Latina. Entonces, muchísimas gracias. Buenas noches. Good night. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. Orders of the day. Oh, I see the Honourable Government House Leader rising on perhaps a point of interest.
By the Minister of Environment and Climate Change that in relation to Bill C-69, an act to enact the Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulator Act, to amend the Navigation Protection Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and 5 hours shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at report stage and at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Thank you.
Order. Ms. Chagger, seconded by Mrs. McKenna, moved that in relation to Bill C-69, an act to enact the Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulator Act, to amend the Navigation Protection Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and 5 hours shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at report stage and at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration of the third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Conformément à la
Pursuant to Standing Order 67-1, there will now be a 30-minute question period.
Members who may wish to participate in asking questions to rise in their places so the chair has some measure of the number of members who wish to participate in the 30-minute question period. Okay, so we'll ask honourable members to keep their interventions to about 1 minute, and similarly for the minister responding, approximately 1 minute. As members know, during this 30-minute question time, the general favor is given to opposition members, but certainly not to the exclusion of members who sit on the government side. Questions? The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As a member of the Environment Committee who's been involved with the discussion and debate on Bill C-69, I've never been so appalled in my entire life at how bad this particular bill is. For example, Chris Bloomer, the president of the Canadian Energy Pipeline Association, likened Canada's regulatory environment. He called it a toxic regulatory environment. Recently, Don Lowry, the former past president and CEO of EPCOR Utilities, wrote a piece in the Edmonton Journal, June 5th. Investor flight from energy sector is a national embarrassment. Over the past few years, a thicket of regulatory approvals and processes, both provincial and federal, have crept into place, effectively suffocating through delay and denial anything getting timely approval. As someone with an environmental background who's worked in pipeline assessments, I can assure the minister every single pipeline in Canada is built to the highest environmental standards. Why is she piling unnecessary regulations on the Canadian energy sector and denying Canadians the economic opportunity that they need to build this country?
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member as well as all the members of the committee on its very thorough review of Bill C-69 and the many thoughtful amendments. The committee heard from over 80 witnesses, reviewed over 150 submissions over a 2-month review, and really the quality and scope of the amendments speak to the rigor for which they reviewed the bill. I'm very pleased to say our government is supporting these amendments. You know what? We need to do better. Canadians elected us because they wanted to make sure that we demonstrated the environment and the economy go hand in hand, that with Bill C-69 we knew we needed to rebuild trust that was sorely lacking because of the Conservatives' actions in gutting our environmental assessment process. So I'm very pleased that we've come together and we are going to be able to rebuild trust, because it's so critical that we get good projects going ahead after a thorough environmental assessment.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, here we go again with time allocation. Now that I've got the minister in the House, I want to ask her a question. Last week, she and her government voted in support of Bill C-262, an act to make sure that the laws of Canada are in harmony with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The member for Edmonton Strathcona at committee moved roughly 25 amendments to make sure that this bill actually lived up to what the Liberals did last week. Every single one was voted down by the Liberals. She now has several motions at report stage that seek to bring this bill in harmony with UNDRIP. I want to know from the minister, will she be consistent with her vote last week and support these amendments to make sure that Bill C-69 lives up to the provisions of what she voted for in favor of Bill C-262, yes or no?
Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to be here to talk about Bill C-69. And while we might not always agree on every point, it's important to note that the committee passed a number of opposition amendments, and there were a significant number of amendments that received unanimous support. I'd like to highlight some of those. There was a key amendment proposed by the member for Saanich Gulf Islands. It was supported by committee members, clearly reflecting the government's strong commitment to science. Clearly very important. The Liberal members also took into account NDP amendments in drafting the amendments. The member opposite spoke about reflecting the UNDRIP and the importance of UNDRIP. That was really key. There are many provisions in relation to Indigenous peoples. The amendments that were passed. This bill clarifies that Indigenous knowledge would be considered. This would not be limited to traditional knowledge of Indigenous peoples. A number of amendments would strengthen the protection of Indigenous knowledge. We know this is very important to Indigenous peoples. Many other amendments. I'm sure I will have a chance to talk about them. Thank you.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills, Grasslands.
Mr. Chair, glad to be here tonight. The minister opposite talked about the quality of amendments. Actually, they weren't put in there to strengthen the rigor. They're there to try to clean up the mess that this bill is, and everybody understands that. I've been part of natural resources in the past and familiar with the past energy assessment legislation. What we needed was less interference, not more, and this government is put in a situation now where the cabinet minister can interfere at every single level, whether these bills go through a review or not. So this, there's no attempt here to balance anything, especially the environment and the economy. When is this government just going to admit that they're just using this bill to destroy the energy industry in Western Canada?
Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that the member opposite has it all wrong. We understand that we need good projects to go ahead, but in order to do that, we need to have a robust process that has the trust of Canadian peoples. That's exactly what we did. And I think that the fact that we considered amendments, that the committee considered amendments, that approved amendments, demonstrates a willingness that the previous government wasn't willing to do. They weren't willing to listen to people. They weren't willing to, see where there were ways that they could make improvements that were recommended by Indigenous peoples or by industry or by environmentalists. We're about finding solutions. We're about coming together. And of course, we're about making sure that we get good legislation through, which is actually exactly what we're doing.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, I'd like to first of all commend the minister for the excellent job that she's done. She appeared before the committee on C-69 2 times and then came back for Mains this past week. So we've had unparalleled access to the minister as we've discussed this bill. There have been many fantastic amendments that have been put forward. The bill itself, I believe, strongly addresses the many concerns that arose, the reason we lost trust in the environmental assessment process arising from the previous government's actions in meddling in SIA 2012. And so what I would like the Minister to talk on, one of the areas that we really looked at in the committee, and I think the House will see in the changes coming forward, that report stage deals with timelines. And so if the Minister could speak to the significant improvements that we'll see through timelines that will be dealt with through C69, I think that Canadians would and this House would benefit from those comments.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. It always is a pleasure to appear before committee and actually talk about how we're making, how we're advancing what we need to do, which is figure out how we can make sure good projects go ahead, but we know we need to do that through a very robust assessment. And in terms of what we heard and what is reflected from a number of people was the focus on, how do we highlight, how do we ensure that good projects can go ahead where there's regulatory certainty, but also with clear timelines. Our goal is one project, one review. We're streamlining the process and coordinating with the provinces and territories. We know this is very important to reduce red tape for companies and avoid duplicating efforts, which we don't want to see. We're making the process more predictable and timely. We're clarifying the process to engage stakeholders effectively, identify potential issues with projects up front. And these better rules, they actually increase regulatory certainty and clarity. This is something that I heard directly from CEOs, heard directly from resource companies about the importance of having certainty of process. And they also want to make sure that there's a process that's robust, and that's exactly what we're doing.
Questions. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is true. We've got it's an alternate reality that's being described by the Environment Minister about the process that got us to this point. Yeah. So the Harper Conservatives gutted these environmental laws. Both Liberals and New Democrats promised to amend the bills, and the NDP promise was we're going to do this on day one if we'd been able to form government. The environmental community had rewritten the laws already. They'd given them to us for whoever got to form government would be good to go. So this government dragged its feet for 2.5 years. Then it presented an omnibus bill. When it came to the Environment Committee, the committee said quite reasonably, or some of the committee members, why not send this to all 3 committees, because it's 3 different pieces of legislation in one. That was voted down by the Liberal majority. The witness list was truncated. Witness briefs came in after the deadline to submit recommendations from committee members. And my colleague, the member from Edmonton Strathcona, proposed 100 amendments that all came from the environmental witnesses. None of them was accepted. So in what world could you say that now we're going to shut down debate on this bill, since you've already shut it down in every way possible?
You're here. Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a bit confused because the member opposite suggests that they would have come in and just brought in legislation without consulting, but at the same time, are wondering that we didn't listen to people. In fact, we actually did. When I consider this, we started with interim principles. They were introduced by myself and the Minister of Natural Resources in January 2016. These were the first step in rebuilding trust, making sure we were making decisions on science and knowledge and evidence and in taking into account the greenhouse gas emissions. But then we had expert committees. There were 2 expert committees reporting to myself and the Minister of Natural Resources. There were 2 parliamentary committees, worked with the Minister of Transport, the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Then we continued to consult. Then we produced a discussion paper. We consulted on that again. I met directly with Indigenous peoples, with environmentalists, with industry, many times. We think we've got a good outcome, that we listened to folks, we were willing to take amendments, and we think we've got an amazing bill.
Questions. The Honourable Member for Battle River, Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And again, I think my new Democratic colleague said it best when he said, well, here we go again. In the last election, the Liberals said that they would never move time allocation, that they would not move closure. They wouldn't shut down debate all throughout the election. This is number 40, 40 times where they've done it. Mr. Speaker, this bill deals, it has a massive effect on my constituency because from, I would say, 2000 to about 2007, when I met with my rural municipalities, without exception, the number one concern that they had was the Navigable Waters Act. They understood that if they were to replace a culvert, if they were to do any type of construction, that they would have to call Department of Fisheries and Oceans, or they called them the fish cops, and this was massive red tape. It took forever to happen, and it was their number one frustration. To all those municipalities out there, this brings back the Navigable Waters Act under Bill C-69. There isn't a rural municipality that will like this. And again, Mr. Speaker, they're doing it, and they're shutting down debate. They're limiting our being able to represent our constituents, and that's the shame.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I mentioned at committee yesterday, unsurprisingly, the Conservatives are once again engaging in delay tactics by moving to delete every single clause of the Act with not one substantive amendment. This has happened every step of the way, including at second reading, at committee, where the opposition repeatedly refused additional meetings within the timeline established at the committee, and Conservative MPs delayed consideration of clause by clause. Despite these actions, our government's going to continue to ensure that we restore public trust, that we protect the environment, that we introduce modern safeguards, that we advance reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, and of course we ensure that good projects go ahead and we get our resources to market. That's why we're taking appropriate steps to ensure Bill C-69 moves forward.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Huron-Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To follow up from the member, my colleague from Alberta, I'd ask the Minister, with all due respect, does she believe that a municipal drain that has been made by either an excavator or a backhoe, a municipal drain is either A, a navigable water, or B, is it a fish habitat? And I would ask her with all due respect.
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, what we believe is that we need to make sure that when we make project decisions that we're considering the impacts and that we make sure that good projects go ahead in a timely fashion with regulatory certainty. Based on feedback that we heard from Indigenous peoples, industry stakeholders, the broader public and during committee hearings, as well as feedback from parliamentarians in the government, some 130 amendments were made. Amendments were a valuable part of the legislative process, and the very reason the legislation is sent to committee is the very reason that the legislation is sent to committee for study. We listen to committee members, we listen to witnesses, we listen to other parliamentarians, and together I'm very proud that we've helped to strengthen the bill.
Questions? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment. This moment, the Honourable Member for Cowichan-Malahat Langford on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising on a point of order. We're debating 30 minutes of time allocation. I think it's completely unfair that you're recognizing government members when they're supporting this. Members of the opposition only have 30 minutes to voice their concerns. Liberal members should not be getting a speaking spot during these 30 minutes.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention. This is the convention that we use. Other honourable members in the House also have, even if they may sit on the government side, have the opportunity, as I indicated at the outset, and I'll ask the clock to be stopped here momentarily. I'll indicate that members in the opposition are certainly given the priority for posing these questions, but not to the exclusion of other government members. And that's the way we're going to conduct this 30-minute question period. So we'll go now to the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The issue of environmental assessment and how we actually look at these types of projects was a significant issue in the 2015 election campaign. Canadians said that they had lost confidence in the processes through the gutting of environmental assessment that took place in 2012 under the Harper government. And we said that we would restore public trust. Critical issues that Canadians talked about were transparency and participation in these kinds of processes. Could the minister talk a little bit about what is in the bill to restore confidence in terms of the transparency of how Canadians can understand how these processes are working?
Well, Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Speaker, and I'd like to thank my parliamentary secretary for all the hard work he's done in rebuilding public trust and restoring transparency. When we look at the amendments and we look at Bill C-69, they're providing additional clarity and safeguards so that Canadians can have confidence in reviews for major projects. When we look at transparency, it's going to require assessment of reports to incorporate a broader range of information, including a summary of comments received, recommendations on mitigation measures and follow-up, and the agency's rationale and conclusions. It's going to require that public comments that were provided during the project's reviews be made available online, and that the information posted online would need to be maintained so it could be accessed over time. It is critically important that Canadians have the opportunity to provide input, that they have an opportunity to see what folks have said about environmental assessment, and that people understand how the decision was made.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Going along the lines from my friend from Huron-Bruce, we're talking about farmers. We've talked a lot about navigable waters and things like that. For years, I used to do roundtables with farmers, and this was one of the biggest challenges that they had. And I know after I spoke to the member from Strathcona, from Edmonton Strathcona, I came to her and I said, what was discussed in committee regarding navigational waters? And she said, absolutely zero. So I'm wondering if the Environment Minister can share with us, since nobody got to find out in committee, nobody got to find out in the House, can you please advise us, can the members please advise us, what's the impact to the farmers with these changes in this Navigable Waters Act? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was really pleased that the committee had time to do a thorough review of Bill C-69 and to make many thoughtful amendments. So there was over 80 witnesses, over 100 submissions, over a 2-month review, and the quality of the amendments actually speaks to the rigor for which they were received. And I'm proud to say that our government supports the amendments. We believe that this process is better for farmers. We believe the process is better for industry. We believe the process is better for Indigenous peoples. We believe the process is better for folks who believe in science, making decisions based on evidence and facts. We believe overall it's a better process that rebuilds trust, but also ensures that good projects will go ahead in a timely way.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just for the Minister's recollection, I just want to read out a summary from Bill C-262. C-262. It says, an act to ensure that the laws of Canada are in harmony with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. You'll notice, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't say anything about a preamble in there. So the Minister, in her previous intervention, made mention that the Liberals accepted an amendment to the preamble, which, as every member in this House knows, is non-binding. So I ask again to the Minister of Environment, given that the Liberals rejected every single amendment by the member from Edmonton Strathcona at committee to make sure that this bill, C-69, is in harmony with UNDRIP, will she revisit her position and be at least consistent with her vote last week to accept the member for Edmonton Strathcona's amendments to Bill C-69? I'm talking about the bill before us now. Will she be consistent? Will all of the Liberals be consistent with the way they voted last week? Because, Mr. Speaker, the First Nations of Canada are watching this government.
Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope they're watching. We're working very closely with them. This legislation reflects the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, and I'd like to clarify that it does respond to feedback from Indigenous peoples and organizations. The amendments included clearly referencing the UN Declaration to both the proposed Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulator Act. It requires that the government, the minister, the agency, and federal authorities exercise their powers under the Impact Assessment Act in a way that respects the government's commitments with respect to the rights of Indigenous peoples. It includes, as part of the Canadian Energy Regulator's mandate, exercising its powers and performing its duties and functions in the same way. It clarifies that Indigenous knowledge would be considered. This would not be limited to traditional knowledge of Indigenous peoples. This was very important to Indigenous peoples. It requires transparency about how Indigenous knowledge is used in impact assessments. We think that it clearly fits with our commitment to a renewed nation-to-nation relationship with Indigenous peoples based on recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership, and rooted in the principles of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
Yeah, the Canadian Energy Pipeline Association says that if Bill C-69 passes, it will ensure that no other major pipeline project will ever be built in Canada. Now that we are the proud owners of a 65-year-old pipeline, and we would like to build another pipeline, how does the Environment Minister manage, how will she manage to get this built, given this assessment?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a little bit confused about the question. The project with which the member opposite is speaking went through an environmental assessment. We built in additional consultations, and we reviewed it in light of our climate plan, in light of the 157 conditions with respect to the project, in light of our investments, historic investments in oceans protections, and we approved the project. But when it comes to the environmental assessments, we really believe that this process is good for industry because it provides a certainty that was not there before. It also provides a more timely process. That was really important. We heard from industry that they wanted to be sure about how things would be done and how the timelines for the process, and we worked very hard on that.
Questions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, and I certainly want to thank the Minister for all her work in leading the work around this particular act. It is long overdue in modernizing the impact of the Assessment Act and the other acts that we're speaking to today in the House. I think it's important to point out, and the Minister has said this many times, that we in Canada today are supporting a lot of large-scale development projects, whether it's in mining, in natural resource sectors, in hydro development, in pipelines, and we're going to continue to do that. And we know that in order for these investments to work for Canadians, they have to be full consultation with Canadians, there has to be full input from Canadians, and there has to be input from Indigenous people. And I asked the Minister, in modernizing these regulations, aren't we really helping to build a stronger Canada with more input from all Canadians in how that is supposed to happen?
Well, Minister of the Environment.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. I know she cares very passionately about ensuring we do things the right way, which is listening to Canadians. It's listening to Indigenous peoples. It's listening to communities. It's listening to industry. And that's exactly what we're doing now. We're ensuring that there is robust consultations, that we weren't limiting standing to a small group, that if you have views or concerns about a project, that you have the opportunity to have your views heard. And concerns responded to, and this is really important because Canadians said we need to rebuild trust, and that's exactly what we're doing.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Much, Mr. Speaker. I'll just actually return to the intervention by the member for Edmonton Griesbach. Anyway, I'm going to go back to what he was saying for a moment. He was asking, how it is that the government thinks they could ever get another pipeline built under this new environmental assessment regime. But of course, the way that it's going to be able to do that is that the minister in this bill is giving herself the power to completely ignore the new assessment process. And when she talks about the Harper government having gutted the environmental review process, the nature of the gutting was that the decision-making procedure became totally political. It was being taken at the cabinet level. And politicians didn't have any obligation to listen to scientists and to the evidence. And the problem with this bill, Mr. Speaker, is that prerogative is completely preserved. In fact, it's given just to the minister and not even cabinet as a whole. So how can she stand in this place and say that she's approving the process when they don't even need to apply the process to any projects, and they retain the right initiated by the Harper government to completely disregard the evidence and the science?
Well, Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to correct that, that we have said and we've made it clear that we need to make decisions on robust science, evidence, and facts. And we have rebuilt trust by actually making sure that that is key to this. Transparency is going to be there so that when you see how decisions are made, you're going to see where, what the evidence was used, what science was used, Indigenous traditional knowledge was used, and that's critically important. We know that we have to make decisions based on science.
Honourable Member for Bow River.
Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to ask a question on this particular matter. It's similar maybe to one that's been asked earlier, but as I represent many rural municipalities, and there's only one taxpayer's pocket that money comes out of. So municipal councils are very concerned and expressed to me the amount of costs that they're looking at under this proposed legislation. There's only one taxpayer, only one pocket comes out of, and they're looking at this as being significant in costs for they maintain roads, ditches, bridges, culverts, that this will be an onerous, another addition to local taxpayers.
Minister of the Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said, we listen to everyone. We listen to municipalities. We listen to rural municipalities. We listen to cities. We listen to Indigenous peoples. We listen to industry, and we come together to find a process that's going to work. Okay. And so we think it is really important, though, that we have a robust assessment process, that we rebuild trust, because that is the only way you can actually get good projects going ahead. And that was a real challenge under the previous government, who gutted the system. They didn't have the trust of folks. They didn't have the trust of Canadians. Canadians said we needed to do better. We needed to rebuild trust. We needed to consult with people. If you live in a rural community, you should be consulted through environmental assessment. You should have the opportunity to make your concerns and views known, and they should be taken seriously. At the end of the day, you need to make decisions based on science, on evidence, on fact, and you need to do that in a transparent way. And that's the only way in the 21st century that you can get good projects going ahead.
Member for Thornhill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, when we were in government working responsibly to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by regulation, protecting the environment at the same time as being conscious of protection of the economy, the Department, Environment Canada, scientists and economists did cost-benefits evaluations of every piece of legislation. When we brought in legislation to reduce tailpipe emissions, very effective, the benefits were found to outweigh the costs. When we we shared those at committee. When we brought in legislation to phase out any new construction of coal-fired generating stations, we did a cost-benefit estimate. We shared those dollar figures with the industry. Mr. Speaker, my question is, why won't the minister share the cost-benefit studies that we know the department has done with regards to how much the carbon tax is going to cost the average Canadian family?
Minister of Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased that the member opposite cares so greatly about climate change. It's just really unfortunate that the Conservative members of the Environment Committee voted to remove the consideration of the impact to our climate from Bill C-69. That might have been an oversight. It might have been a mistake. But we know that, unfortunately, the Conservatives don't have a plan to tackle climate change. I don't know whether they all believe that climate change is a problem or real, nor do I think they understand the huge economic opportunity. We understand that. We understand that we need to be making sure that we're doing right by our planet, that we're tackling our emissions, but that we also, have a plan to get our resources to market in a sustainable way. And that's exactly what we're doing with Bill C-69, and we certainly hope all parties will support it.
Hear, hear.
I am now prepared to rule on the point of order raised earlier today by the member for Red Deer Lacombe regarding the notice for time allocation given yesterday by the government House Leader concerning Bill C-59, an act respecting national security matters. When raising the matter, the honourable member for Red Deer Lacombe contended that nothing in the standing orders as written allows a time allocation motion to cover both the report stage and third reading of a bill that has been sent to committee before second reading. To support his argument, the member referred specifically to Standing Order 78.3, which stipulates that a time allocation motion is allowed for both report stage and third reading only if the bill is sent to committee after second reading, pursuant to Standing Order 76.1. Therefore, he asked the Speaker to rule the notice of time allocation motion out of order. For guidance on this matter, I would refer members to House of Commons Procedure and Practice, third edition at page 673, which states, quote, in the case of a bill referred to committee before second reading, the motion for time allocation can pertain to both the report stage and second reading stage as well as the third reading stage, unquote. The member himself acknowledged
that examples exist where precisely the same approach as is proposed in this time allocation motion was adopted by the House. I want to thank the honourable member, in fact, for drawing the fact of these examples to my attention. Indeed, there have been at least 4 instances where this has occurred. I refer members to the precedents of May 6, 1996, another from November 22, 1996, one also from February 22, 2000, and finally one from May 28, 2015. These precedents demonstrate that the House has seen fit to combine more than one stage in a single time allocation motion for bills that have been referred to committee prior to second reading. This forms a solid enough basis to indicate that this is now an acceptable practice with respect to time allocation motions. For this reason, I find that the government's time allocation motion is in order. Nonetheless, I appreciate the honourable member's point. To avoid any further confusion, I would recommend that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs review the matter with a view to clarifying the Standing Order 78 sub 3 sub A vis-a-vis our accepted practices. I thank the House for its attention on this matter. It is my duty to interrupt the proceedings at this time and put forthwith the question on the motion now before the House. The question is as follows. Ms. Chager, seconded by Ms. McKenna, moved that in relation to Bill C-69, an act to enact the Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulator Act, to amend the Navigation Protection Act, and shall I dispense? No. And to make consequential amendments to other acts, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage of the bill, and 5 hours shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at report stage, and at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yay! All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Yay! All those opposed will please say nay. Yay! In my opinion, the yeas have it. Calling the members.
La question. Alors.
Order, please. Order.
They're going to be asked to vote on. I'm going to hope. La question est la.
The question is as follows. It is moved that in relation to Bill C-69, an act to enact the Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulator Act, to amend the Navigation Protection Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage, and 5 hours shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill.
Provided for the consideration at report stage, and at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor. Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Nault.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin-la-Petite-Nation.
Mr. Lausanne, Argentin, la Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Romanato.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Casey Charlottetown.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsef.
Ms. Monsef.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Duncan Etobicoke North.
Mr. Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mr. Cesar Chauvin.
Cesar Chauvin.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Lametti.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Eiking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et l'Essard.
Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest et l'Essard.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mr. Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Gisnevsky.
Mr. Gisnevsky.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alaslev.
Ms. Alaslev.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayliss.
Mr. Bayliss.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bettina.
Mr. Bettina.
Monsieur Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Ms. DeMoff.
DeMoff.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Khoury.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Sorry,
Smith.
back to Mr. Ellis.
Back to Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Ailson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Ms. Khalid.
Ms. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Mr. Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, le Métis, Matane, Matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Proud Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Mr. Peterson.
Monsieur Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Mr. Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serre.
Mr. Seri.
Madame Shanahan.
Shanahan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Ms. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Secan.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenberg.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Gorpoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bazan. Mr. Kent. Mr. Clement. Mr. Van Loan. Monsieur Paulus. Monsieur Berthold. Mr. Richards. Mr. Strahl. Mrs. Vecchio. Mrs. Wong. Mr. Abu Taif. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Sopak. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Reid. Mr. Anderson. Mrs. Gallant. Monsieur Gould. Mr. Kimmich. Mr. Kitchen. Mr. Jennis. Mr. Lobb. Mr. Zimmer. Mr. Cooper. Monsieur Clark. Monsieur Godin. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Yerdega. Mr. Diot. Mr. Shields. Mr. Waugh. Mr. Weber. Mr. Benson. Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster. Monsieur Caron. Mr. Garrison. Madame Boutin-Sweet. Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River. Mr. Davies. Monsieur Boulris. Madame Laverdière. Mr. Donnelly. Monsieur Aubin. Monsieur Nantel. Monsieur Dubé. Ms. Jolibois. Madame Quash. Mr. Blakey. Monsieur Choquette. Madame Moore. Ms. Benson. Mr. Duval. Mr. Cannings. Mr. Johns. Mr. McGregor. Ms. Malcolmson. Ms. Hardcastle. Monsieur Sainte-Marie. Madame Posé. Madame Gill. Monsieur Barcelou-Duval. Monsieur Beaulieu. Mr. Weir. Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Yeas pour 150, 150. Nays contre 65, 65.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day. Honorable Government House Leader.
Monsieur le Président, je propose, appuyé par la ministre de la Sécurité publique et la...
Relatively to Bill C-59, an act respecting national security matters, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage and second reading stage of the bill, and 5 hours shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at report stage and second reading stage, and the 5 hours provided for the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required, for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stages of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moved
that in relation to Bill C-59, an act respecting national security matters, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage and second reading stage of the bill, and 5 hours shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at report stage and second reading stage, and the 5 hours provided for the consideration at third stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted, if required,
for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stages of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Pursuant to Order 60.7, there will now be a 30-minute question period. I indicate that honourable members who wish to put a question should rise so that the Speaker can have an idea of how many members wish to take part in this question period.
Interlake Eastman.
Okay. I was going to let him go first.
The honourable member is going to defer to his colleague.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with the creation of C-59 put in place by the government after what we had done with C-51, after attacks in Canada, we had put legislation in place in the national interest. The Liberals said didn't make any sense. Then they come up with C-59. Could I have some silence, please, Mr. Speaker? Because there are serious people working in here. Thank you. So, allow me to continue. One case happened recently, Mr. Speaker. Somebody known as Abu Isafa committed brutal crimes working for Daesh. He admitted that he traveled for terrorist purposes to the CBC and the New York Times. He was interviewed. He had a recording. He was all proud of what he'd done over there. And this CSIS and the RCMP learned that he'd done this by listening to a podcast. So I'd like to ask the Minister how C-59 would improve a situation like that when we've seen that it's reduced the powers of our agencies. The Honourable Minister of Public Security.
Appreciate the honourable gentleman's question, but I beg to differ with his interpretation. The fact of the matter is the changes that we have made or are in the process of making with Bill C-59 will bring much greater clarity to the law, will make the constitutional authorities much more clear and distinct, so that our police and security agencies will have a much better sense of the scope and impact of their powers. And in consultation with those authorities, and obviously I have the opportunity to discuss these issues with them quite frequently, the one thing that bedevils their work is uncertainty, is a lack of clarity, is doubt about what they have the authority to do and not to do. In Bill C-59, clarification is brought to a great many matters with respect to CSIS and other agencies, which in fact will make them more effective in conducting the important work that they do to keep Canadians safe and to safeguard rights and freedoms.
Once again, I ask the members to keep their interventions under 1 minute, the same for the ministers answering. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Liberal approach to Canadians' rights and freedoms in action, because what we saw is this minister, the Prime Minister, and others who are on the front bench in the previous Parliament voting for the Conservatives' Bill C-51, and then saying, we don't like this bill, we're going to do better, we promise to do better, just vote for us in the next election. And then here we are at 8:35 on a Wednesday evening, debating in the House of Commons a time allocation motion, because what did the Liberals do? They sent this bill to committee before second reading saying, this is great. This part of this process will allow us to accept amendments that are outside the scope of the bill, and we're going to listen to that. I had 120 amendments, Mr. Speaker. 4 were adopted after adopting Liberal wording. 25 Conservative amendments, 0 were adopted. A half dozen Green amendments, none were adopted. Can the minister explain to me why time allocation is the way to approach what they claim is the biggest change to national security legislation in the last 30 years?
Minister of Public Safety. Mr. Speaker, I would point out to the honourable gentleman that the Public Safety and Security Committee, Standing Committee of the House of Commons, did very good work on this legislation. They heard from at least 3 dozen witnesses. They received some 95 briefs. and they amended the legislation, Mr. Speaker, no fewer than 40 times. And the result of those 40 amendments is to take what the experts had previously referred to as a very good piece of legislation, and they have strengthened it in a number of ways. And I'm very happy to accept those 40 amendments. And I also remind the House that this legislation is based upon the most extensive public consultation about national security ever in the history of Canada.
Wow. Questions? The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles, for his intervention and his hard work on this file. And, you know, I want to say also thanks to the Minister for bringing this bill forward, because it is time that we do update our security arrangements that we have with the different agencies. It's important that we bring about the ability to defend ourselves from cyber attacks and enhance that cyber security so that we can do the offensive as well to eliminate those threats. And I think you'd find that on the Conservative side that we do support that. However, there was over 250 amendments that were brought forward at committee. And here again, we're having debate limited so that we can again raise the issues and the concerns that we have, Mr. Speaker, and we'd ask the government to finally allow democracy to work and allow each and every one of us to raise the issues that are important on Bill C-59.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, let me first say that I read in the media the other day comments from this honourable member indicating words to this effect: by and large, Conservatives support this legislation, and I appreciate his support for Bill C-59. And again, I point out, this is the product of extensive consultations. 59,000 people responded online with respect to the proposals that we have now before the House of Commons. 18,000 submissions were received by email. There were town hall meetings held across the country in places like Halifax, Markham, Winnipeg, Vancouver, and Yellowknife. The Standing Committee held numerous meetings in preparation for the legislation. Social media was engaged with the Twitter and online conversations. There were 17 engagement meetings held by various members of Parliament across the country, 14 in-person sessions with experts from civil society. Mr. Speaker, all of the results of that have been published so all Canadians can see what everybody was saying to everybody about the content of this legislation.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, from the 41st Parliament, we have reams of quotes from Liberals regarding the use of time allocation from the then Conservative government. I think quotes that we have from the member for Winnipeg North fill several pages. What we've seen over the last couple of weeks is this government's use of time allocation and using the bare minimum, you know, allocating 5 hours for debate on this bill, on Bill C-69, which was done just before this, on Bill C-75, C-76. You know, the list goes on, Mr. Speaker. And I guess my simple question to the Minister of Public Safety is, given his party's record when they were the third party in the 41st Parliament, does he not feel the slightest bit of shame and contrition over the complete reversal of his position now that he occupies that side of the House?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, it is the function of Parliament and the committees of Parliament to deliberate and debate and discuss, take legislative proposals and seek amendments and to go through that very valid exercise in democracy. But it's also the function of this place and the committees of this place to ultimately, having heard all of the evidence and all of the information, to take a decision, to actually vote on the decisions that reflect the best interests of Canadians. And that certainly is happening in spades with respect to Bill C-59. There has been extensive consultation, the largest in Canadian history. There has been a fulsome process in Parliament, and now, as we come to the conclusion of the deliberation stage, we're getting closer and closer to the point where it is time to vote and take a decision.
Questions? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I was unable to rise just earlier tonight on time allocation on C-69, I will say parenthetically that I find that time allocation even more offensive than this one because we were time allocated in committee as well. I had clause-by-clause amendments on C-69 and I had clause-by-clause amendments on C-59. And at least to the credit of the C-59 time management, we were allowed to debate all of the amendments to C-59 on public security and terrorism. We were stopped from debating 2 full bills worth of amendments to Omnibus C-69. But my question to the Minister is, why is it required at this point on a bill that has much good in it to stop this place from being able to have a full debate? I think it's anti-democratic.
Public safety.
Well, I would note, Mr. Speaker, first of all, that I very much appreciate the honourable member's interventions and her comments with respect to Bill C-59 and the way that there has been a huge amount of input already, including the ample public consultations for a full year before we even introduced the legislation in the first place. And now there will be at this stage of the legislation another 5 hours of discussion in the House, and following that another 5 hours of discussion in the House, which should be ample to provide an opportunity for all serious proposals and propositions and comments to come forward, based upon what has already been the most extensive.
Questions? The honourable member for Whitby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his responses so far. He did elaborate on the comprehensiveness of the consultations, about 70,000, if what I could add up, inputs on this particular piece of legislation. I'm wondering if he could speak to the testimonials from various key stakeholders and experts on this particular piece of legislation, because I know the members of my constituency in Whitby would like to know what the experts say about this C-59.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as with all complicated pieces of legislation, and as is the natural disposition of experts in whatever field, there are various opinions, and those opinions vary. But some of the most prominent commentators from, for example, the University of Ottawa, the University of Carleton, the University of Toronto, former heads of various security agencies across the country, usually perhaps in the category of being critical of legislation of this type, have described this as the most significant overhaul of public safety and national security legislation in Canadian history, certainly since the CSIS Act was originally introduced in 1984. And they've described the changes that we've made as progressive and aimed at a very important balance. Number one, keep Canadians.
Sorry. We're just moving on to the next question. Questions, the honourable member for Calgary Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We heard before from a member of the New Democrats who pointed out rightfully that on a Wednesday evening, the government has now guillotined debate in this House for the second time on 2 important pieces of legislation. That's 41 times now in this Parliament that they've done so. This bill wasn't a huge priority as far as I know. It was reported back from committee on May 3rd and it had 1 day of debate on May 28th. So why the rush so suddenly now to force the House to consider the matter on an evening for 5 hours left and then shut us down completely? It's a brutal way of proceeding with the business of the House, and attempting to say that public consultation is a substitution for debate in this House is absolutely wrong.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, there was a huge opportunity on Monday afternoon to have 4 or 5 or 6 hours of debate. The opposition chose a different procedure to occupy the day in a different way and preempted their own debate by the tactics that they used. They did it again this afternoon in the House of Commons. There could have been ample debate on many important topics in this House. Instead, they chose to fritter away the time that has been made available. It's obvious, Mr. Speaker, that the opposition has no intention and no interest in serious, substantive debate. They're overwhelmed with tricks and tactics and abuse of process, and the business of the country must go forward.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that the minister's depiction was rather disingenuous of what's happening here in the House today. And I take exception to it. And the people in my riding of Windsor-Tecumseh followed the issue of Bill C-51 in earnest. And all of these comments and consultations that the minister is bragging about now were actually presented to all of us in this place in earnest. Those comments are meant to foster meaningful debate in this House. Nobody sent comments, and I guarantee that. Nobody sent comments to the minister thinking for 1 minute that it would mean that he was going to cut off actual debate in this place on a bill like C-59. We've been following this issue for a long time. The minister tabled this last year in the dying days of our spring session. Then we heard nothing, and today you're just going to pull the rug out and brag about consultations. It's very disingenuous.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the opposition cannot have it both ways. On the one hand, they said we took far too long to discuss with Canadians and present the legislation which came in June of 2017. And then they said we're hurrying up things too quickly and not allowing enough time for public discussion and debate. The reality is that we undertook to have the most extensive consultations in Canadian history. We did that throughout 2016. We took all of that advice and information on board. We presented legislation in June of 2017. We put it out in public for Canadians to examine and review and weigh carefully. And then we brought the legislation before the House for debate. And in that course of that debate, we put it to the committee before second reading so the committee could have maximum flexibility. And the committee heard 36 witnesses, received 95 briefs, made 40 amendments. That seems to me to be the product of a democratic process that's working.
Yes. Questions. The Honourable Member for Selkirk, Interlake, Eastman.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the hypocritical fog in here is so thick that's clouding the Prime Minister, or crowding the Public Safety Minister's memory, because he can't even remember that when he was 10 years sitting in opposition, including a stint way down in third party, that he used the exact same democratic and parliamentary procedures that were used today. And that's about fulfilling our role and responsibility to hold the government to account. Yeah. Now, for him to stand in this place and saying that that is stifling debate and it's under our wrong that we did it, well, he is being very hypocritical. And essentially is calling the pot black, and he's the kettle. And I can tell you that right now that this minister has gotten way over and outstepped what is the right parliamentary procedures that we follow in this place. To criticize them is actually, in my opinion, contempt of this place. So the minister needs to actually apologize for that comment and understand that we have a responsibility as the official opposition to question every piece of legislation and motion they bring before this House, including Bill C-59, which deserves to be debated in the full context, the way legislation is supposed to be dealt with in this place.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, and that from an honourable member quoted in the media a few days ago saying, by and large, he supports this legislation. And I thank him very much. I thank him very much for that support. The matter of fact is, Mr. Speaker, that the opposition has enormous opportunities to debate and discuss. If they choose to use their time in a different way, that is their choice. Ultimately, though, it is incumbent upon Parliament, once a good, strong debate has taken place and there's been ample time in the public arena, it is time for decisions to be taken. After several more hours of debate on this topic that will run over the next several days, then it will be time for members of Parliament to weigh all of the issues pro and con, and if the opposition chooses to vote against, that is entirely their prerogative.
The honourable member for Guelph.
The Minister for being here to answer the questions today. I had an interaction on social media last week where one of my constituents was very impatient about Bill C-51 still being in place. You said you were going to change things. We elected you to change things. You haven't changed things. Why aren't you changing things? So I think the public is very anxious to see this moving forward. The previous government was politicizing security. Could maybe the minister comment on, beyond this bill, once it's enacted, how there will be a new open and third-party review of security matters, depoliticizing the process of security?
Good question. Well, Minister of Public Safety.
That is probably the single most important change that we are implementing through the legislation Bill C-59, and that is to create a much stronger, more comprehensive review process. Instead of having single review agencies that have the authority only to examine a single security or police agency, which is the case now, we're creating a new comprehensive body called the National Security and Intelligence Review Agency. It will have authority across the entire government of Canada. The silos will be gone, and the review will be able to follow the case, follow the issue, follow the evidence wherever it may be in any department or agency of the Government of Canada, and that is complemented by the work of the new National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. It is complemented by the work of the new Commissioner of Intelligence, which will for the first time ever create actual oversight and not just review after the fact.
Question. Alors, la députée de Charlebourg-Saint-Charles.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, the minister said that many experts had been listened to, including the former security advisor. Well, everybody remembers Charles Fadden. He mentioned when he testified before the committee that C-59 was easily compared to the Income Tax Act because it was so complex. There were subsections. It was incomprehensible. And he said, I hope the committee can help us improve the situation. We also have Christian Lebrock from Queen's University and the Royal Military College who came and said, I respect the suggestion under which CSIS should stick to knitting. In the best of all worlds, we want the RCMP to do things, but however, I submit that the RCMP already has trouble on many fronts, and I think that we also have to determine the relative advantage of each organization and put things in place quickly. So, first of all, why isn't the government listening to Mr. Fadden, who knows what he's talking about, and Mr. LaBrouche, the Honourable Minister of Public Safety?
Speaker, with respect to the issue of complexity, unfortunately in this world, issues related to public safety and national security are not simple. They are complex. They require expert work by our security and intelligence agencies and our police forces. They also require expert work by the review agencies that examine the operations of the police and CSIS. We are improving the standards by creating the new National Security and Intelligence Review Agency. We are creating for the first time ever the opportunity for oversight before the fact rather than after the fact, complemented by the Committee of Parliamentarians.
Questions? The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've just been checking the legislative record for Bill C-59. When this bill was reported back to the House on May the 3rd, and when it came up for its first bit of debate at report stage was on May the 28th. We, I think, had a couple of hours, but the only person who was able to engage in debate at report stage was, in fact, the minister. And now the minister has been a member of this place for a long time, and he knows that report stage is an important process where this House as a collective body gets to consider the work of the committee. I understand the committee's work is very important and they've gone through a long process, but equally important is for this House to consider the work of the committee at report stage. And so I ask through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Honourable Minister of Public Safety, how does he feel it's right to limit debate at this very important stage to 5 hours when, in fact, he is the only person in this House who has spoken to this bill at this very important stage?
Good question.
Mr. Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the first speaker at this stage of the debate was, in fact, the honourable gentleman's colleague, who is the NDP critic for this piece of legislation. So, indeed, other people have participated in the debate, including the NDP. The fact of the matter is there are 5 more hours of discussion, and I would note that in terms of the work at report stage, there were only 3 amendments proposed by the opposition in total, which would indicate a degree of satisfaction with the legislation. They had the perfect opportunity to propose an unlimited number of other amendments. They did not. They proposed 3, and we're debating those 3.
The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having been on the Public Safety Committee that travelled across Canada to hear from Canadians, as well as doing a study on the national security framework before we even got Bill C-59, and then heard from the witnesses that the minister has spoken about, I just wondered if you could speak to how the amendments reflect the testimony we heard, as well as how extensive those amendments were in terms of having it come after first reading.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
The committee themselves would be the better judge of how the actual amendments reflected the testimony they heard. But let me just give one very significant example, and that is on the issue of intelligence activities conducted in other countries, not in Canada, but in other countries, that may, in those other countries, involve the risk of torture or mistreatment. And it was very clear from the testimony before the committee, as well as the comments made by members of the committee, that they wanted to put into law very strong provisions to protect against any Canadian complicity in behavior overseas that might involve mistreatment or torture. We have had that protection up till now through the vehicle of ministerial directives. But members of the committee wanted to make that tougher. They wanted to see those ministerial directives reflected in the law itself. And indeed, a whole new section was added that will ultimately be a standalone piece of legislation that will make very strong protections in Canadian law against any behavior on the part of Canadians that would in any way be complicit in mistreatment or torture.
Member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Speaker, I had the opportunity to take a look while this debate's been going on at some old Hansard records, and I found one from May of 2013 when the honourable member was in opposition, and he said himself, obviously it is unfortunate when debate in the House is curtailed by the use of time allocation or closure. That impinges upon the democratic right of members of Parliament to adequately consider matters that are before the House. He said that himself 5 years ago. I'm wondering how this honourable member can stand in this House for the last half hour completely unashamed by his own blatant hypocrisy.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
The accuracy or not of a particular quote depends upon the facts of the matter and the context in which the quotation is taken. And here, in the course of the last half hour, I have laid out for people to judge the extensive nature of the consultation that went before the legislation was introduced. Secondly, the fact that when we presented the legislation, we referred it to committee before second reading to give the committee the maximum flexibility in dealing with amendments. And then when the committee got to doing the work of clause by clause, after they had heard 36 witnesses and received 95 briefs, they amended the legislation no less than 40 times. And now, we're into the final stages in Parliament, which will include 5 more hours and then 5 more hours. Mr. Speaker, that is giving ample opportunity for the opposition to participate and make any worthwhile contribution they might care to make. And if the last half hour is any indication, I won't hold my breath.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Here's now that the government, for the second time today and the 6th time in a week, has shut down debate, doing the bare minimum of debate on major bills that Canadians have been waiting for years. C-59 has been just invoked closure on. So here's a quote from the previous Parliament. Now you tell, I'll invite the minister through you, Mr. Speaker, to tell me who said this was Liberal Conservative. Quote, Canadians do not like it and they are waking up to the way the government is doing things. Who would have thought that Canadians would become familiar with procedures such as prorogation or time allocation during debates? Slowly but surely, Canadians are beginning to understand these procedures and beginning to question what the government meant when it promised to be open, transparent, and most of all, accountable. I believe Canadians are beginning to feel there's a contradiction between what has been promised and what has been actually done by the government, end quote. So I want to hear the minister's guess. Was that a Conservative or a Liberal that said that? Because it's hard for me to tell.
Honourable Minister of Public Safety has only a few seconds.
Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is a judgment call needs to be made in dealing with legislation in terms of assigning an appropriate amount of time for legislation to be considered thoughtfully and carefully. And if the opposition chooses, rather than to engage in debate, to use parliamentary time for other purposes, then they are in fact forgoing their own opportunities.
Il est de mon devoir d'interrompre maintenant le débat.
It is my duty to now put the motion to the chamber. The question is as follows. Ms. Chagger, seconded by Mr. Goodall, moves that in relation to Bill C-59, an act respecting national security matters, not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration of the report stage and second reading stage of the bill, and 5 hours shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at report stage and second reading stage, and the 5 hours provided for the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the said stages of the bill, then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. Does it please the House to adopt the motion? Those who support the nation, please say yay. Those who reject the motion, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
Order. The question is the following one. Ms. Chager, seconded by Mr. Goodale, moved that in relation to Bill C-59, an act respecting national security matters. Not more than 5 further hours shall be allotted to the consideration at report stage report and second reading of the bill, and 5 hours shall be allotted to the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, and that at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at report stage and second reading, and at the expiry of the 5 hours provided for the consideration at third reading stage of the said bill, any proceedings before the House shall be interrupted if required for the purpose of this order, and in turn every question necessary for the disposal of the stage of the bill then under consideration shall be put forthwith and successively without further debate or amendment. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. O'Regan.
Mr. O'Regan.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Ms. Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Madame Joly.
Madame Joly.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Ms. Qualtrough.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Ms. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Wilson-Raybould.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Hussain.
Ms. McKenna.
Ms. McKenna.
Mrs. Philpott.
Mrs. Philpott.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Ms. Mahichuk.
Mr. Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Casey Cumberland-Colchester.
Ms. Fry.
Ms. Fry.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Monsieur Lauzon, Argentel, La Petite Nation.
Mrs. Romanato.
Romanato.
Monsieur Rioux.
Monsieur Rioux.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Blair.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Holland.
Mr. Casey Charlottetown.
Casey Charlottetown.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Monsa.
Ms. Monsa.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Sohi.
Mr. Sohi.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North.
Duncan Etobicoke
Monsieur
North.
Duclos.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Mrs. Cesar Chauvin.
Cesar Chauvin.
Monsieur Cormier.
Mr. Cormier.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Mr. Wilkinson.
Monsieur Lemetti.
Mr. Lemetti.
Mr. Kusner.
Mr. Kusner.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Rusnak.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Iking.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. Bagnall.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalagia.
Scarpalagia.
Mr. Sims.
Mr. Sims.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Ms. Goldsmith-Jones.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Algabra.
Algabra.
Mr. DeCourcy.
DeCourcy.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Ms. Rudd.
Ms. Rudd.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Duguid.
Mr. Miller, Ville-Marie, le Sud-Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Miller, Ville-Marie, de l'Ouest Île des Sœurs.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mrs. McCrimmon.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Monsieur Poisson.
Monsieur Poisson.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Mrs. Lockhart.
Ms. Young.
Ms. Young.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Jesnevsky.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Pescasolido.
Pescasolido.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Alislav.
Ms. Alislav.
Mr. Amos.
Mr. Amos.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Area.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Monsieur Bayless.
Mr. Bayless.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bossio.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Bertina.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Breton.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Chen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Mr. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeMar.
DeMar.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr.
Ms.
Biddle.
Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Monsieur Drouin.
Mr. Drouin.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Ms. Zerowitz.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur Khoury.
Monsieur Khoury.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Erskine Smith.
Mr. Erskine
Mr.
Smith.
Ailfson.
Mr. Ailfson.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Finnegan.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fragascados.
Fragascados.
Mr. Fraser West Nova.
Fraser West Nova.
Mr. Fraser Central Nova.
Fraser Central Nova.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Fuhr.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Harvey.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Hutchings.
Ms. Hutchings.
Monsieur Yakano.
Mr. Yakano.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mrs. Jordan.
Mr. Jahari.
Jahari.
Ms. Khalid.
Mrs. Khalid.
Madame Lapointe.
Lapointe.
Monsieur Lefebvre.
Lefebvre.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Levitt.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Ms. Ludwig.
Ms. Ludwig.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Monsieur Massé, Avignon, le métis matal matapédia.
Mr. Massé, Avignon, le métis matal matapédia.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McDonald.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod, Northwest Territories.
McLeod, Northwest Territories.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morris.
Madame Nassif.
Madame Nassif.
Mr. Oliver.
Mr. Oliver.
Monsieur Willett.
Monsieur Willett.
Mr. Peterson.
Peterson.
Mr. Picard.
Mr. Picard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Rumi.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Hota.
Mr. Saini.
Mr. Saini.
Monsieur Sanson.
Sanson.
Mr. Sanga.
Mr. Sanga.
Mrs. Schultz.
Mrs. Schultz.
Monsieur Serri.
Mr. Serri.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame
Mr.
Shanahan.
Sheehan.
Mr. Sheehan.
Mr. Sidhu, Mission Massey, Fisher Canyon.
Cedar Mission, Masquerade, Fraser Canyon.
Mr. Sidhu, Brampton South.
Cedar, Brampton South.
Mr. Secan.
Secan.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Spengeman.
Mr. Tan.
Mr. Tan.
Monsieur Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Madame Lambropoulos.
Ms. Ing.
Ms. Ing.
Monsieur Hébert.
Monsieur Hébert.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Rota.
Mr. Hogue.
Mr.
Mr.
Hogue.
Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Sopak. Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gowan.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Lobb.
Lobb.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Cooper. Monsieur Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. Dega.
Mr. Dega.
Mr. Diant. Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Falk, Battleford's Lloydminster.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Caron.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Ms. Blaney, North Island, Powell River.
Blaney, North Island,
Monsieur
Powell River.
Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Madame Moore.
Madame Moore.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Duval.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Malcolmson.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Ms. Hardcastle.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Weir.
Mr. Weir.
Ms. May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Order. For anyone who thought the member for Cape Breton Canso couldn't count, apparently he can, but much too loudly. Yeah.
I think we win. Yeas pour 148, 148. Nays contre 55, 55.
Declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Order. The honourable member. The honourable member for Mégantic-Lérable is rising on a point of order. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, I didn't have an opportunity to hear what the table said about the bill that we'll be discussing in the next few seconds. So I would ask our clerks at the table to repeat what was just said, because I heard absolutely nothing, giving the brouhaha that we had here in the chamber. I think the table reported the result of the vote, and after that, I see. Okay. Orders of the day. Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at report stage of Bill C-69, an act to enact the Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulator Act, to amend the Navigation Protection Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. And motions under number 1.
Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight in support of Bill C-69. Before I begin, I'd like to acknowledge that we're on the traditional territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe peoples. Mr. Speaker, this bill provides the framework for a modern assessment process that would protect the environment, attract investment, and ensure that good projects go ahead in a timely way to create new jobs and economic opportunities. Today, I'm going to focus specifically on how it supports our government's commitment to reconciliation and a renewed relationship with Indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, meeting this commitment is challenging, but it is also necessary. I will discuss how Bill C-69 will advance reconciliation and partnership with Indigenous peoples. I'll also describe what the government has heard from Indigenous peoples in recent months and how their input has helped to strengthen this bill. From the very beginning, our government has been clear that no relationship is more important to Canada than its relationship with our Indigenous peoples. We committed to a renewed relationship based on the recognition of rights, respect, cooperation, and partnership as the foundation for transformative change, and we've taken important steps to fulfill that commitment. In 2016, Canada announced its full support of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, without qualification, with a commitment to its full and effective implementation. This February, the Prime Minister announced that we will work together in partnership with Indigenous peoples to develop a new recognition and implementation of rights framework to realign the relationship between the Government of Canada and Indigenous peoples based on the UN Declaration. Development of the framework builds on steps we have already taken along this path. That includes launching a review of laws and policies to ensure the Crown is meeting its constitutional obligations with respect to Aboriginal and treaty rights, guided by 10 principles rooted in Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982, guided by the UN Declaration, and informed by the report of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. We've begun to make institutional changes to support the renewed relationship, in particular announcing the dissolution of Indigenous and Northern Affairs Canada and creation of 2 new departments, Indigenous Services Canada and Crown Indigenous Relations and Northern Affairs. This will accelerate work already begun to renew the relationship with Indigenous peoples and better enable them to build capacity that supports the implementation of their vision of self-determination. We've announced our support for Bill C-262, the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act, as a strong first step in the process of implementation. More legislation will be needed in order to fully implement the Declaration in Canada. Our government has also made historic investments in Indigenous education, health, infrastructure, and communities, including to improve primary and secondary education on reserve, improve health facilities, build housing, and ensure access to clean and safe drinking water. Finally, recognizing that Indigenous peoples have been long been stewards of the environment and have knowledge of the land that spans generations, we continue to work closely with them as we take action to protect and enhance Canada's environment and respond to the threat of climate change. Meaningful participation of Indigenous peoples informed the development of the Pan-Canadian Framework on Clean Growth and Climate Change, and our government is working in partnership with the Assembly of First Nations, Inuit Tapiriit Kanatami, and the Métis National Council to implement it. Given Indigenous coastal communities deep ties to Canada's oceans, we're partnering with them to implement our $1.5 billion Oceans Protection Plan, for example, in developing training programs to increase participation in Indigenous community members and women in marine safety jobs. Finally, the bill before us today is built on a foundation of engagement with Indigenous peoples, along with industry, stakeholders, and a broad range of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. This bill is an important step which would advance reconciliation and produce better project decisions by recognizing Indigenous rights and working in partnership from the start. It would make it mandatory to consider Indigenous knowledge alongside science and other evidence, including when the assessment will be led by another jurisdiction. Under the new Impact Assessment Act, Indigenous jurisdictions would also have more opportunities to exercise powers and duties, including taking the lead on impact assessments through substitution. Through measures such as the new early planning and engagement phase, the bill will ensure that Indigenous peoples have opportunities to participate from the very beginning and throughout the assessment process. Finally, it would place consideration of impacts on Indigenous peoples and their rights at the center of the decision-making process by including this as one of the key factors that must be taken into account when making a decision following an impact assessment. Going forward, we're committed to working with Indigenous peoples to define processes aimed at securing consent and collaborating with them as we develop regulations under this legislation. Since introducing Bill C-69, our government has continued to engage with Indigenous peoples at every opportunity. The Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development also heard testimony from a number of Indigenous peoples and organizations during the study of this bill. In response to that testimony, the committee made several key amendments that enhance the bill's potential to advance reconciliation and a renewed relationship. Indigenous peoples have said that it is important that this bill fully reflect our government's commitment to implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Through amendments, the Standing Committee has ensured that this commitment is at the forefront of the bill and would guide its implementation. The bill now references the UN Declaration in the preamble to both the Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulator Act. The Purposes Clause of the IAA now specifies that the government, the minister, the agency, and federal authorities will need to exercise their powers in a manner that respects the government's commitments with respect to the rights of Indigenous peoples. Similarly, the mandate of the Canadian Energy Regulator would include exercising its powers and performing its duties and functions in the same way. We've heard about the importance of taking a distinctions-based approach, one of the 10 key principles guiding our review of laws and policies. This is needed to ensure that the unique rights, interests, and circumstances of First Nations, the Métis, and Inuit peoples are acknowledged, affirmed, and implemented. In response to this feedback, the committee has amended the bill to ensure membership of key committees under the legislation reflect a distinctions-based approach. Indigenous peoples have told us that considering Indigenous knowledge in impact assessments is critical. At the same time, they've called for better protection of this knowledge. The Standing Committee's amendments would strengthen both the use and protection of Indigenous knowledge. The bill would now require that assessment reports clearly show how Indigenous knowledge has been taken into account. It also provides more safeguards across all acts to ensure appropriate protection for Indigenous knowledge, while also recognizing that proponents may, at times, need to have access to it. Consultation would be required before Indigenous knowledge would be disclosed, and ministers would then be able to place conditions on the disclosure of this information in light of those consultations. In line with feedback from Indigenous organizations, the committee has also clarified that Indigenous knowledge would be considered, that this would not be limited to traditional knowledge of Indigenous peoples. Finally, throughout the bill, the committee has taken steps to further emphasize the commitment to meaningful participation in assessment processes for Indigenous peoples as well as the public. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to see that many of the amendments made by the Standing Committee directly respond to issues raised by Indigenous peoples and will further ensure this bill can support reconciliation. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, as I've described, our government is committed to advancing reconciliation and a renewed relationship in all of our actions, including this bill. I want to recognize the contributions made to Bill C-69 by Indigenous peoples and organizations across Canada. It is truly a privilege to work with Indigenous peoples and to hear their perspectives and priorities. Our government looks forward to working collaboratively with Indigenous peoples to implement the legislation. And I'd like to once again recognize the committee for listening and responding to the testimony of Indigenous peoples and organizations. This is a challenging process, but ultimately a rewarding one as we work together to protect the environment, create economic opportunities, and advance reconciliation. On a personal note, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to mention that I am a member of the Environment Committee and Sustainable Development, and it was a great honor to be part of the considerations and the amendments on this legislation. And with that, I will turn it over for questions on this very important piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Port-Neuf.
Rising on a point of order.
Oui, Monsieur le Président.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I'm tabling the government's responses to questions number 1672 to 1683. Honourable member for Port-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague from Cloverdale, Langley City. Is that correct? With whom I have the privilege of sitting on the Environment Committee. Every time I have an opportunity to say in this House that the Conservative Party doesn't get up in the morning to destroy the planet. On the contrary, we've done concrete things when we were in power, and we are proud to work on a daily basis to make sure that our environment is a priority. Now, I'd like to find out this from my colleague. I had a privilege of sitting with him on the committee, as I said at the outset, and we have had to experience extreme pressure from this government to accelerate the process on the study of Bill C-69. So I'd like to know that whether, as a parliamentarian, I must say first that we got a lot of written testimony because we didn't have time to receive witnesses in committee in person. We even had representations of a Quebec organization that said it was the only organization in Quebec that was able to come to testify, and many others in Quebec wanted to participate in this debate. I think it was important to us. So I'd like to ask my colleague whether the process used by the Liberal government on Bill C-69 was adequate. And are they ensuring that they did the best thing to improve C-69 to replace the 2012 Act? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Langley City.
Yeah, I'd like to thank the honourable colleague from across the way, Mr. Speaker, and I truly value the work that he does on the Environment Committee. On Bill C-69, I think that I'd like to go back, and one of the issues that really was behind this, the driver behind it, was that Canadians had lost trust in the process. And we heard that clearly during the 2015 election campaign, and that was why it was part of our campaign platform to come forward. And I'm really pleased with the changes that our government has made in C-69 to the legislation that we saw prior to this legislation. On the member's question about process, this was a very robust consultation process that our government employed in coming up with the legislation. There were consultations that went across the country, from province to territory, Indigenous organizations, industry. It was a very robust set of consultations. And when it came to committee, we had opportunity to discuss it, to have in witnesses. Now, on many occasions, the opposition members did speak to the need to have more time to hear from witnesses, and the public record will show time after time after time. Our side said that we would add days and hours, and we would come in during the constituency week that we had. And so I believe that there was a very robust process that we had at the committee stage as we moved to report stage, and looking at amendments, looking at the testimony, and reflecting those changes in a very meaningful way in the legislation that we have before us today. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my fellow British Columbian across the way for his speech. And I don't doubt at all his commitment to Indigenous rights, and I've spoken to him privately about this. What I'm worried about, though, is the commitment of his government. I acknowledge that the Liberals did vote in favour of Bill C-262 last week, and I commend them for doing that. But now we have an opportunity before us to actually put that vote into action with Bill C-69, and he will know that the member for Edmonton Strathcona has several report stage amendments on this bill. I will reference specifically motion number 12 and motion number 13, which is going to insert language into Bill C-69, which recognizes Indigenous rights, makes specific reference to the Constitution of Canada and to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. So my question through you, Honourable Speaker, to my friend across the way is, will he be consistent with his vote last week and actually vote in support of these report stage amendments so that we can actually make this bill come into compliance as per the instructions of 262, that the laws of Canada are being brought into harmony with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples? I'd like to see his commitment right here and now to support these amendments. Thank you.
Member for Cloverdale, Langley City, who has about a minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you so much, and I'd like to thank my colleague, once I get untangled from my earpiece here, for his statement and question about Bill C-262 and how that will be reflected in Bill C-69. We had, and as I made in my comments today, we are dedicated to the idea of reconciliation, and not just the idea of actions of reconciliation through what's happened here. Through the amendments that were made, we've been able to reflect a commitment in the preamble to the legislation that the United Nations Declaration on Indigenous Peoples is a key principle that needs to guide this legislation and how it's implemented. And so there are many pieces of the legislation that deal with how Indigenous knowledge will be used, how we'll consult in a meaningful way with Indigenous peoples. I think this really moves forward the principles and ideas of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in a meaningful manner. I'm quite happy that that's reflected here.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to take part in the debate on Bill C-69 that the Liberal government tabled, an act to enact the Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulation Act. And amending other acts. As you undoubtedly know, this legislation would create a new Impact Assessment Agency of Canada to replace all the Canadian Environmental Assessment Agency, and would lead all federal reviews of major projects together with the Canadian Energy Regulator and offshore boards. As a citizen and member for Lévis-Lobinière, I've always been concerned with navigation protection, such as that of our magnificent St. Lawrence River that flows close to my home. In 2012, the Conservative government had amended the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act. My concerns about C-69 are numerous, of course, and are linked to the real reasons why the government has changed this bill and the shifting ethics of this government that claims to be responsible and transparent, which is in fact proving that their only ambition is to favor Liberal cronies, encourage Liberal partisanship, and increase the coffers of the Liberal Party from coast to coast with one excuse after another.
What this apparently noble legislation really hides is that all of these projects will be assessed based on their environmental impact and social and health implications. Mr. Speaker, what we're seeing is that the Liberal Party is engaging in what it's always done. It's the champion of underhandedness, as we have seen with the fisheries minister when he handed out fishing quotas for an in-demand type of seafood. Where things deteriorate is that this bill claims it will consult Indigenous leaders, but at the end of the day, it gives discretionary power, more power to the minister, because Liberals love overspending the money of Canadian taxpayers. The government in this bill is committing to spend over $1 billion over 5 years to support the new regime and changes and ensure so-called greater consultation with Indigenous peoples and the public. Well, allow me to point out that this looks a lot like the same thing that happened with the fisheries minister, who we hope will soon be under investigation. It's clear, Mr. Speaker, that the previous Conservative government always did better without growing the tax burden on Canadian taxpayers. Conservatives in Canada understand how important it is to provide certainty, predictability, and regulatory transparency to ensure the viability of big energy projects. We know how important these big projects are for communities across the country. They create good jobs, and favoritism should have nothing to do with this. Greater prosperity always goes hand in hand with doing good by the environment, but when it comes to the Liberal government, it all comes down to doing favors for their family and friends. Bill C-69 would create 2 new regulatory burdens, and when combined with the useless carbon tax, will undermine Canada's international competitiveness without improving the environmental protection. It's a scandal, Mr. Speaker. These new consequences, like many others which we are experiencing, are so discouraging, and they've happened since the Liberals arrived in power. They are piling failure upon failure, and by the next election, the Liberals will have their work cut out for them. They've left nothing but crumbs to the natural resources sector, and the Liberals are getting in the way of this sector. Thankfully, Canada's Conservatives are going to continue to oppose costly regulations which stand in the way of Canada's competitiveness and economic growth. Bill C-69 does not meet the goals of the Conservative Party of Canada, which is always to strike the right balance between environmental protection and economic growth. When you look at what's happening south of the border, well, it's shocking to see that the Americans are loosening their regulations, lowering taxes, and are encouraging energy production based on natural gas or coal, Canada is going backwards. We cannot stand in the way of Canada's competitiveness by tightening regulations and by creating uncertainty around the environmental assessment process. Any bill, like this one, which will lead Canada to be less competitive, must be denounced and eliminated. On this side of the House, we believe that to be efficient, our economic and environmental policies must not be in conflict with each other, undermine each other, or cancel each other out. All empirical data has shown that prosperity leads to the protection of the environment. This Prime Minister has lost all credibility in our eyes and in the eyes of people around the world. There was a shameful trip to India, and that's one thing. But his policies are disadvantaging Canada political and economically, and we stand against this. We've seen the Prime Minister dressed up in all kinds of costumes, but what we care about on this side of the House is not Superman, but it's the place of Canada in the world, its prosperity, its role, and the well-being of all Canadian families. Mr. Speaker, now I'd like to talk about my concerns with regard to how we are going to how in this bill we are going to conduct proper environmental assessments. The current process will remain politicized because at the end of the day, it is the minister who will decide whether a project is in the public interest or not, regardless of whether the impact assessment of the agency process is shorter. Another concern I have are the government's motives. It says it will shorten the environmental assessment process, but this is misleading. It is misleading because the preparatory stage will add 180 days to the process, even though the assessment stage is slightly shortened as well. C-69 gives a great degree of discretion to the minister to prolong or even suspend the process. In the consultation document on the regulations on information requirements and timeline management, the government has recognized that in some cases deadlines will not be respected. This discretionary power will no doubt be abused, and therefore there are very few reasons for us to support this bill. In principle, we support the one project, one assessment principle and the commitment towards maintaining timelines. However, the bill is filled with so many regulatory obstacles and additional criteria which will inevitably lengthen the assessment period. Bill 69 creates many new criteria which will be taken into account during the impact assessment, including Canada's climate change commitments. So environmental impacts before and after a project will have to be taken into account, and this means ever more people will be able to intervene in the evaluation process, whether they have expertise or not. Lastly, the minister and or cabinet have the final say on any project, thus politicizing the process and creating uncertainty for investors. So there's nothing in the bill which will grow the confidence of investors or attract new investments in Canada's resource sector. Canadian companies are also at already at a competitive disadvantage, whereas the U.S. are going ahead with their plan to reduce regulations, bring in tax breaks, and produce electricity based on coal and natural gas. Canadian companies deserve a government which works for them and with them, not against them. We need to balance environmental protection and the growth of our economy. We support regulation and investment in clean technology and mitigation of climate change, but only if initiatives produce real and measurable results. But there's none of that in this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Speaker,
I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. During the last Parliament, the Conservative government gutted the environmental assessment process, which removed protections of almost all of Canada's lakes and rivers. Bill C-69 does very little or nothing to reverse those changes. So I have to ask the member, Mr. Speaker, do the Conservatives still believe Canada's lakes and rivers should remain unprotected?
The honourable member for de la Bitinière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We have always defended lakes, rivers, and water bodies in our country. It's important. We were the only government to invest in renewable energy. We invested in electricity generation and wind energy, and we asked the auto sector to bring down their the exhaust in their vehicles to go from 7 to 5 liters per 100 kilometers. We worked hard. We succeeded. We brought down our greenhouse gas emissions. We grew Canada's economy. That's our record, Mr. Speaker.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my colleague, well, I have to say, I'm confused because he's talking about a bill which doesn't exist. Today, we are seized with Bill C-69, which is a very weak piece of legislation, which contains the same principles of the previous government, the previous Conservative government. There are no measures to strengthen environmental assessments. There are no measures to protect rivers, lakes, and bodies of water. So I'm stunned that the member is against this bill because it, for all intents and purposes, it could be a Conservative bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question. In this bill, there is a huge difference between what we would have done because this bill gives the minister the final say. And this is a dangerous thing for Canada if you give so much power to an ideological minister who would act against the Canadian economy. So this is very problematic.
Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we look at the legislation as actually a piece of legislation that actually advances a number of issues in terms of protecting the environment, fish, and waterways. It rebuilds public confidence and trust with respect to Indigenous rights and so forth. It ultimately will strengthen the economy as we strive to achieve that balance in terms of how we advance the economy and the environment, both of them working together, all of which supports Canada's middle class. And I'm wondering why it is that the Conservatives wouldn't see the merit in terms of advancing legislation of this nature, which will in fact restore public confidence in the whole balancing of the environment and the economy.
The honourable member for Lévis-le-Bitinière. In answer to my colleague, with regard to Indigenous communities, there is nothing in this bill which guarantees that Indigenous communities will have their say in the future. If you look at the fisheries minister who basically excluded Indigenous communities from a request for proposals, and if you look at this bill which gives the minister the ultimate say, well, that's a great concern for us, and that's why we are not going to support this bill, probably.
For Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was on the Fisheries Committee and the Environment Committee when both these pieces of legislation were being affected by the Liberal government. We asked witness after witness if they could detail in numerical, in quantitative ways, how the legislation in 2012 affected the environment, and not a single witness could provide any proof that the changes we made in 2012 had any effect on the environment. So as we say back home, the Liberal and NDP comments about our legislation are simply wind and rabbit tracks and nothing else. I want to ask my colleague, in terms of economic development, how our government improved the economic situation in Canada with our changes to environmental legislation.
Unfortunately, there's very little time left, 10 seconds. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. He's absolutely right. On our side, we've done our homework. When we were in government, we improved Canada's economy by bringing down greenhouse gas emissions. And as soon as we come back to power, we're going to continue the work which is being destroyed right now.
Honourable Member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to speak today in support of Bill C-69. As Chair of the Standing Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development, it was a privilege to be able to study this bill and report it back to the House with important amendments. These amendments were developed after listening to over 55 witnesses and over 150 briefs from NGOs, Indigenous peoples, unions, experts, and industry representatives. The amendments adopted were to bring more predictability, transparent decision-making, clarity on expectations, and timely reviews. Our government committed to regaining public trust in the review of projects and get Canada's resources to market, and that is what this bill will do. Since 2012, we've seen that weaker rules have hurt Canada's economy and our environment. Without public trust and support, projects cannot move forward and investment is put at risk. This bill would result in better rules to govern major project reviews, helping ensure that Canadians can benefit from over $500 billion in major resource projects planned over the next decade. It would provide predictable, timely project reviews to encourage investment. At the same time, it would ensure our environment is protected and that we can meet our commitments to reduce carbon pollution and transition to a clean growth economy. Mr. Speaker, engagement with industry as well as Indigenous peoples, provinces and territories, stakeholders and Canadians has been instrumental in development of this bill. Over 14 months leading up to its introduction, the government heard from companies about what they need to keep good projects moving forward. Since then, the government has continued to stay engaged with companies, Indigenous peoples and stakeholders. Consistently, companies have told us that they need certainty about the process, about what is required and when, and about how decisions on project approvals are made. Bill C-69 would provide that certainty. To begin with, one agency, the new Impact Assessment Agency of Canada, would act as federal lead for all major project reviews. This will result in reviews that are more consistent and more predictable. We have consulted with Canadians on the criteria that will form the basis for a revised project list, which will provide clarity on how our new rules will apply. Through a new early planning and engagement phase, companies would be able to identify and address issues early on, before an impact assessment begins. The bill provides clarity on the scope and outputs of this new phase. It would result in tailored impact statement guidelines that reflect factors and requirements relevant to the project, as well as a cooperation plan, an Indigenous engagement and partnership plan, public participation plan, and, if required, a permitting plan. Details on these products will be set out in regulations which the government's consulting on now and which will come into force at the same time as the Impact Assessment Act. The early planning stage would define requirements and clarify expectations so companies know what is expected of them and when. It would help them design and plan their projects and more effectively engage Indigenous people, stakeholders, and local communities. The Minister would also be able to inform companies early on if a project is likely to have negative impacts without stopping the process. This would give companies an earlier opportunity to decide whether to continue with an impact assessment. Bill C-69 would ensure that companies know in advance what would be considered in a project review and in decision-making. Reviews would take into account not just environmental impacts, but also social, economic, and health effects, as well as impacts on Indigenous peoples and their rights. This bill would also provide strong transparency measures so that proponents are informed about key decisions, as well as the reasons behind them. That includes, for example, decisions to extend the timeline for a review or to refer a final decision on a project to Cabinet. And when final decisions are made on whether a project will go ahead, the proponent would be informed of the reasons why and would be assured that all key factors were appropriately considered. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-69 would also respond to what we've heard from industry by providing more timely assessments. Our better rules would include stricter timeline management, with shorter timelines for assessments. Specifically, timelines for agency-led reviews would be reduced from 365 days to 300. Panel reviews would be shortened from 720 days to a maximum of 600 days. And in addition, panel reviews for designated projects reviewed in collaboration with a federal life cycle regulator would be shortened to 300 days, with the option to allow the minister to set the timeline up to a maximum of 600 days if warranted, based on the project's complexity. And timelines for non-designated projects reviewed by life cycle regulators would be shortened from 450 to 300 days. Regulations would require clear rules around when timelines can be paused. And when there is a decision to extend a timeline, the proponent will need to be informed about the reasons why. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to briefly mention how Bill C-69 would support one project, one review, and how this will contribute to our goal of getting our resources to market. The bill would provide for joint reviews and substitution, in which a review process led by another jurisdiction would fulfill the requirement for a federal review. Those provisions would help promote cooperation with provinces and territories and reduce red tape and prevent duplication. We are also increasing opportunities for partnership with Indigenous peoples and for Indigenous governing bodies to take on key responsibilities. That could include taking the lead on assessments through the bill's substitution provisions. Our government has heard from industry on how important it is for Bill C-69 to provide a smooth transition between the current assessment regime and the new regime. Transition provisions must be clear and predictable to encourage investment and keep good projects moving forward. Bill C-69 would provide that clarity by setting out objective criteria to identify projects that will continue to be reviewed under SIA 2012, giving companies the option to opt in to the new process and confirming that no one goes back to the starting line. I would just like to emphasize that as a result of the committee's work, Bill C-69 now includes stronger transparency provisions that would benefit proponents and provide more certainty and consistency across the legislation. For example, assessment reports would be required to incorporate a broader range of information, including a summary of comments received, recommendations on mitigation measures, and follow-up, and the agency's rationale and conclusions. Public comments would have to be made available on the Internet, and information posted online would need to be maintained so that it could be assessed over time and accessed. The Standing Committee also addressed feedback from industry that some smaller projects with federal life cycle regulators, such as offshore renewable energy projects, could face longer reviews than they do now. The amendments address this by establishing a new timeline of 300 days for reviews of projects with a life cycle regulator, with the possibility to set the timeline to a maximum of 600 days if it's warranted. Complementing existing provisions to support timelines, the amended bill would set a clear 45-day timeline for establishing a review panel. And the committee's amendments would clarify that public comments must be provided during a time period specified by the agency so that meaningful participation is ensured and balanced with the need for timely assessments. The Standing Committee also further advanced the objective of one project, one review. As a result of the committee's amendments, integrated review panels involving federal regulators would also be available to include other jurisdictions, making it possible to have just one assessment that meets all the requirements. Finally, the Standing Committee responded to feedback from companies by making the bill's transition provisions even clearer. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, the bill responds to what we've heard from companies, providing clarity on expectations and requirements, predictable timely reviews, and transparent decision-making. By rebuilding public trust, it would encourage investment and help create new jobs and opportunities for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Honorable député de Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I would like to thank my colleague of Fort King, Vaughan, who's an incredible person, very generous, does an outstanding job as the chair of the Environment Committee. Thank you very much. But now, Madam Speaker, yes, absolutely, she does deserve a round of applause. Well, Mr. Speaker, she does do great work. However, as I said earlier, the process was sped up. And I'm not quite sure that we as members of Parliament have done an excellent, rigorous, efficient job. to ensure that the bill will actually correct or fix the 2012 legislation. While I was on committee, I heard an expert, he was a university professor from Dalhousie, who suggested that this bill here should be destroyed and that we should hit the reset button. So I'm not quite sure that we were efficient in our work. So can my colleague answer this question? Could we as a committee have been more efficient? Could we have taken the time to really get our priorities straight to help the environment?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for my colleague for being so generous with his comments. I, too, really appreciate the work that he does on the committee. We have generally a very cooperative and collaborative approach. Lately, it's been a little more rocky, but overall, I think we've had some amazing work done with the committee, and I appreciate his work greatly. Thank you. When it comes down to the process, I know my colleague will acknowledge that there was a lot of interest in this particular bill. So we had a tremendous number of people from across the country, Indigenous groups, we had industry groups, we had union groups, specialists and NGOs very interested in coming forward and speaking to us. So we set a criteria of how we were going to assess which groups were going to come, and they were ones that were sort of speaking for the country. And then we asked everyone else that was identified by the committee, everyone, and that was over 150, to provide briefs. And we went through those. As individuals, and we brought forward over 400 amendments, which we then voted on and discussed. I specifically asked the committee many times to provide more time by extending hours and days, and that was refused. So I think we did a pretty thorough job. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for North Island Powell River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for her words today. You know, one of the realities that I have in the riding of North Island and Powell River is just how much people care about the environment. We live in a very amazing and beautiful area where we need to know that that environment is going to be protected, because it means jobs, it means the well-being of Indigenous communities, it means the well-being of families and people in our community. One of the concerns that I heard again and again, and still continue to hear, is that there's a lack of trust and there's a lack of faith in the process. And during the election, the Liberal platform said, and I'm going to quote just to make sure we're clear, we will end the practice of having federal ministers interfere in the environmental assessment process. But we know that in Article 17 of Bill C-69, we see the very opposite. So I would just like the member to take this opportunity to explain to me why it is that we still see the environmental minister having a lot of power to make decisions. And if we're looking at a process that says that it's going to meet the scientific evidence and that's how decisions are going to be made, why is it that the minister still has this incredible power, and how will that allow communities to feel trust? Because when I talk to the members in my riding, this just raises the concern again. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, and it's a good question. As you've heard already from some of the speakers today, we have some fundamentals that the bill is now strengthened. It provides the amendment sought to provide certainty, respect for Indigenous rights, provide clarity, restore trust, and the other one that I wanted to touch on was science. That we wanted to make sure that there was a clear commitment to science. So science is going to be informing the work that's being done. And the reason that you need to still, at the end of the process, be able to have it accountable to the members or the people that are accountable to the people of Canada. So we've heard many times, you know, it's not, science is important. It's got to be the basis. And the decision, if the minister is going to intervene, the decision and why she does what she does, she's going to have to explain that. That's not what was done before. So we've put in measures in this bill to make sure that if the minister and cabinet makes a decision, they have to justify why they made that decision. And this is a strengthening and an improvement from what we have today, for sure. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, as a member of Parliament for
Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. I'm pleased to be given this opportunity on the eve of the Ontario provincial election to deliver a warning to voters about Bill C-69 and why voters need to elect a Doug Ford majority Conservative. While there are many aspects of this government legislation that I find objectionable, the greatest cause for concern is the politicization of the Canadian Energy Board. The decision to move from a fact-based scientific decision-making to one based on greed is a regressive move that Ontario electricity ratepayers are all too familiar with. Whereas under the previous Conservative government, Canadians had an environmental and regulatory system that commanded the confidence of all Canadians, the Liberal strategy to invoke a culture war to deflect away from the true fallacy of what's being proposed can only end badly for all Canadians. Under the Conservatives, the National Energy Board was an arm's-length regulatory agency the way the Ontario Energy Board used to be. The decision by the Toronto Liberal Party to stack the Ontario Energy Board, similar to what's being proposed federally in Bill C-69 with political appointees, has resulted in the highest electricity prices in North America. And energy poverty in this province has become the new normal, particularly among seniors, anyone on a fixed income, and the working poor. What is so very unfortunate is the support given by the NDP for these same failed energy policies. Failed policies that are being repeated at the federal level in a misguided legislation like Bill C-69, which we are discussing today. Let me be clear. There is a direct link between the failed policies of Catherine Wynne and the NDP who support these same policies. The direct link is Gerald Butts, the Prime Minister's principal assistant. He is the most powerful, unelected, unaccountable technocrat in Ottawa today. The same position he held in Toronto when he set up the greed policies that have resulted in Ontario being the most indebted sub-national government in the world today. The green hustle. Anytime anyone questioned the Green Energy Act, the environment was used as an excuse with zero facts to back up the claim. For the benefit of all Canadians watching this debate, I encourage voters in Ontario to go to the Global News website for June 1st and watch its investigative story exposing the corruption that has reduced Ontario to a have-not province. Global News obtained 4,000 pages of internal emails and documents from the now-defunct Ontario Power Authority showing billions of dollars in unnecessary spending that could have been avoided had the government followed the early advice of the Ontario Power Authority, which was tasked with designing many of Ontario's energy policies. In fact, according to Global News, when it comes to the FIT and microfit programs, key components of the province's Green Energy Act, documents show decisions made by the Liberal government in 2009 and 2010 when Liberal Party insider Gerald Butts was in Toronto, as well as design flaws with the programs themselves, put Ontario on a collision course with rising electricity costs. Brady Yock, an economist and executive director at the Consumer Policy Institute, independently reviewed all 4,000 pages of documents, shared his views with Global News. According to the director of the Consumer Policy Institute, the province hijacked the FIT and microfit programs from the very expert agencies it established to handle these types of technical, complicated energy policies. Worse still, the Liberal Party ignored concerns of those experts about overpaying electricity generators. Mr. Yock observed, that's very concerning because now you have a political electricity system as opposed to one that's based on economics or cost effectiveness. This is what Bill C-69, the federal legislation we have before us now, will do at the federal level.
Hear, hear.
Further quoting Global News, the man responsible for designing the FIT and microfit programs, Jim McDougall, also said the government ignored expert advice that could have saved Ontarians billions of dollars in green energy spending. So much for fact-based scientific decision-making. The Liberal Party refused to answer specific questions about the FIT and microfit programs in relation to the global story. The Independent Electricity System Operator, IESO, which merged with the Ontario Power Authority in 2015, also refused to answer specific questions about design and implementation of failed programs. Instead, it provided a written statement to Global News saying the Ontario Power Authority worked closely with its political master to make sure the programs met the government's broader economic and environmental policy objectives. On October 1st, 2009, the Ontario Power Authority started receiving applications through the renewable energy programs it was directed to create. Unlike the main program, designed for large-scale commercial projects such as big solar farms, industrial wind turbine installations, and hydroelectric dams, the microfit program was supposedly created so homeowners could put a solar panel on their roofs to offset electricity use and lower hydro bills. What ended up happening, however, is the Ontario Power Authority was quickly overwhelmed by the number of microfit applications it received. Electricity bills started to skyrocket. By mid-November, about 6 weeks after the program was launched, emails show the Power Authority was worried some applicants were gaming the system, meaning people were submitting multiple applications for small solar projects on the same property, which, though technically not against the rules, violated the spirit of the program. Aggregators, as they became known, submitted hundreds of microfit applications with plans to set up solar panels on vacant lots, on farmers' fields. This was a problem because microfit contracts were to pay nearly double what large solar projects received. And because the cost of building larger projects was significantly lower than what a homeowner might pay to put a solar panel on a roof, aggregators received higher government payouts than Power Authority initially intended. One of the worst abusers of the green energy program was Ontario President of the Liberal Party of Canada, Mike Crawley. His company received a contract that guaranteed $66,000 a day for 20 years, $475 million over the life of the contract. During the bidding process, he even had the nerve to send out an email encouraging various other parties to attend an infamous pay-to-play soiree at $5,000 a pop. Liberal Party.
I'm afraid we have a point of order. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
I know the member is very entertaining, member for Renfrew, Nipissing, and Pembroke, and I hate to interrupt the flow of the narrative, but it has nothing to do with Bill C-69.
That's. I want to thank the honourable member for her point of order, but normally what happens is I'll leave it to the individual members to come to it. I'm sure the honourable member will bring it around to tie into what we're talking about. The honourable member.
His $475 million payout for the solar panel company he was with was more astounding when you consider the fact that most of the power that electricity consumers are forced to pay for from that contract is sold at a loss to American border states.
Wow.
People gaming the system could have been avoided, however. This is what happens when a regulatory body is stacked with partisan political appointees, which is what Bill C-69 will do. Consumer watchdog Grady Yauch said this was a big mistake and that the OPA was ignoring the issue of aggregators. How many billions of dollars of the green energy policy would actually ends up costing us remains to be seen. It's one thing to keep government in the loop with changes and issues, but it's another thing to take direction from government, especially on very detailed programs. These are technical issues that the government does not fully understand, the email says. And like I said, I no longer know where the lines between the Ontario Power Authority and government are. I think the government didn't trust the Ontario Power Authority to launch and roll out this program as aggressively as they wanted us to, Mr. McDougall said. When they would give us advice, they would consider it. but they would make their own decisions and largely ignore some of the key policy recommendations that we were trying to put into place. The government refused to answer specific questions about whether or not the policy advice was being ignored. If government members want to understand why Kathleen Wynne conceded the election to Doug Ford last weekend, they should heed the global news story I've been quoting from. The parallel is a pipeline debacle that is unfolding as I speak. There is real anger in Ontario over the mismanagement of Ontario.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm just so pleased that the previous Harper government never made any political appointments, nor tried to tell institutions like the Supreme Court what to do. But my question is, the bill talks about streamlining the process, creating a one project, one review model, allowing for equivalency with provinces in order to eliminate duplication. It allows companies a greater certainty, and it permits companies to save money by being able to plan better because they will know what is expected of them. And I'm just wondering if the honourable member doesn't think those are good things from a business point of view, if those are not good things. Secondly, we know that the Northern Gateway Pipeline failed in the court because the process did not properly consult Indigenous peoples. This bill is going to allow for greater consultation. Won't that make those projects more court-proof?
Nipissing, Pembroke.
We're not seeing any certainty, and certainly the Kinder Morgan people did when they just left and made us pay for an old pipeline, and we still have to pay out the money, the billions of dollars to get one going. The Liberal Party thought everyone would see solar panels and industrial wind turbines and would think, oh, Ontario's made the right decision. Instead, every time an electricity ratepayer in this province sees an industrial wind turbine or a solar panel, it reminds them about how badly they are being fleeced on their electricity bill. And the same thing will happen at the gas pumps. Consumers will be reminded every time they fill up at the pumps about this government's carbon taxes. On behalf of all Canadians, keep politics out of the National Energy Board.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I with all due respect, I don't think the honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke is interested in the bill we have before us, Bill C-69. Bill C-69 doesn't include anything about carbon taxes. Bill C-69 actually doesn't apply in any way to the issues that she's raised about Ontario's policies for energy. I personally cannot vote for Bill C-69 because it's so terribly weak and fatally flawed by the persistence of the philosophy that's now embedded in the Government of Canada, left behind by the previous Harper government. So while I suppose I'll share the way I vote with her, I can't share anything else.
The honourable member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
So I was talking to specifically Ontario voters, but hoping that voters from across Canada would learn from our experience. And that is the lesson we learned when we thought everything was supposed to be doing renewable and good for the environment, but we open up our hydro bills and they're 10 times the amount that they'd been a few months before. Right. And that was a price shock. And
seniors can't handle it.
Once burned, twice shy.
Yep.
When we go to the pumps and they are burned at the pumps, they'll have that same anger federally for these Liberals that we're currently feeling provincially.
Questions and comments? We have time for a very brief question. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm just really excited when I hear the Liberals talk about past governments, because we know if we want to talk about Liberal DNA, it's just entangled in corruption, and that's exactly what we have heard about tonight. Earlier, the minister said we need to have trust, but when we look at this bill and what happens around it, we see there's absolutely no interest in science. It's going to create a massive bureaucracy. They've lost hundreds of billions of dollars in investment in this country already based around their approach to the environment and energy assessment. So I'm just going to ask the member, you got the same people doing the same initiatives that were done in Toronto. Does she expect that they're going to have the same results and the same disaster replicated across Canada.
The member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke in 35 seconds or less,
Mr.
please.
Speaker, that's exactly what I'm trying to tell. They drained the Treasury in Ontario. Now they've come to the federal government, and they're working on draining it here. All those billions of dollars for a pipeline that somebody else was willing to build, but then they put in this legislation for redundancy and study after study when they'd already been done. All these are roadblocks and a kill switch for any pipeline to ever be built as long as these Liberals are in power or NDP.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat. Oh, we have a point of order. The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
The appropriate time to do so, but I would just like to correct something I said, which was erroneous. I said that the Supreme Court overturned the approval of the Northern Gateway pipeline project, but it was in fact the Federal Court of Appeal. I apologize. I attribute this to the late hour of the debate.
We have a correction. Thank the honourable member. Resuming debate, reprise du débat. The honourable member for Bonavista, Buren, Trinity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to join today's debate on Bill C-69. The proposed changes are important because they build on and strengthen legislation that has been described as historic, groundbreaking, and a major turning point for resource development in Canada. There's a good reason for all of these superlatives, because Bill C-69, even more so now that it's been amended, is a potential game changer in the way Canada reviews new major resource projects by creating greater investment certainty, restoring public confidence, advancing Indigenous reconciliation, strengthening protections for our environment, fish and waterways, and establishing better rules for cooperation among various levels of government and federal regulatory agencies. For example, there's a proposed early engagement and planning phase that would bring the proponents of new projects together with local communities and Indigenous peoples to identify priorities and concerns. Mr. Speaker, this would have two immediate benefits. First, project proponents and their investors would get a clear lay of the land before they spend a lot of money advancing their proposals. And second, by identifying the key issues early, the project reviews would be shorter and more focused. These kinds of results would be transformational for Canada's resource industries. They would enhance our competitiveness at the same time that we are ensuring sustainability, demonstrating yet again that the economic prosperity and environmental protection are not competing interests, but equal components in a single engine that will drive clean growth. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-69 features many other innovative measures that are equally significant, and I'm pleased to see that the amendments proposed at committee are consistent with the spirit and intent of the legislation. Amendments that would further advance the recognition of Indigenous rights. Amendments that would enhance public participation and transparency. Amendments to improve timelines and predictability. And amendments to clarify both ministerial discretion and the factors to be considered during impact assessments and regulatory reviews. Many of these amendments extend across all acts within the bill, but I'd like to focus my time on how the proposed changes would reinforce the goals of the Canadian Energy Regulator Act. For those who may be watching at home and are new to Bill C-69, the proposed new Canadian Energy Regulator would replace the National Energy Board. Our aim is to create a more modern federal regulator with the required independence and the proper accountability to oversee a strong, safe, and sustainable Canadian energy sector in this clean growth century. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Energy Regulator proposes to do this in 5 key areas. 1, more modern and effective governance. 2, greater certainty and timelier decisions for project proponents. Better public consultations. 4, greater Indigenous participation. And 5, and stronger safety and environmental protections. The amendments before us move the yardstick in each of these areas. So, for example, we have a proposal from committee to clarify the factors to be considered by the Canadian Energy Regulator to ensure that climate change is considered when the regulator is making decisions about non-designated projects such as pipelines, power lines and offshore projects. Mr. Speaker, I do have to say that I am disappointed in the opposition for how they treated this historic piece of legislation. During the committee review, they attempted to completely remove the Canadian Newfoundland and Labrador Offshore Petroleum Board from the review panel process. This is quite shocking, as it was proposed despite massive objections from Newfoundland and Labradorians, as well as the experts. In fact, the biggest single criticism of the 2012 changes from the previous government in Newfoundland and Labrador was that it left the CNLOPB out of the entire process. It is clear the opinion of the Conservatives have not changed. I am proud that Bill C-69 incorporates the critical role of the CNLOPB. Mr. Speaker, in their appearance before the Environment Committee, the CNLOPB said C-69 provides for improvements over the current process and will allow them to work closer and more collaboratively with federal agencies and regulators. They also said that regional assessments allowed for in C-69 will strengthen the process. Mr. Speaker, other amendments propose ways to enhance the new energy regulators' transparency and to provide for more meaningful opportunities for Canadians to participate in the regulatory process. This includes a requirement for processes and funding to support Indigenous and public engagement. Further, there's an important amendment stipulating that whenever a project proponent issues a notice, which means that it has submitted information to the Canadian Energy Regulator, that the regulator would be required to put that notice on its website. This is an important step to inform the public about projects. As for discretionary powers, the only exemption orders that would now be allowed under the Canadian Energy Regulator Act would be to ensure safety and security, or for the protection of property or the environment. Mr. Speaker, other proposed changes build on the principle of one project, one review. For example, we see an amendment proposing the integrated review panels be allowed to include other jurisdictions, thereby ensuring a single impact assessment that still meets all requirements. And there are amendments that provide greater certainty about the transition to a new review process. This includes adding objective criteria to determine which projects would continue to be reviewed under SIA 2012, as well as a provision to encourage proponents to opt in to Bill C-69's new process. And of course, there are other further clarifications that no project proponent will be asked to return to the starting line. These are all good amendments that our government welcomes. Mr. Speaker, we believe these changes will help to create an even better Canadian energy regulator, that they would ensure good energy projects go ahead with timely and transparent decisions that reflect common values and shared benefits, and that they would lead to smarter resource development, more effective reviews, and better results. Taken together, Bill C-69 and its amendments are appropriately ambitious and historic. They reflect the adage that you have to swing for the fences if you want to hit a home run. Bill C-69 as amended does that. I hope all members will support Bill C-69 and its changes so we can get on with the business of building an even better Canada. One where the way we manage and develop our natural resources truly reflects who we are as Canadians and the values we cherish most. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
And thank you very much for your speech, or for the member's speech. Earlier today, I had the opportunity to ask the Minister of the Environment about this bill, specifically looking at the Navigable Waters Act. And unfortunately, I was not able to get any information there. As I instructed her, or asked her, I also indicated that I had spoken to the member for Edmonton Strathcona regarding this Navigable Waters Act, and it was not discussed, and those amendments were not discussed in committee. I'm from a rural community where there are, one of these important factors is about farmers being able to get into their fields, farmers being able to do work that needs to be done, and when we look at municipal sewers as well and different systems that can occur. I'm wondering if the member can maybe share with us what impact will this bill have on the farmers, because everything I'm hearing is going to be negative, and I'm very concerned that all of this is going to pull back on all of the abilities that have transpired for our farmers in the last 6 years.
The honourable member for Bonavista, Burin, Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, thank the honourable member for her question. I'd just like to say that during my tenure on the Environment Committee as a Member of Parliament for Bonavista, Burin, Trinity, working with other members of Parliament, I found this to be a great exercise, and as some of our other honourable members have said, the committee worked extremely hard on this particular piece of legislation. We accepted many briefs. We accepted a whole lot of witnesses presenting to our committee during the process. During that entire process, we listened to experts, we listened to people from the environmental community, we listened to people from the Indigenous communities, we listened to industry, and we heard from all kinds of Canadians across the entire country on this issue. And we, based on the presentations and the information that we heard from Canadians, we brought forward a bill with these amendments that we believe will marry the economy and the environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To my friend from Bonavista, Burin, Trinity, I hope you'll forgive me for correcting some of what he may believe actually happened, but it's revisionist history. In 2012, it was the previous Conservative government that for the first time ever proposed that the offshore boards and the NEB and the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission should play a role, in fact, oversee environmental assessments. Now, they never got around, the Conservatives did not get around to the regulatory changes to put the offshore boards in that position. I never thought I'd see the day that Liberals who had railed against those changes in opposition, voted against those changes in opposition, came into power and then proceeded to make the Canada-Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Board and the Canada-Newfoundland-Labrador Offshore Petroleum Board responsible authorities under the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act. My friend will know I disagree with this step. It's not for disrespect for this Newfoundland agency. It's because by law, that regulator has a responsibility and a mandate to expand offshore oil and gas. They have a statutory conflict of interest, and it's probably the most objectionable part of an objectionable act that regulator is playing a role in environmental assessment.
Well, member for Bonavista, Burin, Trinity.
As the honourable member is well aware, I totally disagree with her perspective on that particular issue, and I believe that these organizations, the CNLOPB and the Nova Scotia Offshore Petroleum Board, bring to this process of future development a lot of experience, expertise, and knowledge. And Mr. Speaker, for all the years of work that's been going on in Newfoundland and Labrador, the CNLOPB has made a tremendous contribution to the offshore oil and gas industry. We all want to protect our environment, but I believe that experience can't be just tossed aside. We need these people at the table.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my parliamentary colleagues for their careful review and analysis of our navigation protection legislation. Mr. Speaker, many Canadians told us they were unhappy that the previous government's changes were made without an opportunity for them to participate and voice their concerns about the changes. My parliamentary colleagues changed that. They heard from Canadians and they responded with recommendations and with legislation that protects Canadians' right to travel on all navigable waters in Canada. This journey started almost 2 years ago when the government launched a broader review of environmental and regulatory processes. This broader review included the review of environmental assessment processes, the modernization of the National Energy Board, and restoring loss protections for the Fisheries Act and Canada's navigation protection legislation. Reviewing the Navigation Protection Act is important to parliamentarians, so important that the Standing Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities carried its own study of the Act. The committee tabled its report in March 2017, taking into account the views of witnesses and the many submissions received from interested Canadians. The committee's reported findings and recommendations help supplement our review. Consultations have been at the heart of this review, and I would like to take this opportunity to also thank Canadians who contributed to the committee study. The committee's work opened the dialogue on the protections Canadians want to see for navigation in Canada. And what did we hear? We heard that Canadians want to see protections for all waterways in Canada, including those left unprotected by the current law. We also heard that Canadians want a smarter way of protecting navigation, one that puts resources where they are needed most. In June 2017, the government responded to the committee's report, accepting all of its recommendations. Shortly thereafter, the government released a discussion paper setting out proposals for all 4 components of the broader review. This kicked off a second phase of consultations. Consultations were held with other levels of government, Indigenous peoples, voters, environmental, non-governmental organizations and industry. And what we heard through the summer and early fall of 2017 helped us shape the proposed Canadian Navigable Waters Act, which was introduced in Parliament in February of this year as part of Bill C-69. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize the work done by the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, and also like to thank the committee, the witnesses, and those that made written submissions for their time spent studying the new Canadian Navigable Waters Act and providing their views. Bill C-69 delivers on the government's commitment to restore lost protections by providing oversight for all works on all navigable waters in Canada. The Canadian Navigable Waters Act and Bill C-69 will keep the minor works order. This order allows works with a minor interference to navigation to be built, provided they meet the terms and conditions set out in the order. The bill also introduces a new major works order. This order will require anyone building a major work that works with a significant interference to navigation to apply to Transport Canada for an approval before building on any navigable water in Canada. Similarly, the bill will also require anyone building works, except minor works, on waters listed on the schedule to apply to Transport Canada for an approval. Works under the new Canadian Navigable Waters Act that are not covered above will be subject to the new dispute resolution processes set out in the Act. This process will require builders to notify the public before starting construction and to resolve any navigation-related concerns. If these concerns are not resolved, the builder may be required to apply to Transport Canada for an approval. This process will allow local communities to have a say in the projects that could have an impact on their navigation. This is a good step forward. I am pleased to see the committee has made some important improvements to the new Canadian Navigable Waters Act, including clarifications to the provisions related to Indigenous knowledge, the sale of obstructions, and the regulatory power that allows the Governor in Council to exclude small bodies of water from the definition of navigable waters. Perhaps the most important amendment is the one that makes it clearer that changes to water levels and water flows will be considered when assessing the interference works will have on navigation. Clearly, navigation cannot continue if water levels are too low. If works will impact on water levels or water flows, this will be considered when works are assessed and conditions can be put in place to mitigate these impacts. Mr. Speaker, before I conclude, I want to say I come from a riding, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. We're a watershed community, and when I got elected, one of the first things I did was I gathered around a diverse group of people in the community that cared about the environment, that were interested in what was going on, and I had consultations, and I listened to them. And from that, we spent almost 2 years talking to local stream keepers, talking to the municipalities, talking to folks that cared about the salmon, cared about the fish, cared about the connected waters. And through that, we were able to work with putting together a report on the Fisheries Act, on making amendments to the Fisheries Act. But the one thing I kept hearing over and over and over again from everybody in my community was the previous government had gutted not only the Fisheries Act, but a lot of these acts that were supposed to protect our environment. These are steps that we're taking now to restore these lost protections. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to conclude by highlighting the extensive consultations that led us to this bill. Canadians truly had a say in restoring lost protections. We have built on the foundation of the initial review by the Committee on Transport, Infrastructure and Communities, and the recent review by the Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development, and with what Canadians from across the country told us that they would like to see as navigation protections. Both committees have provided a key forum for ensuring that the views of Canadians are heard and the Act responds to these concerns. Again, I know I have a couple of minutes left, and I can't stress enough. Time and time again, I keep hearing from the opposition there was nothing wrong with their acts. Everything was fine, everything was great. Yet that's not what my community was telling me. That's not what I saw in my community. That's not what I see today when I look and I see the challenges that we're faced with our fish and our fish habitat and our waterways. Being able to, before summer, canoe on the Catesy Slough with no problems whatsoever, but then halfway through the summer, there's the invasive species of plant life just takes over the entire slough, and you cannot even canoe anymore over that. Those are real problems. They're not problems made up in this House. Those are what's happening in our communities right now. So on that note, I'd like to thank you very much and be ready for your questions.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable colleague from Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. I've been looking for an opportunity to ask one of the Liberal members this question. We have a very large elephant in the room here tonight, and that is that while we talk about whether this impact assessment will apply to how Indigenous people will participate or whether the energy regulators get in the door, the reality is it's a failure because it no longer applies to the thousands of projects across Canada that were routinely reviewed before 2012. Between 1975 and 2012, anything under federal jurisdiction required a review. Harper changed that from 4,000 to 5,000 projects a year to less than 100. And this bill, by keeping it to only a project list, means that that approach, the conservative Harper approach, guides this legislation, and we will never see it apply to more than big, major projects, ignoring the advice of the expert panel that reported to the government. So I'm heartsick about it, and I ask my honourable colleague if there's any chance that amendments can be accepted before this bill is passed to allow it to do what it should do and apply to all of federal jurisdiction.
The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Well, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague on the other side for her questions. When I look at this, I ask myself, how did we get to where we are? This didn't happen overnight. This has been a cumulative effect that has been on for generations and generations. Just looking at the connected water, which are no longer connected. So where's our starting point? We have to have a starting point. And for me, one of those starting points was the Fisheries Act. How do we strengthen our Fisheries Act? How do we strengthen fish habitat? These are the things that allow us to start to move forward. And for me, the Navigable Waters Act is one of those things that can help us at least start to move forward and start to, well, turn back the clock, if you will. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to go to the riding of Pitt Meadows and Maple Ridge, and I have seen the honourable member having extensive consultations on other subjects. When it comes to this particular bill, Mr. Speaker, I would like to know from the honourable member if he had done consultations in his riding and how this rigorous and clear process will help the businesses and people in British Columbia.
Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
I thank you to my colleague from Surrey, Newton, for the question. And you're absolutely right. The time that I have spent has been an education for me. I grew up in Montreal. I'm a city boy. Worms and fish and hooks are not my thing. But I had to learn a lot about fish. I had to learn about the community that I live in. And I was blessed to have people who were ready to show it to me. And what was really interesting to me is, for the first time, I can't tell you how many times they kept telling me, my God, somebody's listening to us. Somebody's paying attention. Somebody's actually bringing us to the table and having these conversations. And that, to me, says that myself, am on the right direction. And when we look at what we have before us, this is just another extension. All the consultations that we've had over in my riding, but also, the committee heard from over 80 witnesses and reviewed over 150 submissions. 14 months of consultation. There's a reason why we're doing this, and that helps us guide us to where we are today. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise again in the House. And it's late in the evening, but it's good to see members of the House here to debate this very important issue, certainly. And I'm actually delighted that I'm following the member for Pitt Meadows, because I was in his wonderful community just last week. He may have been aware of that. I had a wonderful session with the local Chamber of Commerce as well as other constituents of his. Funnily enough, this bill never came up. Other issues came up, like this decision by the Liberals to buy a pipeline. That came up, and certainly a lot of his constituents were very concerned about the financial cost of that decision. A lot of other issues about economic growth and opportunity came up, but affordability of housing came up, and how the Liberal government is not addressing those issues. So I commend the honourable member for his constituents, but they weren't talking about the same issues that the honourable member is talking about here this evening. I come from Parry Sound, Muskoka, of course. Navigable waters is an important issue in my riding, as in many other ridings in the country. I have 8,000 lakes in my riding. Mr. Speaker, as you well know, driving through it, hurtling, I'm sure, at the speed limit on your way to your own constituency. But of course, these issues are important. And I think we can all agree in this House, in this chamber, that we want to have sustainable waterways that can be used for generations to come, that we can all enjoy, that are available to citizens and for generations to come. I think we can all agree on that. The issue is this bill helping us get to where we want to get to? And we've heard a lot from the Liberal members of this House about how wonderful this bill is, how it's going to make a difference. Well, let's look at some of the actual provisions of the bill and what they actually will do. And, Mr. Speaker, when you do that, I think you come away with a very different impression about how the rhetoric of the bill is one thing, but the actual impact of the bill is something very different. I draw your attention to the fact, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is riddled with ministerial exemptions that will actually delay the development of Canada's natural resources, which has an impact on jobs and opportunity and the ability of our society to pay for the sustainability of our waterways and other environmental goals that we have, Mr. Speaker. There is an extension of ministerial authority over the process that has been commented on, I'm sure, at committee and at other stages of the debate of this bill, Mr. Speaker. And some environmental lawyers have opined, Mr. Speaker, that this bill actually does nothing to enhance the environmental protections that it says it does, Mr. Speaker. So that is a significant flaw. That is something that is not just a minor amendment issue, Mr. Speaker. This is something that actually goes to the heart, to the pith and substance, as we used to say, of this bill. And that in itself is a reason for, I believe, a second thought on it, Mr. Speaker. When the Governor and Council, when ministerial exemptions can be exercised. Of course, this slows down approvals. Now, I've heard the honourable members on the other side say, oh, don't worry, everything's going to be fine, we're going to get approvals through, you know, we're going to protect the environment, and we're also going to... No, Mr. Speaker, that isn't the way it works. When you actually look at the legislation itself, the ability of the Governor and Council, that is to say the Cabinet, the Executive Council of Government, to slow down the process is very, very clear. The addition of the planning process and the associated timelines means that the overall review process is actually longer than what it was under the prior legislation. Let me repeat that. Things are going to be longer to get to decision. Things are going to be slower. Red tape is going to be strangling. And, Mr. Speaker, that is not good. That is not good for the economy, certainly. But it actually goes against the idea that we as a civil society have the means by which we can come to a negotiated solution that will protect our waterways, and at the same time, as the opposite benches, the government always says they want economic growth and development. Well, here is a case where they are actually making it tougher to get the economic growth and development that they claim they want, Mr. Speaker. And so this is an issue. It's an issue that means that with the addition of a joint panel requirement, the end result will be more panels than before. More projects will have longer timelines. And so we on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, and the Conservative Party do not see an appropriate and sage balance between environmental protection and economic growth. That is the mantra of the government. I know that, Mr. Speaker. But when you actually look to the bill, you are not getting that proper balance. And we are in a competitive situation. We know other jurisdictions are not waiting for Canada to get its act together. They are trying to be more competitive. They are trying to lower taxes and lower regulation for their citizens to increase economic growth, increase opportunity, particularly for young people, Mr. Speaker. But this bill is going 180 degrees in the opposite direction. Now, I know that the government is committed to investing over $1 billion over 5 years for the new Canadian energy regulator. But again, Mr. Speaker, we've not heard from government members on how this money will be spent. Where are the details for us as legislators to understand how that money will be spent to actually help the new Canadian energy regulator? And as I said, Mr. Speaker, we are quite worried that this will decrease Canadian economic competitiveness without increasing environmental protection. That is the key problem that I find with this piece of legislation. We know that, of course, it is part of our responsibilities as members of Parliament to seek out sound economic and environmental policies and to make sure that they are not at the expense of the other. This does not have to be a zero-sum game, Mr. Speaker. And we know that on this side of the House, we understand that increased prosperity does lead to better environmental outcomes. Now, in 2016, Canada's natural resources sector accounted for 16% of economic activity here in Canada and 38% of our non-residential capital investment. But what will kill that is regulatory uncertainty, red tape. And that is what has been happening to an exponential degree over the last couple of years, to an extent that Canadian energy investment has declined in the past 2 years more than in any other 2-year period in the last 70 years. Mr. Speaker, I think another honourable member mentioned an elephant in the room. This is the elephant in the room. This is the elephant in the room. And this is why this bill is not a solution to Canada's problems. We urge the government to champion Canadian energy projects, provide regulatory certainty, provide predictability, provide the clarity to ensure the viability of these major projects, Mr. Speaker. I know there's lots of assurances and the rhetoric that goes with this bill, but we have no real assurance that future projects of national and indeed local significance can and would proceed. Mr. Speaker, it does build, unfortunately, on the growing Liberal record of increasing red tape and increasing overregulation. In the spare seconds that I have, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that on this side of the House, Canada's Conservatives will continue to stand against onerous regulations that destroy jobs, destroy economic growth, and lower our global competitiveness. We will continue to stand for the taxpayer, for the citizen, for the average person who seeks a better life in this country, for growth and opportunity in Canada, because that is the solution to any environmental challenges. That is the solution for economic growth in the future. And I thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Well, I'd like to thank the member across for his speech and maybe thank him for coming to my riding at the beginning. Too bad he didn't invite me over. We could have had a good conversation. And I know, and I feel the need to mention that we're here talking about the Navigable Waters Act, for instance, not other issues that you may have been asking questions about. However, what I would like to know from the honourable member is, when it comes to what I keep hearing time and time again, less regulation, less regulation. But where is the climate change piece that's missing from that less regulation? Where is the piece that says you have to be able to solve the problem of climate change? Less regulation opens the door to what we have, what we've had, the destruction of our coastal areas, the destruction of our fish passages and our fish habitats. That is a result of less regulation. So I'd like to know how the member can come to terms with less regulations, but yet protecting the environment.
Well, member for Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Yes, I would say to the honourable member for Pitt Meadows that is an important question. I'm not diminishing that question in the least, Mr. Speaker, but it is a bit of a red herring. There's in no part of my speech did I say no regulation, in no part of my remarks did I say under regulation. Of course, we have to protect our natural environment. That is part of our duty as citizens of this great country and of the planet, Mr. Speaker. But my point, let me get back to my point. My point is, this bill promised to do something that will not happen, Mr. Speaker. They say that we can protect the environment and increase economic growth, and yet this bill will make it tougher and longer to get legitimate projects through a system because of ministerial discretion, Mr. Speaker, not because of science or some highfalutin principle. It'll be the cabinet that will have the ability to slow things down, Mr. Speaker, and that is a major point of contention in this bill.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my honourable friend for Parry Sound, Muskoka, I want to pick up on something that he said because it gets repeated so often in this place, that somehow the current Liberal government has hurt investment in the energy sector. It's not the case. You have to look globally. What you find is that investors are fleeing fossil fuel investments. They are divesting. And you can look at the many speeches by Mark Carney, who used to be the Governor of the Bank of Canada, now Governor of the Bank of England, that there is a carbon bubble and smart companies want to avoid having stranded assets in the oil sands. That's why ConocoPhillips has left. That's why Shell left. That's why Statoil left. That's why Total left. At the height of the oil sands, it amounted to 2% of our GDP. Large multinationals are leaving because they're investing in renewable energy because that's where the profits are.
For Parry Sound, Muskoka.
Mr. Speaker, I do concede that there's been some investment in renewable energy, and that is, of course, a good thing, and certainly if business leaders see that as a growth area, far be it for me to second-guess that. But the fact of the matter is that there has been a lot of uncertainty in the Canadian marketplace, which has seen a disproportionate fleeing from this marketplace because of the uncertainty, because of the red tape that has existed over the last couple of years, Mr. Speaker. That point is undeniable. When you see a 70% drop in a 2-year period of that kind of investment in Canada, that's not just that's not a worldwide trend. There's no worldwide trend of 70% drop, Mr. Speaker. It is clear that it is the actions of the current government and their policies, while saying one thing and doing something very different, which has caused this crisis in the natural resources development, which can be a sustainable development, Mr. Speaker, but not when they put so many onerous preconditions on that kind of development.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to Bill C-69 and speak to Bill C-69, and I want to take a moment just to talk to the bill specifically, Mr. Speaker, and some of the deficiencies of the bill, and then I'd like to talk a little bit more about a kind of general pattern that I would say this bill fits into, a pattern of behavior on the part of this government that I think is problematic in and of itself. With respect to the bill, I would say, Mr. Speaker, when Canadians were upset with the previous government and its approach to environmental assessment, if you can call it that, really it was a gutting of the existing environmental assessment process, and the key feature of that gutting, in my opinion anyway, and the opinion of many Canadians across the country, was that the Harper government essentially made the final approval of large natural resource projects a political decision at the cabinet table. It became a decision that wasn't inherently tied to evidence. It became a decision that wasn't inherently tied to the science. It wasn't tied to predictable impacts with respect to the effect of these projects on the climate. It wasn't tied to the rights of Indigenous people to have a say over what happens on their own land. It was simply a political decision to be taken by the cabinet. And so one would think that a government that ran against the Harper Conservatives, in part because they gutted environmental assessment and committed to Canadians in the election that they would fix that, would have to address the issue of that approval becoming essentially just a prerogative of the government to make according to its own reasons. The problem with Bill C-69, after waiting well over 2 years for the government to present its fix to the Harper approach to approving these projects, is that it doesn't do that. It maintains the absolute prerogative of the government to decide, irrespective of the facts, irrespective of the science on a particular project, irrespective of the views of the many First Nations that may be affected by a particular project, to plow ahead, Mr. Speaker. So to me, that's just a clear and obvious deficiency in this legislation that doesn't meet up or doesn't meet the commitment that the Liberals made in the last election, and the Canadians who were really concerned about this issue. I think one of the most clear and obvious things that those Canadians wanted was to try and depoliticize the approval process for a lot of these projects and have it be a science-based, evidence-based decision, not because the government decided in this case to go along with the science and the evidence, but to bake it into the process so that the government wouldn't have a choice but to decide based on that evidence, or in fact have an independent body make that decision based on the evidence and the science. So a clear deficiency of this bill, Mr. Speaker, and one that's very disappointing. With respect to the rights of Indigenous people being respected when it comes to the approval of these kinds of projects, my colleague, the member for Edmonton-Strathcona, presented a number of amendments that would have put, not just in the preamble, which is what the government ultimately decided to do. They decided to put their commitment to UNDRIP in the preamble, and that gives us a measure of how strong their commitment to the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples really is, because the preamble is not binding, and of course that's the kind of commitment that Liberals seem to prefer, the non-binding ones. And that was evidenced in their rejection of a number of amendments that actually would have given UNDRIP real force and effect in the environmental review process. Putting it in the preamble doesn't accomplish that. They're nice words, Mr. Speaker, but they don't get the job done when you have a government that isn't interested in respecting the rights of Indigenous people. What Indigenous people needed was something with the force of law that they could take to court when the government was trampling on their rights. And the Liberals opted not to do that, which I think it's really doesn't do it a service, Mr. Speaker, to say that it was a missed opportunity. It's wrong for them not to have done that. It's wrong on principle, but it's also wrong in light of the commitments that they made during the election. It's wrong in light of the vote that they just took on Bill C-262 last week by my colleague, which essentially was all about trying to implement UNDRIP within Canadian law. And it's wrong according to the claims of the Prime Minister, who often says that the nation-to-nation relationship is one of the most important relationships, or in fact the most important relationship to him. So in light of all those things, it was clearly wrong for them to do that, Mr. Speaker. And it's part of a theme, if you will, on a number of files with this government where the attitude is, well, just trust us. Like, yeah, there's a lot of discretion, but discretion allows us to do the right thing, and we want to do the right thing. So we don't have to put the right thing in law. We don't have to require ourselves to do the right thing because we really want to do it. So just take our word for it. That's what's happening with Bill C-69. That's what maintaining ministerial prerogative to decide on a project regardless of the evidence means. And we heard the minister essentially say something to that effect in the debate on time allocation earlier, where she said, yeah, well, sure, we care about science and evidence, so we didn't need to have a requirement in the law to make decisions based on science and evidence. Just you wait, she said, wait and look at the decisions we take, and you'll see with hindsight that they were based on science and evidence. I don't think that that's what Canadians were asking for when they elected a government who said that they were going to actually create a new process based on science and evidence, because what that means, it's a bad way of making law. What that means is that some future government that comes in isn't going to be required, just as they will not be required. And we've seen, frankly, Mr. Speaker, we've seen that I don't think they really are committed in many cases to evidence-based decision-making. They wouldn't have bought a 65-year-old leaky pipeline for far more than it's worth if they actually were serious about making information-based decisions, Mr. Speaker. So we could go down that road, but even without going down that road, I think it's very clear that if your commitment is to build a good process, then that's a process that shouldn't rely on the goodwill of the government of the day. It's a process that should require the government of the day to do the right thing, notwithstanding who's in power, Mr. Speaker. And this obviously fails that test. We saw something similar when it came to Bill C-49 on voice and video recording devices in locomotives. The government said, don't worry, we have no interest in invading the privacy rights of workers. We're going to look after it, but we're not going to put it in the law. We're just going to put it in regulations. So you just trust us while you're voting on the legislation that we're going to do the right thing later in regulation. And never mind the fact that even if they do the right thing on that, and we haven't seen that yet, Mr. Speaker, it's still up to some future government without coming to Parliament, because it's not in the law, to simply change the regulations by order in council. And so I don't think they've done any great favor to workers in that industry by setting up a law that could be so easily abused, Mr. Speaker. We've seen a similar thing from this government when it comes to approving funding in the case of all their new budget initiatives for 2018-2019. They're asking for approval of over $7 billion up front. And departmental officials and ministers have been very clear at committee saying, we don't actually have a plan for the money yet. We don't know what we're going to do with that money yet. We haven't designed the program. It hasn't been to Treasury Board. We don't know how many people we're going to hire. We don't know if we're going to build a building or rent an office or use existing space. We don't know if we're going to be traveling across the country. We don't know if we're going to be, they just don't know. They don't know what they're going to be spending the money on, Mr. Speaker. But the answer is clear from them. Just trust us. It's going to work out and it's going to be okay. I think Canadians that are looking to the government for leadership on a number of issues, whether it's fiscal responsibility and being open and accountable, or whether it's the very important issue that C-69 at least nominally is meant to address, whether it does or not. I think I've given some indication. I'm not convinced it does actually address those issues. But regardless of the issue, where Canadians are looking for leadership, they're looking for legislation that holds the government to account. The government of the day, who, if it's sincere in giving its word, shouldn't mind being held to a higher standard, and having Canadians be able to test that in court if they have to, and hopefully it doesn't come to that, because the government's good, will keep to its word. That remains to be seen. But Canadians deserve to have the tools to hold the government to its word, and they also deserve to have future governments bound by those things, and at the very least, if a future government wants to change it, to have to come to Parliament and make the case to Canada's elected representatives instead of being able to do it fly-by-night through regulation. And that's the problem with Bill C-69.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis, who I want to say happy birthday to. It's nice that he spends his evening here with us on his birthday.
Celebrate with friends of all stripes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for mentioning that. I would just like to read a quote from the National Post about Bill C-69. It says, Bill C-69 outlines a number of factors that the minister must consider before approving a project, including sustainability and impacts on Indigenous groups and on Canada's ability to meet its climate change commitments. That's an improvement over the existing system, where the government's reasons for project approvals are often quote-unquote mysterious. According to Jamie Neen, spokesperson for Mining Watch Canada. So I would just like the members' comments on that quote, and if you could say whether or not he feels that this quote reflects the fact that we have a bill that is an improvement on the existing process, which was brought in by the Conservatives.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
What I would say is that the problem is that, notwithstanding any virtues of the process proposed in Bill C-69, if the minister is the one who's deciding, first of all, whether the process will be applied to a project or not, because it's not mandatory, and then if at the end of it the minister has the ability to simply ignore what the outcomes of the process are, then no, you don't have a process that's fundamentally better than the process that the Harper government had, because the government could ignore it at will. That was the major problem, as far as I'm concerned, with the Harper process, was that at the end of the day, the government, for whatever its reasons were, could simply ignore the science and the evidence. That fundamentally hasn't changed. And I would say, incidentally, members looking to the National Post to validate whether or not their policies are progressive are probably barking up the wrong tree.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my friend from Elmwood Transcona. Just briefly to say, in fairness, the Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis was quoting the National Post in reference to Jamie Neen and Mining Watch Canada, not the usual go-to sources for the National Post. I happen to be struggling with this bill because it is, no question, marginally better than C-38 in 2012. But we were promised in the Liberal platform that they would restore what we had before, that we would have the restoration of public trust and repair the damage of what was done when the original Canadian Environmental Assessment Act, brought in by Brian Mulroney, was repealed in C-38. This has not been restored. This has not been repaired. This has largely been entrenched. And what I want to ask my friend from Elmwood Transcona is, does he have any theory as to why the Liberal government spent over $1 million on a National Energy Board expert panel and over $1 million on a separate environmental assessment expert panel that held hearings across the country? The expert panel on EA, by the way, went to 21 cities and heard from over 1,000 witnesses, produced a terrific report, and its recommendations were thrown under the proverbial bus. What on earth was going on here? And I really can't answer the question, but maybe my friend from Elmwood Transcona can speculate.
Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
It would be speculation indeed, because it doesn't seem to make a lot of sense to have commissioned that work, have it done, and then largely ignore it. I mean, we saw something similar with the special committee on electoral reform. Again, you know, there was a budget for that committee too, and they did a lot of travel, and they heard from a number of witnesses and produced a really great report. Everybody put a little bit of water in their wine in order to clear the path for the government to move forward and make good on its election commitment, and then really without even taking time to consider that report, they decided to throw it in the waste paper bin. So it is a theme. You know, what the motivation behind that theme is not exactly clear. On the issue of electoral reform, by way of analogy for C69, you could imagine if the government actually did create a really good proportional representation voting system, and it actually satisfied Canadians, and it satisfied those Canadians who voted for change, but they put a caveat in the bill that said the government of the day will decide in advance of an election whether they use that process or the old process, right? I mean, I don't think anybody would say that made sense, but effectively, the ministerial discretion to decide whether to apply this framework to a project and then to ignore it after. So that would be the further caveat. Would be, well, if we have the election, then we don't like the results, we'll actually just rescind it and then we'll redo the election under the old process. I mean, nobody would think that was a good idea. And effectively, that's what's happening here. So there may be virtues in terms of the change to the process, but the real problem is whether the process gets applied and whether it has to be respected once it's seen through.
Before going to the next question, I want to remind the honourable members that while a member is speaking, shouting out at him or her is not permitted. That's not the rules. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, whether it's the Prime Minister, the Minister of Environment, the Minister responsible for natural resources, I think that we hear time and time again, and it needs to be repeated, that we need to recognize that the environment and the economy go hand in hand. And, you know, if you say it enough times, maybe the Conservatives and the NDP will begin to understand that there's a great deal of merit for that. Canadians understand that, Madam Speaker. And I think that if the Conservatives and the Democrats would actually listen to what Canadians actually have to say about the issue, that they would find that they are in fact offside on what I believe is very important legislation. And it's interesting. It appears that both opposition parties are going to vote against the legislation. I'm not 100% sure with the New Democrats, but I believe they're going to be voting against it too, and possibly even the Green Party is going to be voting against it. Now, for different reasons. The Conservatives are saying we're putting in too much regulation. We're being too hard on free enterprise. And then you have my New Democratic friends. They're on the other end. They're saying, no, we need to put in more regulations. We need to put in more restrictions, Mr. Speaker. You know, the reality is that the Trans Mountain Expansion Project, if the NDP can't get on side or understand the true national interest on that particular pipeline, then it is very clear that they do not support pipelines, Mr. Speaker. Because if they can't support this one, then they can't support any pipeline, as far as I'm concerned. And listening to what they have to say, Mr. Speaker, I suspect that that's what the conclusion that a vast majority of Canadians would have. Then you have my Conservative friends on the other hand. And I tell you, Mr. Speaker, they're great in opposition. They're far better in opposition than they ever were in government, I can tell you that much. You know, I look at what the Conservatives are saying. First, they were saying, you know, that Liberal government, they're not doing enough. We want to see the pipeline. Even though, for 10 years, they couldn't even build an inch of a pipeline going to Tide Waters, Mr. Speaker. Not 1 inch. And they can heckle whatever they want. The reality is they didn't build 1 inch of a pipeline going to Tide Waters. They failed. 10 years of failure on that front. But anyway, Mr. Speaker, what they asked for, they asked to see a pipeline get built because they couldn't do it. Now we have a government that is actually making it happen. You would think that they would be happy to see that, Mr. Speaker. You would think that they would be happy, but no, No. Now they're saying, well, why is the government having to buy, a pipeline? Well, do I need to remind them that it was Harper that actually bought automobile shares to protect an industry? Imagine the thousands of jobs that were saved because of the Harper decision to invest in the automobile industry. And that money was ultimately returned. Need I remind them they cashed out of $1 billion on it in their last budget that they presented, Mr. Speaker? Why are they saying no to Alberta and Canada as a whole? That's the challenge I put to my Conservative friends, because it just doesn't make any sense. And then when you take a look at Bill 69, what does it do? It protects our environment, fish, waterways. This is good stuff. We are reestablishing confidence, public confidence in the environment and in economic development, where in fact, and because, as I've indicated, it can go hand in hand. We are also respecting the Indigenous rights. It's interesting. I go back to my New Democratic friends who will say, well, there's this group here that are in opposition to it. And if you listen to the logic of the NDP, and at times that can be a challenge, Mr. Speaker, but if you listen to it, it's almost as if you don't get 100% buy-in, then you kill the project, no matter what the project is. That seems to be the NDP approach to economic development. I think they owe it to Canadians to be a little bit more clear and transparent. I believe that we have seen political parties, for example, on all sides, recognize exactly what it is that we've been able to accomplish, something that the Conservatives couldn't accomplish in regards to the Trans Mountain expansion project. There are divisions that are there whenever you have a major project, even within the NDP ranks. Take a look at the Premier of Alberta. And what does the Premier of Alberta have to say? Very encouraging, very positive that we finally have a national government that was able to get the job done. On the other hand, you have the NDP in British Columbia that is determined to try to kill the project. Now you have a national party, which is a little bit harder to peg, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the position. But I think in the last week or so, they've become very clear. They do not see the value of pipelines. Now, Mr. Speaker, let me tell you why it's in Canada's national best interest, from my very narrow perspective of my province of Manitoba. Okay? Here's one of the ways in which I look at it. We could talk about the thousands of jobs that are going to be created, Mr. Speaker, the endless opportunities for Indigenous people, for communities in all regions of our country. We will all benefit from it. But I want to take and focus a little bit of attention on something that really doesn't get talked about very often. The province of Manitoba will spend roughly $6+ billion, and it's at least $6 billion. It's probably quite a bit more than that. It's been a little while since I was inside the Manitoba legislature, on health care. We are very dependent on equalization payments, transfer payments, and so forth. A province like Alberta, for example, contributes billions and billions and billions of dollars towards equalization and transportation. If Manitoba didn't receive that kind of funding, Mr. Speaker, we wouldn't be able to provide the type of services that we do in health care, in education, and many of the social programs that are so very much important and a part of what I believe Manitobans, and I would also suggest all Canadians, would like to be able to see, Mr. Speaker. I believe at the end of the day that there is a time, and when I had first learned that we were acquiring the Trans Mountain expansion project by acquiring the pipeline, I felt very good about it. I thought that this is what it means to be in government, to make the things, to make and have visions that will ultimately see Canada continue to grow. our middle class today will be healthier tomorrow as a direct result of this particular acquisition, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, that was a commitment that we made to voters back in 2015, to look at ways in which we can build Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, to look at ways we can strengthen our economy. And for those that are the naysayers being the New Democrats that do not understand or appreciate the importance of energy and getting our commodities to market, Mr. Speaker, that would rather say no to anything and everything, to the Conservatives who do not have that sense of appreciation of the importance of our environment and respecting Indigenous rights. On this side of the House, this Prime Minister and this caucus, we understand the value of a government that's prepared to make tough decisions at times, Mr. Speaker, that are going to have a profound positive impact in many different ways in every region of the country. And that's why I'm so proud to be a part of a government that doesn't shy away from doing and taking actions that's in the national best interest. And that, to me, Mr. Speaker, is one of the reasons why we should all begin behind the Trans Mountain, but specifically look at the legislation, and this legislation reinforces that trust by looking at having, for example, the Canadian energy regulator ensuring that the issues that the agencies put forward, the conditions are in fact being met, Mr. Speaker, and that is a good thing. More efficiency, and at the end of the day, we will be better by this legislation passing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments. The honourable member for Edmonton-Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and as always, very interesting to hear the honourable member speak. He talked about the billions and billions and billions of dollars that my province has contributed through equalization, and of course, folks in my province are very concerned about the approach of the Liberal government, and will be particularly interested in the member expressing his excitement at the possibility that his government would acquire a pipeline. And I think the direct quote that he said is, "This is what it means to be in government," unquote. I'm wondering if the honourable member realizes how ridiculous that sounds.
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I disagree fully with the question. You know, you can twist and take words out and try to manipulate a situation. The reality is that Stephen Harper and his government failed Albertans and the prairies, and in fact all of Canada, by not being able to get the job done. And within 2.5 years, this government was able to get the job done and is prepared to generate the...
I just want to point out that the last part that the honourable parliamentary secretary said, the microphones weren't on. I was trying to hear because of the shouting. I just want to remind everyone. That I'm trying to hear, and we're all to hear what's being said, and we're all tired. So I just want to make sure that we remember what the rules are. One person speaks at a time. I know it's a difficult concept, but I'm sure we can figure it out. Resuming debate, questions and comments. The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know, the member for Winnipeg North is an absolute master of hyperbole and revisionist history, because, you know, when I look at the Liberal platform of 2015, I fail to see a commitment to buy a pipeline for $4.5 billion. But what I do see in there, and what I do clearly remember, is the Prime Minister making a promise to British Columbians on August 20th, 2015, that we would have a redone process. And the flawed ministerial panel, because it was very flawed, there were so many problems with it, and that's why British Columbians, that's why many Canadians had problems with this process. Despite the problems of that panel, it still came out with a recommendation that said Kinder Morgan's Trans Mountain Pipeline proposal cannot proceed without a serious reassessment of its impacts on climate change commitments, Indigenous rights, and marine mammal safety.
And Mr. Speaker, given all of the criticism of what's going on, all of the factual evidence, surely even the member for Winnipeg North can admit that the reason why there's so much opposition to this is that there was a flawed process and his government fundamentally failed to repair the damage of the previous government. They failed to live up to their promise, and that's why people are protesting, because they don't have faith in this government.
You're right.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I disagree with the member opposite. You know, at the end of the day, you know, I was hoping maybe my New Democratic friend would provide his thoughts when I made the statement, not only once or twice, but on several occasions, even tonight and earlier in the week, in terms of the positioning of the NDP on the whole issue of pipelines. I think Canadians have a right to know that the NDP do not support pipelines, period. That is a fairly strong statement that I've made, and I have never had a New Democrat stand in their place and say that I was wrong with that assertion. Because if you follow the debates of this chamber, Mr. Speaker, as I have over the years, what I have found is that the NDP would just as soon not see one pipeline built. And yet they talk about, Mr. Speaker, they talk about trying to work with the energy sector and so forth, but their actions speak louder than words. You know, it's almost as if they oppose government intervention at times. I believe government intervention at times is a good thing. You know, that's the reason why this government got involved, Mr. Speaker. If the government didn't get involved, what would have happened is there's a very good chance that the pipeline would not have gone through. And maybe that would have made the New Democrats happy. I suspect it might even have made the Conservatives happy. But it would not have been in the national best interest, Mr. Speaker, and that's why this government took it serious, and we want to make sure that the job got done.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Battleford Lloydminster. I just want to remind the Honourable Member that she has about 5 minutes. She has 5 minutes, and then she'll be able to resume again when this takes place again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today, this evening, almost tomorrow, to speak to Bill C-69, an act to enact the Impact Assessment Act and the Canadian Energy Regulatory Act to amend the Navigation Protection Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to this legislation, as the measures proposed in it will have a significant impact on the constituents in my riding. The energy sector is a central industry in my riding of Battleford's Lloydminster, and ensuring the industry's viability and growth going forward is crucial to my constituents. While the responsible development of our natural resources is important to my riding, it is equally as important to all Canadians. Our country owes a lot of its prosperity to our natural resources, a fact that even the Prime Minister himself has admitted. In his mandate letter to the Minister of Natural Resources, he wrote, "Throughout Canada's history, our prosperity has been built on our natural resources. It's a fact that he cannot and should not forget. Our development of natural resources creates jobs in Canada and economic development. And through taxes, they contribute significant revenues to our government. The energy sector is a key sector within Canada's natural resources. It creates over 800,000 Canadian jobs and represents nearly 10% of Canada's nominal GDP. Those figures are nothing to scoff at. Unfortunately, despite the Prime Minister's acknowledgement of the importance of our natural resources, both his actions and often inactions have come with a tremendous price tag. This Liberal government has a terrible record when it comes to Canada's energy sector. While members across the aisle may want to claim that this legislation before us is a positive step for the future of our energy sector, this just isn't the case. And the Liberals simply cannot be trusted on this file. This legislation proposes a one-project, one-review system for approving proposed projects. In principle, this looks very positive. But a closer look at this bill quickly reveals that it is full of measures that can be exercised to slow down the approval process. And in actuality, the process outlined is actually longer. This perhaps comes as no surprise to many, as we have repeatedly seen the Prime Minister make promises to Canadians and then fail to deliver on them. In fact, since forming government, the Prime Minister has repeatedly failed our energy sector. The recent taxpayer purchase of Kinder Morgan pipeline is a great example of the Prime Minister's failure. A failure that has a $4.5 billion price tag and puts Canadian taxpayers on the hook for billions more in costs.
That's right.
I will remind my colleagues that Kinder Morgan never asked for a single dollar of taxpayer money. All that they asked was that the government was to provide certainty that a pipeline could be built.
Couldn't get it done.
Even though the Liberals approved the expansion of Kinder Morgan pipeline, they sat on their hands and did not champion it. Kinder Morgan was not given the certainty that they had asked for. Instead, they got delay after delay after delay.
The honourable member will have. The honourable member will have.
Is this working? Or?
I believe our sound system is out. Can you hear me okay? Okay. The honourable member will have 5 minutes and 45 seconds next time C69 comes up to debate. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 38 du règlement, une motion portant ajournement de la Chambre est réputée avoir été présentée et appuyée. En conséquence, la question est la suivante, que cette Chambre s'ajourne maintenant. The honourable member for Chilliwack, Hope.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow my colleague's great remarks. We look forward to the additional 5 minutes and 45 seconds that will carry on tomorrow. I wanted to talk about a question that I asked way back in February to the government. After the news had come that when they had rubber-stamped the sale of Onbong Insurance, a large Chinese company that owns a number of retirement villages in British Columbia, including the Waverley Seniors residence in my riding of Chilliwack Hope. The government had approved the sale of Onbong Insurance. We warned them about that sale, Mr. Speaker, and they went ahead and rubber-stamped it anyways. And this was just after the founder of the company had been sentenced to 18 years in jail for committing fraud, and the government of China had taken over the company. So now we have a situation where the government of China owns Onbong Insurance, which owns retirement facilities all across the country, including in my own riding. So I would like the government of Canada approved that sale 1 year before this fraud trial took place, and the founder of Onbong was thrown in jail for 18 years. So is the government proud? I'd like to ask, is the government proud of the fact that they approved a sale that has now put seniors' retirement homes in the hands of the Chinese government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And our government has made it clear to its commitment to an open economy that welcomes trade and benefits all Canadians. Investment by foreign companies has long played an important role in our economy, but we acknowledge that such investment must be in Canada's net benefit. Because investment flows into the countries is important, Canada has put in place a broad framework to promote trade and investment while at the same time protecting Canadian interests. The Investment Canada Act is the primary mechanism for reviewing foreign investments in Canada. In making this decision, as in all decisions under the ICA, the facts around the investments, the investors' plan for the Canadian business, and its undertaking were considered. Also, in conducting reviews under the ICA, relevant provincial governments and other federal departments are consulted for their views and expertise. In this particular case, Mr. Speaker, British Columbia's Ministry of Health was consulted, and a number of third-party submissions informed the review. The review process is thorough and rigorous, and not a rubber stamp exercise, as the honourable member has suggested. The licenses for retirement concepts were issued by the Government of British Columbia, who regulates senior care facilities in the province. BC's regulatory regime imposes rigorous standards of care on all operators of residential care and assisted living facilities, regardless of their ultimate ownership. The BC health authorities have approved the new ownership and have confirmed this. Retirement concepts will continue to remain subject to the provincial regulatory requirements by the British Columbia Ministry of Health under their Community Care and Assisted Living Act. A question to the member, does the member opposite not trust that the provincial authorities have the ability to oversee retirement residences? With regards to ICA, Cedar Tree must report regularly to the minister on its compliance with the undertaking. Officials continue to carefully monitor Cedar Tree's compliance. And Mr. Speaker, I thank you for allowing me the opportunity to respond to the member's comments.
Member for Chilliwack Hope.
Well, Mr. Speaker, to listen to the parliamentary secretary, you would think this was a runaway success. The fact that a Chinese company has now gone into the hands of the Chinese government, and that their rubber stamping of that deal, their approval of that deal, was somehow a good thing, not only for the people of Canada, but for the seniors living in the Waverley Seniors Village in Chilliwack. So the review process clearly failed if we are at a point today where the government of China is the effective owner of Canadian retirement centres. So how is it a net benefit to my constituents living in the Waverley Seniors Village in Chilliwack that this government approved this sale to Ombong Insurance?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for allowing me to respond. While the opposition might engage in these types of scare tactics and fear-mongering, let us talk about the facts. The day-to-day operation of Cedar's Home remains under the control of retirement concepts. It is the same management that was there before. The residents continue to be subject to the same provincial health regulations they have always been subject to. The residents and healthcare workers will continue to be protected under the same legislation and regulations as before. And as I've said before, we continue to actively monitor Cedar Tree and its compliance with its legal obligations. Mr. Speaker, due to confidentiality provisions of the Investment Canada Act, myself or any of my colleagues cannot comment further on this investment, but I can assure you, however, that officials are carefully monitoring the situation and are in close contact with Cedar Tree, provincial regulators, and other relevant...
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Just some context about why we're here, just for people watching at home. In British Columbia, it's 3 hours behind, so maybe people are still up. These late show debates we have are an opportunity to follow up after just having 30 seconds to ask a question in question period, and the government side only having 30 seconds to answer. Sometimes we don't really get a full answer. But maybe it's because 30 seconds isn't long enough to ask a good question. So I remain hopeful, and I take advantage of these opportunities that you've got 4 minutes to ask a more fulsome question, and then the government can take longer to respond. So when I asked my question, it was just after the terrible story of Tina Fontaine, young girl in Manitoba, only 72 pounds. She was just a girl. Murdered. Her trial was a mess, terrible disappointment when her accused killer wasn't.
was not convicted, and there was no hope for the family of what might happen with her case, and it was a real blow to the hope that this country is going to address through the justice system and in every other way, the social support system, social safety net, repairing the damage of the residential school system, repairing the damage of the child welfare system, to really give the families of murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls some hope. So it was in that context that I asked the government, how are you supporting the inquiry to make sure there are no more Tina Fontaines and to make sure that we're supporting the families and survivors? So we have had great hope in the Murdered and Missing Indigenous Women's Inquiry. We need it to do its work. We need this from a social justice point of view, but we also need this from a moving forward as a nation point of view. Since that debate that we had, some other terrible news came out. The families who were working with the inquiry, trusting them with their stories, were encouraged to ask for the kind of counseling and aftercare that would hold them after they had gone through the trauma of telling their stories. And so this was reported CBC May 8th. The families who were submitting bills for aftercare were honestly being nickeled and dimed by both the inquiry and the Privy Council office. An elder that was hired by the family of Joan Winning. She's the aunt of Nicole Daniels, a 16-year-old girl who was found murdered, died of hypothermia, but there were suspect complications. People were concerned that this was a violent act. They were told that, well, we need an invoice from the elder. I mean, it was completely disrespectful, both of the families, but also of, the elders are not business people. And so the inquiry got stuck in between the families and the government and the Privy Council office bureaucracy. And this blew up in the front pages of the news across the country just when we needed to be building some faith for the families that are entrusting their stories with the inquiry, that they will be well cared for. And so I asked the government once again, what are you doing to make sure that families don't have these terrible experiences of being disrespected by our federal government bureaucracy at the time that they need us to treat them with the most sensitivity possible? Thank you.
The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to answer the question from my honourable colleague, noting that we are actually on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. I didn't mention that in my first time that I stood up. I want to take a moment to express my deepest sympathies to Tina Fontaine's family, friends, and community. When she went missing, she was 15 years old, and my daughter had turned 15 at the time, so it's a story that I'll never forget her name. Her story underscores the important work being done by the National Inquiry. The National Inquiry is looking into the causes of the systemic and institutional failures that led to Tina's murder and to the murders of far too many other Indigenous women and girls. The families of the victims and all Canadians deserve to know why. The National Inquiry's interim report was released on November 1st last year. It includes a literature review of 98 reports on violence against Indigenous women and girls in Canada. Our government is taking action to address the interim recommendations of the National Inquiry. Canada is increasing health supports and victim services and establishing a commemoration fund. Our government is funding organizations with expertise in law enforcement and policing to lead a review of police policies and practices concerning their relations with the Indigenous people they serve. Canada is also supporting a Royal Canadian Mounted Police National Investigative Standards and Practice Unit with additional funding. The 6-month extension to the inquiry announced yesterday will provide the Commission with the time needed to complete their work, while balancing the needs of families who have been waiting years for answers. This extension will also allow the Commission, if it chooses, to hear from the rest of the families and for further institutional and expert hearings. Tina Fontaine's story is too familiar to families across this country. It is reflective of a neglectful and shameful relationship that Canada, for more than 150 years, has had with Indigenous peoples. It's time to change that story, and the government is taking actions while the National Inquiry undertakes its important work. With budgets 2016, 2017, and 2018, the Government of Canada has provided unprecedented funding for Indigenous and Northern communities of nearly $16.8 billion. The money will benefit Indigenous women and girls in the areas of education, culture, language, safe water, housing, and women's shelters, training, access to capital, child and family services. The money has also gone toward increasing safety on the Highway of Tears. It is a comprehensive approach, Mr. Speaker, because that is what is needed in order to root out this problem if it is as it is a systemic one. The government is also undertaking work on a comprehensive strategy to end gender-based violence. We are committed to ending this national tragedy. We will ensure that the families get the answers that they are looking for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
I think the difficulty with this is the bureaucracy of the federal government, which we should be able to facilitate doing the work of the inquiry, but this just hasn't happened. And the inquiry in its interim report of November 1st said 8 of the 10 problems that they were facing were all about federal government bureaucracy. And none of those were addressed in the government's response. The minister said yesterday, we're well on our way. We were within a week of that November 1st report. But the evidence doesn't hold that up. And then May 1st, the inquiry sent a letter to the families saying the payment delays were unacceptable, the Privy Council office is responsible, the guidelines are laborious. And the families say they phoned the inquiry and, quote, nobody phones us back. So how can that be the headline given the imperative to do this important work that my colleague cites?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, the extension that was granted yesterday does allow for some of that work to be done. And Mr. Speaker, our government's work on ending violence against Indigenous women and girls is grounded by the principles in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Article 7 and 22 in particular speak to Indigenous peoples' rights to live free of violence and the responsibility of states to protect Indigenous women and girls. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission of Canada's call to action also guide our efforts. The Commission has pressed Canada to act by providing culturally relevant services to Indigenous inmates and by collecting and publishing data on family violence, as well as tracking our progress on reducing rates of violence. We are committed to ending this ongoing national tragedy. Thank you, Mr.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about Canada's interactions with the Iranian regime. These are questions that I've posed before, that I posed in my original question, and I feel that have by and large gone unanswered. A Liberal MP during the throes of a protest movement against the authoritarian, autocratic, theocratic government of Iran, a Liberal MP said that that Iranian government was elected. This comment was deeply offensive to the Iranian community and to Iran's democracy movement right in the moment when they were fighting for their fundamental rights. Does the Government of Canada agree with their MP and his characterization of Iran's government as elected, or do they not? Is it something they should be willing to say so? The Iranian regime is a leading sponsor of global terror, murder, and violence. The government of Iran played a major role, we have now learned, in supporting Hamas-instigated violence on Israel's border, violence for which the Prime Minister called out Israel, not Hamas or Iran. So why did the Prime Minister issue a statement which did not call out Iran and Hamas? And the Canadian government called for an independent investigation into alleged actions by Israel during border clashes, but has asked Iran to investigate itself over the killing of Canadian Professor Syed Amami in an Iranian prison. Why does the government seem more confident in Iran's capacity for neutral self-assessment than in Israel's? There has been a very tepid response from this government in general to Iranian aggression and human rights violations. There has been an insistence on continuing to pursue warmer relations, with the government going so far as to directly finance an aerospace deal with Iran. Some of my friends across the way want to profess their commitment to advocating for human rights in Iran. If so, it shouldn't be difficult to denounce the Iranian government and reject this claim from one of their colleagues that it is elected. Hold the government of Iran responsible for the violence that it instigates in the region, and acknowledge the obvious reality that people don't die in Evin prison by suicide. As the opposition, it is our job to ask tough, serious questions about the failure of the government to stand up for fundamental human rights in Iran and in many other places. So, Mr. Speaker, what is going on here in terms of the government's failure to expect democracy and stand up for human rights, including for the rights of Canadians? What is going on? As we look at the aerospace dimension, the opportunity for Bombardier shareholders, there is a legitimate question about whether or not the government is making this decision on the basis of the interests of Bombardier instead of on the basis of Canadian and universal human values. But I think there is also something else going on here when we look at their approach to Iran. This is what Michael Gerson called the soft bigotry of low expectations that plagues the actions of Western countries in their interactions with many nations in the Middle East, Asia, and Africa. That is, the same states who do criticize real or perceived declines in democracy in European or American states, in many cases have much less to say about worse abuses of process and fundamental human rights in the Middle East, Asia, and Africa. Why do governments single out Israel for criticism, for example, also while ignoring other abuses in the region? Perhaps to some extent also this is rooted in the soft bigotry of low expectations. So much less criticism is directed towards authoritarian states in the region, perhaps because, unfortunately, less is expected of them. But human rights, universal citizenship, and democracy are the birthright of all people, affirmed in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and the necessary consequence of recognizing our shared humanity. So on this side of the House, we reject the soft bigotry of low expectations for Iran. We believe that freedom, democracy, human rights, and the rule of law are the proper birthright of the Iranian people. They want it, they deserve it, they will have it. The question for us is simply whether we will be on their side or not. We need to know where the Government of Canada stands on this claim from a Liberal MP that the Iranian government is elected. Why did the Prime Minister issue a statement that failed to call out Iran and Hamas for the instigation of violence against Israel? And why does the government seem more confident in Iran's capacity for neutral self-assessment than in Israel? These questions that I have asked many times before, they demand an answer.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there was a number of issues in my honourable colleagues' comments, so I will take the time to answer some of them. Contrary to what the member has implied, there have been no high-level meetings in Ottawa with Iranian officials involving the Government of Canada on the subject of this unconfirmed sale, nor is the government privy to any details regarding this unconfirmed sale. The government was first made aware of this potential sale from media sources, and Bombardier has not asked Global Affairs for any assistance on a sale of aircraft to Iran. At no time have Iranian officials discussed such potential sale with Global Affairs. Monsieur le Président, le Canada maintains ses sanctions.
Canada maintains strict controls over the export of its products to prevent the risk of proliferation in Iran, including goods and technologies which might contribute to the creation of nuclear programs and ballistic missiles in Iran.
Continues supporter of terrorism under the State Impunity Act, lifting its state immunity, and allowing civil action to be taken against it under the Justice for Victims of Terrorism Act. Canada has also listed the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps force involved in Iran's external operations as a terrorist entity under Canada's criminal code. Canada also continues to demand an inquiry into the detention and tragic death of Canadian Dr. Saeed Imami in Iran's Evin prison. We continue to call on Iranian authorities to immediately give his widow, Mariam Mombiani, the freedom to exit Iran and return to Canada. This government has publicly stated on several occasions that as long as Mrs. Mombiani is not able to leave Iran, the focus of any discussions with Iran will be on her coming home. Canadians expect that their government will protect their interests and values abroad and to stand up for human rights and to value consular services to Canadians in distress in Iran, like the families of Dr. Syed Imami and Mrs. Mombiani and others. Providing these consular services and speaking up on behalf of human rights victims requires the ability to engage. We must take action that will serve and protect Canadians abroad. Engagement and dialogue are about protecting interests and promoting values. They are not about ignoring actions we find objectionable or legitimizing governments that violate human rights. This government wants to address our international challenges head-on. Iranian behavior represents one of the greatest challenges we currently face on the international stage. If you fail to engage, you fail to understand. And if you fail to understand, you are more likely to end up in a position where you have fewer good options. Protecting Canadian interests and promoting Canadian values are much harder to then accomplish. This government chooses dialogue and engagement as the best way to protect Canadian interests and values.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just in response to my colleague's comment about aerospace, I turned up 2 articles at the time she was talking on Google. Canada to lift Tehran sanctions, allow Bombardier to export to Iran. This is from Reuters. It's from a couple years ago, actually. And then Minister of Industry, sees Iran thaw as opportunity for Canadian aerospace industry. We've all seen these headlines. Mr. Speaker, to her other comments, she spoke about the value of engagement. Let's be clear that Zara Kazemi was a Canadian citizen who died in Iranian prison at the time of the previous Liberal government. Not blaming them, of course, but the fact is we had diplomatic relations at the time. And let's be clear as well that downgrading diplomatic relations is a tool that countries use in response to protest terrible human rights abuses and threatening international behavior. In fact, the Minister of Foreign Affairs spoke today before the Foreign Affairs Committee about downgrading our diplomatic relationship with Venezuela in response to violations of human rights. So again, why the different treatment of Iran? Why the
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, as mentioned, there have been no meetings on record with Iranian officials and the government around the sale, so I'm not sure he's pulling this information up, but we don't have those records. Diplomacy is a necessary tool to defend Canada's interests and protect Canadian values. It is all the more necessary when dealing with a country that challenges our interests and rejects our values. We feel strongly that it's through dialogue and not withdrawal or isolation that we could best advance Canada's interests, including the resolution of complex and sensitive consular cases like the ones described earlier. To be clear, however, there have been no high-level meetings again here in Ottawa with Iranian officials involving the Government of Canada on the subject of the unconfirmed sale. Iran is a political opponent challenging the interests of Canada and of our friends and allies. We can deal with this challenge.
Pursuant to order made Tuesday, May 29, 2018, the motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until later today at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.